Yep. Well. We about to get it popping tonight. It is going to be tense, intense, crazy, fun, and educational. But tonight, we're going to be allowing call-ins. And the two things that we're going to be talking about. What do the Cowboys do after Zack Martin? I mean, what are the options after Zack Martin? And number two, is Dak Prescott a top 10 quarterback? Those are the two questions we are going to be addressing tonight. Angie, what's going on? She said, I'll be turning in a little late, but I stopped by to speak. Appreciate you. You said you turned it in a little late. It sounded like you turned it in a little early. Sound like you turned it in a little early. I appreciate you, though. Appreciate your support. Delta Roots, what's going on? The Queen, what's going on? Richard, what's going on? Richard Owens, what's going on? He said, I believe Dak is top 5, and we're going to get through that for sure. And believe that Jerry and the organization has been holding him back until now because they were afraid that there would be a bidding war over him. Wow, okay, I like that. Dak owns Filthy. What's going on? Yes, sir. All right, we're going to give it a couple more minutes. Jared, what's going on? Man, you calling in tonight, Jared? I figured this Dak Prescott question would be right up your alley. We're going to talk about it tonight. I have a few things to add to the conversation. But I'm very interested in how a lot of people feel about this. Sizzling, what's going on? Cool Bros 22, Cool Breeze 22, what's up? P Funk, appreciate you. Chubb, let me tell you something. What's good, man? Let me tell you. This coming season, man. Speaking of Chubb, I want the Dallas Cowboys to go get Nick Chubb to add to whatever young rookie running back they're going to bring in here. Bring in Nick Chubb. Bring him in. Jerry said, Dak is higher than top 10. He's, to me, top 8 or even higher. We're going to see tonight. We're going to talk about that for sure. Jerry said he calling in. Yes, sir. Looking forward to it. All right. Welcome, Cowboy fans and Cowboy haters alike. I'm the G, and I'm the host of Let's Talk Cowboys, where we talk facts. And so tonight we are going to give our fans, our subscribers, our members, everybody just an opportunity to call in. Say what you think about Dak Prescott. Maybe give us some solutions on the Zack Martin thing. A lot of people are talking doom and gloom over the Zack Martin thing. I don't think it's going to be doom and gloom because of Zack Martin, because the reality of the situation is that kind of got a feel for it this year. And I don't really understand all the doom and gloom. Because the strange thing is that when Zack Martin went down, and I don't think it's necessarily because of Zack Martin, but the line improved. The run game improved. We're not disrespecting Zack Martin, Hall of Fame first ballot. But Zack Martin knew he wasn't quite what he was previously. I think Zack Martin knew this. And I think Zack Martin knew this even as it applies to kind of how he held out for that contract and got that last extension. And then I showed last night, when you look at how they set the extension up, they had already thrown money into the void years. And so now we're going to be paying for Zack Martin even while he's not here. But it seems that Zack kind of knew this was going to happen. I don't think he probably thought it was going to happen this year. I think he was probably going to attempt to try and last through 2025. But I don't think it's the injury of why Zach isn't coming back. I mean, I'm going to be very interested to hear what he says. I don't think it's the injury that has Zack Martin not wanting to come back. I just wonder if some of it is he just didn't have the drive no more. Because we remember early in the season, Micah Parsons was saying who he feels for are guys like Zack Martin, DeMarcus Lawrence. Well, he's talking in past tense already. Michael was talking in terms of neither one of them were obviously going to be there. As if Zack Martin had already started kind of having these conversations with people around the building. And so I don't understand all the doom and the gloom. Because again, we kind of saw what we looked like without Zack Martin. We don't have to wonder what the team is going to look like without Zack Martin. We already got a taste of what the team looked like without Zack Martin. And for all intents and purposes, I mean, Cooper Rush is what he is. He's not a mythical unicorn anymore. I'm glad people are finally starting to come to the realization. Cooper Rush, I mean, he did okay. I mean, he did pretty good in some of those games. I mean, the competition level in some of those games were not just, it was a softer part of the schedule. But I thought the Cowboys looked pretty good. And I think we have some options on this team. I believe that we do. Let me read an article real quick. And then we're going to get into the call-in portion here. I want to get into the call-in portion pretty fast. Athlon Sports had wrote something already about Zack Martin. Alex, what's going on with you? Good to see you. Michael Wright, I see you. Welcome to the crib. Ice Cold Cowboy, what's going on? Yes, sir. 70 is a Hall of Famer. First ballot in my book. Let me pull this up real quick about Zack Martin. Let's pull this up real quick. Let me see if it's up here. The Cowboys have in-house options for Zack Martin, y'all. And we saw him. It's like to me, when Zack Martin announced his retirement, I'm like kind of shocked at how everybody was. I'm not shocked at all the love. I mean, he deserves it. He deserves it. What's going on, Tim Pannell? What's going on? Ron said, I judge players by what they do against good teams. Ooh, I feel you. I definitely feel you on that. Yes, sir. I definitely feel you on that. And so, you think about this thing with Zack Martin. I mean, we kind of know what we're working with. Let me see here. They wrote yeah. So if you think about the in-house strategy, Skull Unknown, what's going on? When you think about the in-house strategy, I mean, I think the in-house strategy is already in place. It says the cost-effective strategy would be to, of course, simply promote from within. If Jerry Jones goes that route, the choices are BB, Brock Hoffman, TJ Bass, or Awesome Richards. I think we kind of saw, if I'm not mistaken, we saw a piece of this towards the end of the season, and they all look pretty good. I think what the Cowboys have to do is go ahead and decide on which direction they're going to go and decide it fast so we can decide, okay, what are we going to do so we can address it in free agency and the draft. If you're going to go in the direction of stick with what's on the team, then I think what you do in the draft is you focus on getting a left tackle. Because I think the Cowboys can feel the right side of the line. Stargazer on X, she had a very interesting take on this. Because Brock Hoffman has actually played three different positions for the Cowboys. Brock Hoffman has played center and right guard for sure. She suggested putting Brock Hoffman at the center position and moving BB to the right guard position. And then we got to figure in, where does Tyler Guyton fit in all this? Because I don't think the Cowboys can let Tyler Guyton, I don't think the Cowboys can afford to let Tyler Guyton play left tackle. I just think he's out of position if you're going to let him play left tackle. I mean, you're trying to get it's like trying to get somebody who writes right-handed to write left-handed. Even though, according to him and others, left tackle is actually his natural position. I'm struggling with that part. Because it didn't look like it this year. Maybe if they put him back again this year, maybe they can see. But at the same time, I wouldn't risk it. If I'm the Dallas Cowboys, I go get me a veteran left tackle. I'll let Tyler Guyton battle it out in training camp. And if he gets overtaken in training camp, then we'll move him to the right. And then we'll see what we're working with. Maybe we let him nudge out Terrence Steele. Maybe we let him nudge out Terrence Steele. Terrence Steele, man, Terrence Steele didn't look right this year. But I think the options for the offensive line is there. I think the discussion on Zack Martin, I think these are actually two different discussions. Why is everybody tripping on Zack Martin? I mean, we saw what the team looked like without Zack Martin. And it seemed like the Cowboys actually started answering some questions in the second half of the season. So I'm wondering, what is the discussion we're talking about? Yeah, end of an era, beginning of a new one. We already began the new era in the 2024 season. We saw how Zack Martin was getting beat. And I think a part of the reason why Zack Martin was getting beat was injury. I think he tried to play hurt, and it didn't help him any. I think he tried to play hurt. And it's crazy when you talk about the decline of Zack Martin. The decline of Zack Martin is almost like a great season for any other lineman. I mean, I really believe Zack Martin could have played another year. I'm just convinced. I'm convinced. I would love to hear what he has to say about why he just decided to hang it up. Because I'm just telling us, man, Zack Martin is a monster. He's a monster. And I think the reason, again, why he got beat on some plays, I think he got beat on some plays because of that ankle. But then again, like I'm saying, I just don't think it's the injury. I don't think it's the injury only. And I want to hear what he says, because I guarantee you he's going to be talking about multiple things. I bet you he'll be talking about multiple things. The grind of it, his family, so many different things. I guarantee he'll be talking about those things, and those things are very, very understandable. But I definitely don't think it was only because of the injury or he couldn't play at a high level. Zack Martin, I believe, could still play at a high level. I just don't think he wanted to. I don't think he wanted to play at the level that maybe that what we would say still wouldn't be bad. When you got a guy like that, you got to appreciate. You got to appreciate the monster in him. That if he feels like if he can't play at the level he wants to play at, I'm pretty sure part of that is too, well, he won't play. Man, I just so much respect that. Zack Martin is an absolute dog. We're going to open it up here in a moment, but just some ground rules. Let's make sure we keep it respectful. Let's stay away from the profanity. Might be some young people listening. And then we'll do about 2 to 3 minutes per question, depending upon what the call load is. And I think in the first half, let's kind of stay with the Zack Martin. Yeah, let's stay with the Zack Martin first, because I know some of you guys may want to kind of really hit in on that. And then what we'll do, we'll take a break after the Zack Martin thing as far as take a break from those questions. And then we're going to get down to the nitty gritty. The Dak Prescott being top 10, because I'm gonna refer to an article that I saw, and I thought this article was very funny in how it did its top 10. I thought it was funny how it did its top 10. But let's get going here. Let me get a couple of more greetings in, and then we're going to turn to the phone lines. If y'all pray for me. This is going to be the second time I've done this, man. This thing that we use to do the phone thing is, we'll see how we get it going. Let me start with Ron. I'm going to get some greetings and read a couple of comments, and then I'm going to come back, and then we're going to get to the phones. But I like something that Ron says. I judge players by what they do against good. He said, I judge players by what they do against good teams. I feel you on that, Ron. I definitely feel you on that. And that's a tough thing too. That is a tough thing when we talk about stuff like that, because I think this is one of our issues that we don't talk enough about when we talk about players. It's like the teams that they're doing it against and things of that nature. Context matters. It does. Ice Cold Cowboy, Hoffman. I'm you know what? I'm with you on Brock Hoffman. Brock Hoffman has shown he's a beast, and he's got the tenacity that we're looking for. And with the coaching staff that we have, I would love to see what they could do with him. Yes, sir, Tim Pinnell. Appreciate you. God bless everyone. Ice Cold, I love Zack Martin, but it was time. It was. Tim Pinnell, he said, I love your jacket, G. Appreciate you. Coach Marv, what up, brother? Are you calling in tonight, Coach? You put a name like Coach on there. I want to hear what you say. Ron, hit that like button. Appreciate you, Ron. Hit that like button. Subscribe if you haven't. We're trying to get to 7,000 by the end of this month if the Lord and y'all are willing. The real Daryl, Cowboys do a solid job at drafting O-line. I agree with you. You are not going to hit on every pick, but O-line is their thing in the draft. They do pretty good. Kitty Boy, McCarthy set the Cowboys back. He had the Joneses fooled with the one Super Bowl win on his resume. These new coaches are going to play our young players to their strengths. Woo! Katie Boy. Man, let me tell you, man, this dude walked into the building. McCarthy walked into the building with a chip on his shoulder. Not a chip on his shoulder, in my opinion, to win, but a chip on his shoulder that I've already won the chip. Listen to me. Yeah, I'm with you on that. Michael Wright, yes, sir. Guyton is no lefty. I think the same thing. Ice Cold. See, I'm telling you, we're on the same wavelength. I think they should make a choice. You could play Brock Hoffman at center and move BB to guard, or leave BB at center and see Hoffman at guard. I think you could do good either way, and especially if we get to working now. Once that opening training camp starts, spring training, let's get it going now. Let's start teaching now. See what they look like just kind of running through now. Move Guyton over there to tackle. Let him battle it out with Terrence Steele. Get intent. Hey, we're going to free agency. We're going to get us a left tackle. We'll get us a left tackle in free agency. And then we'll try to we'll try to go into next year's draft. We'll get us a left tackle now. We'll get us some depth also in free agency. Or we'll draft us one in free agency in the later rounds and see if we can develop someone, or see again what we have on the team. And we'll continue to work and see what we have. But I think they ought to get that left tackle in free agency. Chubb said McCarthy ain't set us back. He just didn't use us correctly. Yeah, I agree both ways. I mean, you can look at it both ways. Dana Jet, we need young dogs. Mr. Martin was getting old. Yeah, it was time. TME Greatness, what's going on? Good to see you tonight. Yeah, he got old, and I think, you know what, I appreciate him, though. Because he's so good. He didn't want to play below his own expectations. A lot of guys go out like Willie Foo-Foo. They go out sloppy, getting beat, going to be backups at places. Zack Martin said, nah, I ain't doing that. I'm good on the money. Nah, I ain't doing that. I'm sure there'll be some people that'll be calling Zack Martin. Hey, man, can you come? Maybe you can, do a guest spot on one of our shows and talk about football. Zack Martin's going to be all right. Double star, how these trenches guys get to 10 years is really pretty amazing with the abuse they put their bodies through. It is. It is. And it's a testament to how good some of these guys really are. Dana Jett, he says the GM suck at drafting. I think I don't know. I think they might suck. I think they do hit in some places. I think where they suck is they don't fill in the team in the free agency. And so it makes their draft suffer sometimes because I think we throw these guys to the wolves way too quick. Gary McKnight, what's going on? Man, I appreciate you. He said, I've seen enough. You are actually the only Cowboys content creator I have subscribed to. Oh, I appreciate you. I hope you call in tonight. Double star, Gary, you're correct. He is. The rest are unbearable. Man, I appreciate y'all. Ty Church, have you caught Attack on the Cowboys interview? I did. I saw it. It was great. He said the Cowboys are going to shop with a budget, but that's free. Free for this free agency. You know what? I got a lot of respect for Bobby Belt, and he probably knows some things that I don't know. I'm sticking to my guns. I have a strange feeling. The Cowboys are going to try and make a couple of big moves. I think they're going to try to swing for the fences on a couple of these moves. I do. I really do. Now, Bobby, like I said, I've listened to some of his intel, and he's been on point with a lot of things. I'm going to stick to my guns. Stephen Jones made the commitment. I'm going to watch and see what he do. I got to watch and see what Stephen Jones do. Stephen Jones said, our goal is to have the best roster in football. Now, you're not bargain shopping getting the best roster in football. Now, you're not bargain shopping. I'm telling you what the Cowboys need to do, in my opinion. You got to cash in on Dak Prescott's contract. You got to cash in on this thing. There are no options. You have to cash in on Dak Prescott's contract. You do not sign Dak Prescott to $231 million and say, well, we just did it because we like Dak Prescott and we just want to win some games and we're looking towards the future. Nah, I'm not giving up $231 million for this. No, Dak Prescott, if you committed $231 million, now it's time to do what you need to do. Man, you better put as many people as you can around this dude and cash in on this thing. Jerry Jones once said, the check he wouldn't write to get another Super Bowl. Well, you've already written a $231 million check, so I'm convinced that you obviously will write a big check. So now you better cash in on the check that you wrote. Man, you better put some stuff around Dak Prescott. The Cowboys need to swing for the fences. Y'all tell me what you think. I'm willing. This is just me. I'm willing to say all in 25, 26, 27, and the heck with 2028. I don't even know if I'll be alive if I'm Jerry Jones. The heck with 2028. I'll let y'all deal with that when I step down. But 2025, 2026, and 2027, I'm going for a ferocious run. I don't care what money I have to move around. I'm going to move money around, and I'm going to make moves. I'm making moves. I'm making moves, not for the next 5 years. I'm not making no moves for the next 5 years. I'm making move for the next 3. I'm making move for the next 3 years. My mentality right now, if I'm Jerry Jones, Super Bowl or bust. Super Bowl or bust. I'm telling you. Let me get a few more in here. Let me go back to something. I want to see if I can find what Jerry said. Jerry said back in the 90s. Jerry said back in the 90s, we must win. There is no substitute We must win. Jerry said that. Jerry said that. There is no substitute for winning. Jerry said we must win, and we must get that same attitude. You know, because I thought Bobby Belt said something that was very interesting. Bobby Belt said that the people who advised Jerry Jones told him they couldn't afford Derrick Henry. So I wonder, were they the same people who told him to wait to sign CeeDee Lamb and pay an extra $5 or $6 million? Wait to sign Dak Prescott a whole nother year, and then you paid probably an extra $8 to $12 million. That was the Derrick Henry money. That was the Derrick Henry money. Who are these people? Fire them. Fire them. I'm not buying the whole Derrick Henry thing. Wouldn't have helped us. Fire those people. That's crazy talk. What's going on, Damon? Again, Delta Roots, good to see you in the crib. I'm awake on you. What's going on? Appreciate you. Yes, sir. Growing, man. I'm trying to grind it out. Michael Wright, go free agency on left tackle. That's what I'm doing. That's what I'm doing. Suge Midnight, man, I love that name. What's going on with you? Yes, sir. Andrew Rebel Chick, she love them Bama boys. All right, I'm about to open up these phone lines. Let's attack this thing with Zack Martin first. So all you people with the Dak Prescott conversation, hold off on that. Y'all hold off on the quarterback conversation. I want to hear y'all comments. On Zack Martin and what you think our options are. Let's see if we can get this going again. All right. Y'all keep it clean. Keep it respectful. We're not going to debate because I actually want to hear y'all thoughts on some things. Hold on. All right, let's see what we do here. All right, guys. The phone lines are open. We're going to address the Zack Martin issue first. Let's see what it do. The phone lines are open. Should be able to call into 253-993-3601. I hope I don't get embarrassed and things aren't working right. Damon, sign Tyron Smith to a one-day contract to retire a Cowboy. Man, Damon, you know what, man? I'm with you. It's sad, man. I hate to say it. But Tyron Smith, man, he's also the end of an era. He's the end of an era, man. Travis Frederick, Zack Martin, Tyron Smith. Golly. Absolutely crazy. Crazy good. Crazy good. And I think one of the problems is with that whole situation is I don't really think the Cowboys, I don't think they put enough in between those guys. I think they had those guys, but they didn't put enough in between them. You know, because I was thinking about this, and I'm going to do some more research on it. But some of y'all are so good with this knowledge. You know what I was thinking about? As good as those three guys were, I think Tony Romo didn't start. Tony Romo didn't get an opportunity to really be with all three of them. I'm thinking to around 2014? Because I'm thinking to Zack Martin. Zack Martin was drafted 2014, right? He was the first round of 2014 draft. Hold on a second. Let me look at something. Let's see, Smith, Frederick. Let me see when they were drafted. Because I was thinking about this the other day. Well, I was thinking about it today. When were they all drafted? Okay. So, Tyron Smith was drafted 2011. Travis Frederick, 2013. Zack Martin, 2014. That's when all three of them were drafted. And if you cross Tony Romo's career, with that line, so that's 2011, 2013, 2014. So Tony Romo would have gotten that at 2014, right? So if you cross-reference that, that means that Tony Romo in 2014, Tony Romo went 12-3 with the Dallas Cowboys. Now, if I'm not mistaken, 2014 is the catch season or the no catch season. Now, I've been watching some people. They've been talking about this. I've been watching some people talk about this. And they've been saying that the Cowboys wasted Zack Martin's career. And I'm kind of like, I get it, but let me really get it. Because the thing that and we're going to really get into this with Dak Prescott conversation. But again, this is one of the things that I blame Jerry and Steven for. They've had no problem at getting the Cowboys top heavy. They've had no problem. It's like they've always been able to get us these players that people go, wow, these guys are top in their position. But they don't put the guys in between them. They don't build the team in between those great players, the role players that get to fill in the gaps, that get to be the cement in between the bricks. They don't give us that part of the team so that when one of those guys go down injured, we're done. We don't fill in the gaps good enough so that we can really put together an absolute solid line. Because I want you to think about something. Tony Romo gets Zack Martin, Travis Frederick, Tyron Smith. He gets all of them in 2014. 2014, 2015. Well, in 2014, that was the year of the catch with Green Bay. Now, I need to do a little bit more context on this, but I find it to be strange. Does anybody not realize what happened to Tony Romo in 2015? Do we think Tony Romo went on vacation in 2015? Tony Romo didn't go on vacation in 2015. He got put on vacation in 2014, but Tony Romo didn't go on vacation in 2014. Tony Romo got put on vacation in 2014. If I'm not mistaken, Tony Romo got put on vacation in 2014. The 2015 season. Tony Romo got put on vacation in the 2015 season. Now, my question is, were all three of those guys healthy in 2015? I'm going to go back and do some serious looking at this because it's got my spidey senses tingling. 2014. And I'm telling y'all, in 2014, I honestly thought we were winning the Super Bowl. I did. I thought we were winning the Super Bowl. Y'all call in 253-993. I hope it's working. 253-993-3601. Yes, Damon, I was talking about this today. 07 had home field advantage. Beat by the Giants. Got beat by the Giants. And Damon, I remember that 2007 season. The Cowboys were the number one seed, if I'm not mistaken. I believe the Cowboys were the number 1 seed in 2007 and got bounced. Got bounced. And there was no reason for them to get bounced. Now, you know what? Let me take that back. Damon, let me not be disingenuous. And I do remember that Patrick Creighton drop. God, man, I remember that drop. Let's make no mistake about it. Damon, you know what's insane about that team? That doggone team, the Giants team, they went on to go to the Super Bowl and beat none other than the New England Patriots. Boy, you want to talk about a team that got red hot at the end. That New York Giants team, I mean, it was like, oh, they're not making the playoffs. And they just, towards the end, they turned it on. And I remember they were saying even, well, they shouldn't play for the last game. They played the last game. And they played the last game. They went into the playoffs, and they were red hot. They didn't just knock the Cowboys off. They went to the Super Bowl. Let's look at it real quick. Let me see. I don't want to be disingenuous and acting like the Cowboys were just trash and the Giants knocked them off. You know, and act like the Giants just knocked them off. You know what I'm saying? Like it wasn't, you know, like it wasn't no big deal. Man, nah, they went down that stretch, and them boys, I mean, they wrecked shop in that 2007 season towards the end. I mean, it was crazy what they did. Let me see here. I thought it was the 2007 season that they went in there and went to the Super Bowl. Let me see. Regular season. Just trying to find that playoff run they did. Yeah, they ran through some good teams in that 2007 playoff run. I was trying to find the teams that they played. Man, they ran through some they ran the gauntlet on teams. Let me see here. Okay, that team went 10-6. Okay, I thought it was 9-7. And if y'all don't remember, people were calling, if I'm not mistaken, it was like they were calling for Tom Coughlin's job or something to that effect. And it's like the team kind of rallied around him. If I'm not mistaken, this was the Tom Coughlin, right? You make sure. I'm getting older, my memory. Yeah, 2007, Tom Coughlin coached the New York Giants in both of the victories. That's what I thought. Okay, want to make sure I was correct on that. I know my mind ain't like it used to be. And when you think about this, they were all but out of it towards the end. I mean, people were basically talking about they were out of it. And then they came down here towards the end. They were 9-5. They beat the Buffalo Bills. And then people were asking, should they play hard in the New England Patriot game? I think that's what it was. People were asking, like, should they sit their starters or whatever the case may be? And they went into, let me make sure I got this. Yeah, they went into that last game of the season. And I thought they won it. I don't know. I'm kind of confused on how this is labeled, but I thought they won it. And then they went into the playoffs. I'm thinking the Cowboys were the number. Okay, so the Cowboys were the number 2 seed. This was when I thought maybe both teams. I thought both teams got bye weeks during here, but they got the Cowboys at 12-6. They beat the Tampa Bay Buccaneers. They knocked off the Cowboys. They knocked off the Packers. And they beat the New England Patriots. I want you to look at the teams they beat. The New York Giants went beast mode. They went through Tampa Bay, Dallas, and Green Bay. Look at those records. Look at those records. That's crazy work. That is absolute crazy work. 11-6, 12-6, 13-6, and beat the New England Patriots, who were 14-6. Which tells me the New England Patriots got the number 1 seed that year. The New England that year, just long story short, actually short story long, that was a year that the Cowboys should have won, Damon. I'm with you. They blew it. They blew it in that particular season. But then when I go back and I think about the Zack Martin years, I was thinking about what were the years that Zack Martin and this team had their best opportunity at winning the Super Bowl. 2014. 2014 was one of those seasons. It was. 2014 was one of those seasons. Tony Romo was balling out of his mind. DeMarco Murray balling out of his mind. The Cowboys, that was 1 year. If there's ever been a season that I thought the Cowboys were going to win the Super Bowl, y'all tell me what y'all think. I literally thought the Cowboys were going to win the Super Bowl in 2014. I remember being at a friend's house in 2014 when Dez Bryant caught that ball. Of course, now the NFL says it was a catch. And when Dez Bryant caught that ball, I said, I jumped up, man, and man, I was screaming, ran outside. I said, boy, the Cowboys, because, man, the Cowboys were so good that season. I was shocked when I came back in. I was shocked when I came back in and they said it wasn't a catch. Delta Root says, I was in boot camp in 2007 through February 2008, and I was shocked when I heard the Giants won the Super Bowl. It was crazy. Nisi, what's going on with you? I got the phone lines up. I need you to get the phone line started. Cool Breeze 22, he said, who cares? That was over 10 years ago. What are you going to do this year? Yes, sir. We're going to build up to that. Ice Cold Cowboy 2014. Nisi in the chat. Damon. Then Jerry didn't want to DeMarco. Oh, man. Another bad move by Jerry. Let DeMarco Murray walk. I'm awake. I'm with you. We had a few good teams. Because that's my point. You know, because a lot of people are saying, yeah, man, we wasted Zack Martin's career. We really only had a few good teams. But 2014 was one of them. I mean, 2014 was one of those years. I'm telling you, man, I was messed up over 2014. I was messed up. And so the question becomes, how does Jerry not make this mistake again? Because we're on the verge. We're on the verge. And I'm telling y'all, people can tell me anything they want to about Dak Prescott. I want to talk about Zack Martin first. But Jerry Jones is crazy if he doesn't try to cash in on this Dak Prescott thing. Now, I'm not paying. I'm telling y'all, man. I'm not paying no quarterback $231 million and not doing everything I can do, going for broke. I'm going for broke. You can tell me anything you want to. I'm destroying the salary cap. to get players around Dak Prescott and to build a team once and for all to win within the next 3 seasons. I got to get the chip in the next 3 seasons, because if I get to Dak Prescott's 4th season, I'm afraid. Brian Schottenheimer's on a 4-year deal. Y'all ever notice what Jerry Jones does to his coaches once they get on the last year of their deal? Anybody ever notice that? Jerry Jones, you mess around and get to Jerry Jones on the last year of a deal, man, you don't know what the heck he gonna do. Jerry Jones didn't fire Jimmy Johnson. It was the last year of Jerry's deal. It was the last year of Jimmy's deal. So you know what Jerry did? He didn't re-sign him. Brian Schottenheimer, really, let's be honest, Brian Schottenheimer legitimately has 2 years. Year 1, y'all be patient. They're going to have to build this season. They are. They're going to have to build. They got to get these coaches gelling. They got to gel the coaches. They're all talking a good game. Now we got to get them coaching a good game. We have to get them coaching a good game. That is going to take some time. They're going to have to get to know the players that they have right now. So this is the gelling process that we're going to see in 2025. And don't you worry, it will have some fruit. A lot of people are talking about the Cowboys are going to be below 500. No way. I'm going to tell you the same thing I told my uncle in 2023, 2022, 2021. I'm telling y'all, this is a question mark. And I don't call it a big question mark, but it's a question mark. If Dak Prescott stays healthy, there's no way this team don't win games. As long as Dak Prescott is healthy, they will win games. And they will go double digit. They will go double digit wins this year. Just based on what Brian Schottenheimer is going to do from the very beginning. What this coaching staff, what they're going to be able to accomplish in the very beginning. The Dallas Cowboys, book it. They're going to win 10 games, I believe, minimum. I'll say 9 minimum, but my mind, I don't think there's no way they don't get 10. The Cowboys get 10 wins. For sure. They get 10 wins. As long as Dak Prescott can stay healthy in his 4-year run, Cowboys are going to be great. Be patient. This will be the rebuilding year. And not the rebuilding, but the recalibration year. They got to fill in the roster. Man, the Cowboys now, the countdown is on. The Cowboys are now down to 23 free agents. They were at 25. Now we got to say 23. Zack Martin, we already kind of knew he was going to be gone. D-Law, the next casualty. They're not re-signing D-Law. Unless D-Law comes back at ridiculous money, but D-Law I don't believe coming back. I think D-Law's had enough of the Cowboys. I think D-Law's statements at the end of the 2023 season told us everything we need to know. I don't think D-Law wants to do the whole Dallas Cowboy thing, because he's the one who spoke up and said it is mentally, he said they were mentally exhausted. Well, everyone else was saying, no, we were not. Well, maybe D-Law spoke for himself. But I don't believe D-Law spoke for himself. I believe that D-Law was speaking from his perspective, and probably some people that maybe he had a conversation with in the locker room, some things he was observing. I believe that there is a lot of truth to what D-Law said. D-Law not coming back. So now we're down to 23. That means we have positions to get filled, and we have to fill those positions. We have to fill them. We have to fill those positions. We do. So get ready. This will be the solidifying year of the Cowboys. They got to solidify the roster. And what they got to solidify, you're going to see they got to shape what they're going to be doing for the next 3 years. So now they got to get it. And Nisi had mentioned about a week back, as we go into free agency, the one thing we can't do is we also can't be playing around signing 1-year deals. I hate when the Cowboys do that, because you get some of these 1-year players and you actually hit on them. Some of these one-year players the Cowboys have hit on, but because it's a one-year deal, they let them walk. I say minimum. You try to get everybody to 2 to 3 year deals, minimum. You set them up for 3-year deals, but you sign them like they're 2-year deals. Try to get 2-year money out of a 3-year deal and make it incentive laden. That way they can get the other part of the money. But you got to get these guys, you got to have a 3-year plan, because if Brian Schottenheimer makes it to the 4th season and they don't have results by the and I think they got to have results for Jerry Jones by the 1st. He's going to want to see progress. I think Jerry will be patient if it's a 5-12 season, but I don't think that's what Jerry wants. I think Jerry's expectation with what he's going to do in free agency, I think Jerry's expectation is going to be playoffs again. I don't think he's going to be expecting Super Bowl, but I think he's going to be expecting playoffs and at least a playoff win or 2. I think Jerry's going to be expecting that. And then the following year, Jerry's expectations are going through the roof. Super Bowl. If we look at Brian Schottenheimer's trajectory with one Russell Wilson, I think we can get an idea. I think we can get a good idea of kind of what to expect with Brian Schottenheimer as you look at him through the seasons. I want to see if I could pull up Russell Wilson by season. Because if you look at Russell Wilson by season, it's amazing. When he got with Brian Schottenheimer, he improved year over year, and the pinnacle was the final season. That's what got Russell Wilson the money in Denver. That's what got him the money in Denver. And so with Brian Schottenheimer, I'm expecting that Brian Schottenheimer will have this team. I mean, they're going to be fired up just for the first season. But I think by the second season, they're going to be pretty much where championship level. They're going to be right at that point, I believe. But again, y'all call in. The number is 253-993-3601. Let me go to some of your comments. Alex, what's going on? He says if Cowboys restructure Dak, CD, Terrence Steele, and Diggs contracts, they'd have $90 million in cap space. They can definitely sign players in free agency, no excuses. Now, let's think about this. What was it? An extra $20 to $25 million in free agency. Now, I'm going to tell you what I think the Cowboys are going to do about Trey Diggs. The Cowboys aren't touching Trey Diggs' contract. Y'all book it. They're not touching Trey Diggs' contract. And rightfully so. If there is one contract the Cowboys did right, it's Trayvon Diggs. They front-loaded it. Trayvon Diggs' contract is front-loaded, y'all. They're not touching that Trayvon Diggs contract. They front-loaded it. They front-loaded it because this year for Trayvon Diggs, y'all remember I showed it last night, it's do or die for Trayvon Diggs for the Cowboys, I believe. It's do or die. I believe this is where the Cowboys are on Trayvon Diggs. And I think it's sad because I just wonder if Trayvon Diggs came back too soon because of them. I wonder if he came back too soon because of them. Did they kind of push him? Did they kind of push Trayvon Diggs to come back fast because of the contract? But the Cowboys, nah, this Trayvon Diggs contract, y'all can book it. If Trayvon Diggs isn't doing well this season, you're not going to have to worry about Trayvon Diggs. Trayvon Diggs is done. I'm telling you. Trayvon Diggs is done. Cowboys get to walk away from that. Yeah, they get to walk away from it. If you look at Trayvon Diggs' contract, I mean, man, you got to get Cowboys on this one. They rarely do contracts right, but they did Trayvon Diggs' contract right. I mean, just look at it. This is it. This is absolutely it. Look at here. Guaranteed salary. 0, 0, 0, 0. Cowboys did Trayvon Diggs' contract right. Absolutely. $1 million roster bonus. $4 million prorated signing bonus. They did it. And so the Cowboys, they're going to save money on Trayvon Diggs if they cut him after this season. They're going to save money on that deal. They're going to save money on it. So the Cowboys, they're not going to touch. Y'all can book it. They're not touching it. They're not touching Trayvon Diggs' deal. Nah, they're not touching it. And rightfully so. Because, man, let me tell you. Trayvon Diggs, got to give it to him. Trayvon Diggs, before he got that contract, woo-wee. This dude, before he got that contract, Trayvon Diggs was a monster. Trayvon Diggs was an absolute monster. But now, we've watched Trayvon Diggs struggle with that injury, for now, two years? He struggled bad this year. Bad tackling, bad coverage. And it's now I think we're seeing some things. It's obvious that he was battling injury. It's obvious he was battling injury. But the Cowboys are going to save money on Trayvon Diggs, and they know it. They're not going to touch that. They're not going to touch that deal. This is 2026. If they cut Trayvon Diggs in 2026, which I believe they are going to cut Trayvon Diggs in 2026, dead cap, $8.5 million. Cap savings, $11 million. If he's a pre-June 1st. If he's a post-June 1st, dead cap 4.3, dead cap 4.2 in 2026, dead cap 2027, 2026 savings, $15 million. Trayvon Diggs, I just think this is Trayvon Diggs last year. I do. It's Trayvon Diggs last year. Because the problem is, we got the pre-trade June 1st. We got the post-trade June 1st. My question is, anybody looking at Trayvon Diggs, why would they want to sign him? Unless he's going to go out here and blow us off the field in 2025, then why wouldn't we keep him? Why won't we keep him if he's going to be that good? Nah. Y'all can book it on Trayvon Diggs. If there is one contract the Cowboys did right, it was Trayvon Diggs' contract. And it makes me wonder, y'all. It makes me wonder if Trayvon Diggs and this team, Trayvon Diggs, his agent, the Cowboys, their doctors, like they were on the same page when they did this deal. Because y'all remember, now let's go back to something that people were saying. They said that Trayvon Diggs took a team-friendly deal. Y'all remember that? Well, maybe now we know why he took a team-friendly deal. Maybe now we know why he took the team-friendly deal. Now, y'all remember, Trayvon Diggs signed the deal, walked right in the contract. Boom. This is strange how they did that deal. It's strange to me how they did this deal because the way Trayvon Diggs was playing, hey, man. Some people say he took a team-friendly deal. Did he? Because the trajectory that he was on. Why would he take a team-friendly deal? Why would he take it? I haven't heard Trayvon Diggs expressing his love for the Dallas Cowboys the way we've heard some. which he probably does love the Dallas Cowboys, but I haven't heard him talking like that. So the Trayvon Diggs deal, long story short, they did that deal right. No, they're not dealing with him no more. They're not. I got a strange feeling unless he tears it up, this is last year. Ice Cold Cowboy. Let me tell you something, bro. I don't think there's a pay cut he could take. and I'll tell you this, Ice Cold, I don't think he want to take it. I don't think he wants to play for the Cowboys no more. I don't think D-Law wants to play for him no more. I think he's one of those players, and he probably will not admit it to nobody. But I think he's one of those players. He's tired. I think he's one of those players. I think he's tired. I think he's tired of Micah Parsons. I think he's tired of Micah Parsons. I think he's tired of Jerry Jones. I think he's tired of a lot of the hoopla that goes on around this team. I think he's tired of it. I do. I think he's tired of it. I don't think he wants no more of it. Nothing. I don't think he wants nothing else. I don't think he wants nothing else to do with this Cowboy stuff. I don't. He ready to jump. And I told y'all early in the season, if any of y'all remember, I told y'all, DeMarcus Lawrence told us everything we needed to know. You know what he told us? I'm not playing hurt. He said it. I'm not playing hurt. He said, I don't plan on retiring. And did y'all notice it was like every week? Yeah, Cowboys, DeMarcus Lawrence like he going to play this week. Didn't play. Like he going to play this week. Didn't play. Like he going to play this week. I mean, it was like every week DeMarcus Lawrence was going to play, but he didn't play. Let me tell you what DeMarcus Lawrence did. DeMarcus Lawrence said, I'm not playing hurt for this team again. Why? Because I want to play next year. I'm not playing hurt for this team again. That's what he said. Without saying it, I'm not playing hurt for this team again. I've done it, and I'm not doing it no more. I'm not doing it no more. He didn't do it. And now he's going to go into free agency, and I can guarantee you what he's going to look like. Now, the thing I don't think he's going to do, I don't think he's going to be looking to play for the Philadelphia Eagles. I think he bleeds too much blue to play for the Philadelphia Eagles. I think he bleeds too much blue. I do. But I don't think he'll be opposed to playing for a team like the Cincinnati Bengals. I don't think he'll be opposed to going and be in the rotation for a team like the Kansas City Chiefs. I mean, people got to realize, man, DeMarcus Lawrence, while he's not a great pass rusher anymore, I thought he was great in the run. We got to replace DeMarcus Lawrence in the run game. I thought he was great in the run game. And they suffered when he got hurt. They're going to need somebody to replace him in the run game. Damon says, hey, Jerry reminds me of that owner on the movie Major League, sabotaging the team on purpose. Yes, sir. He's done some crazy things. But I think he's about to make some corrections. Gary McKnight, he said, I was surprised the Cowboys had as many wins they did this season, considering all the injuries to key players. Gary McKnight, that's one of the reasons why I believe this team is going to be fine. If Dak Prescott can stay healthy, and that's the key, if Dak can stay healthy, if Micah stays healthy, they'll weather this. They will be able to, whatever gets brought on, they will be able to win some games. I see double digit. I don't understand people saying they're going to be below 500. Ain't no way. Ain't no way. They went 7-10. Ain't no way. If Dak is healthy and they're talking about getting a running back in the draft, we know I think they're going to get a wide receiver in the draft. We know they're going to get a defensive tackle in the draft. They're going to do some things. I just don't think there's any way. They're going to have to bring back some of their own and see if they can bring them back dirt cheap. I don't think there's any way the Cowboys don't win. Also going to Clam Chowder City. Clam Chowder. You think Philly? I'm going to wait Y'all should have gotten rid of D-Law years ago. They might have kept him a little too long. I agree with you. Freddie, the loser D-Law can go kick rocks as far as I'm concerned. You know, I think looking back in hindsight, they might shouldn't have extended D-Law. Niecy said, I'll pass out Gatorade. Yeah, they might shouldn't have never re-signed him. Freddie said, you never admit defeat like D-Law did, saying I was burnt out. Man, get the hell out of Dallas. With that loser mentality. Yeah, man. Yeah. Yeah, I don't think there's no way he comes back. I don't think there's no way. Delta Root says we will see after March this year, who Dallas gets in free agency. That's it. For sure. Yeah, we're gonna see what it do. Jerry's in win now mode. I agree, True Cowboy. I agree. Because he's not talking. Jerry ain't talking. I think what they're doing is they're now deciding, like, okay, we got our coaches solidified. Brian has his team. He's been looking at players in free agency. We have Will McClay. We've been looking at free agency. And, okay, what is it that we're going to do? Who are we going to get? They got their own players, I guarantee you, on the board. They've marked out DeMarcus Lawrence. I guarantee you, they marked him out long ago. Zack Martin, I believe he was already marked out, but they got him up on the board. They got him marked out, and they're going down the line, and they're now trying to figure out, okay, who are these guys that we're going to keep? Got the phone lines open again. All right, I got somebody on. Hold on a second. All right. You on the air. Who is this?
Andre.
Andre, what's going on?
Hey, man, nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you too, man. Where you calling from?
From in Texas.
All right. You from this DFW area like the rest of us? Or like some of us?
No.
All right. Yeah, don't tell people your exact location. You might say something. You might say something to somebody. You might say something. So, hey, man, good to have you on. All right, so tell us about what you think about Zack Martin. And then, we've been talking about positions and stuff like that. I mean, you're the only caller, so, hey, you can elaborate. Tell us what you think about this Zack Martin thing and then who you think we can get. I mean, do you think we got it on the team or do you think we should go into free agency? Tell us what you think.
Hold on.
Okay.
I think it's time for him to retire because he always hurt now. He ain't healthy like he used to be. You know what I'm saying?
Talking about Zack Martin?
And, Martin. It's time to go and get out the way. He was good for his 11 years that he was with the Cowboys. 11 years, right? I
think so.
Yeah, so he was good all the time. I'm sorry he couldn't get no ring, but, I mean, he probably, I don't think he'd be in the Ring of Honor or anything, or the Hall of Fame, but he was a great player for the Cowboys for his tender.
Mm-hmm.
So what would I do? Well, as a Cowboy fan, I would put Tyler Guyton in his spot and then put Richardson at the tackle, left tackle.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I'm talking about? Number 76.
Yes,
I don't know
sir.
his name, but
I know exactly what you're talking about.
I would move him there. He played good last year, and he's young too, and he ain't worth a lot of money. So I wouldn't go spend all my draft picks on line, and you got a line. I would make them earn their way. Make them see if they can play. Put it like that, and then I would go get a running back like we've been saying on the chat. I will get, like you say, 2 running backs if you can. But Cowboys got to, they got to sign some players. It's not so much making a splash. It's a need. It's a necessity to get. If you're gonna come out and say we can beat the Eagles, when Dak Prescott is healthy, and that's great. But we got to come out. We got to show people because they think the Cowboys are a joke. So if the Cowboys can come out and flex some muscle, which they can, they got more money. They can sign some people and put a team together. I mean, Why not? You got the money. I don't know what Jerry Jones be thinking. He be listening to his son because I think his son taking over,
Yeah.
and Jerry Jones is getting old. He's like 82 years old, so he's more like you say, like you've been saying. He's more the face of the everything, but everybody else makes the decisions. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, and you know what I find to be strange?
Yeah.
Jerry Jones has delayed his trial until August. Now, I don't think anything's going to come of that trial. He ain't going to jail, and some people been talking about forcing him out of the NFL. He didn't do anything against the team, and I don't even really know all of the details on it just yet. But I think
you talking about with the kid? I thought he got.
I mean, this is a sexual assault case they're talking about.
Oh man.
Yeah, he's got a sexual assault case. I don't think it's going to become of anything. But I think Jerry may be getting ready to step aside.
Yeah, it's time for him to. He's been doing it for. He don't even sound what he be saying don't even make sense. He like, what are you talking about, Jerry? It don't. He said he got that. You know when you get old and you get to talking crazy, but you in your right mind, but you just start saying, yeah, you start doing like you go to the stove and turn the gas on. No, you want to turn the gas on, but you think you turn it off, but you leave it on. That kind of shit. You know, just sorry for cussing.
Yeah,
it's just like it's just he do. It's time to sit down. You know.
Yeah.
It's just, and that's okay. That's okay to sit down. That's okay. You done got 3 Super Bowl rings, and you done been to the mountaintop. Now, the bad thing is his son ain't learned from him. That's the bad thing because he don't know what the hell he doing.
Yeah.
Sorry for that. But he don't know what he doing because he don't make the right moves. You got all the money, and you done seen your dad do it for 20 years, and you still don't make the right moves. So that means you just need to get somebody else and let them run it, the football part, and you just run the business part. You can't be cheap these days, and when it's competition, you can't be cheap. You got to go blow for blow. That's just like Wall Street back in the 80s. When you seen some money up there, you want to bid, and you got the money, you go get it. You have to go get it, and it's the same concept in football. You can't be passive, you know.
Yeah.
Cowboys, they got their legs crossed. They don't need to be passive. They have to flex muscle every year because they have set a standard of excellence, and people expect that. So we have to. Our mentality has to change as the owners. Cowboys owners mentality have to be more gritty and less commercial, more action. You know, but they can do it if they want to.
Yeah.
Yeah, their the coaching staff, I think he'll be good his first year because they're gonna go all in with him. But he has to win. Once he gets the ammo to win and show him that everybody he can coach. That's a great stepping stone. I think they'll make the playoffs next year because Cowboys usually like when they don't make the playoffs, they've been making the playoffs, and then they don't make it, they usually come back and be good in that following year. So I think they'll be good. So.
Think about when they typically don't make it. Dak Prescott is injured. that's when they don't make it.
Man. That's when they don't make it. And then we got this Cooper Rush guy. I'm please do not bring Cooper Rush back. Please do not bring what's his name? Number 15.
Trey Lance.
19, number 19.
Yeah, Trey Lance.
Don't bring him back. Yeah, don't bring none of them back because we better than that, man. We need better players.
Yeah,
and,
I like what we've done with the coaching staff. Yeah. I think the coaching staff's mentality, because I haven't seen this kind of mentality since Jimmy. So I like the coaching staff. So all we got to really see now is when do the dominoes start dropping on the players. That's all we're waiting on. Because that's going to, and matter of fact, March the 10th, tells us everything we need to know.
would you say March? That's free agency, right?
That's the tampering. March the 10th and March the 11th is the legal tampering where everybody makes the deals, and then March the 12th is when they sign the deals.
Yeah, because we need like 5, 10 players.
Yeah,
we need to go for broke. If we want to, we can beat the Eagles. We can beat the Redskins. His record is like great against those teams, the Giants. And we got to spend some money. You got to spend some money, Jerry.
You got to spend some money.
You got to spend it. That's what it's there for. To spend. It's not like, I don't know why they wouldn't spend the money. They can't put it in their pocket. It just adds up. It's just,
they got to do something different.
Why do you think they don't spend? Yeah, they got to do something different, man. We got to sign our kicker. We got a line. Our line is good. Our line was good last year. I think I cut Steele in June. Okay, that'd be the next big domino that might fall in Steele. Cut him June 1st. And yeah. And if not, you roll with him, see what he does this year.
Yes, sir.
I think Dak Prescott gonna have the MVP year because
no doubt.
He has a lot to prove. He done got a lot of money, and he has to get out here and play.
All right. Well, hey man, I appreciate the call. I got about 3 on the line. But I appreciate you. We're going to open it back up here in another hour because we're going to talk about Dak Prescott. So call back if you want to get something on Dak Prescott. But we're going to stay on Zack Martin for right now. Okay. And we'll catch you on the next one, man. I appreciate you calling in, Dre.
I will. God bless, man.
You too.
I'll call back.
All right, later.
Okay. Later.
All right, we got another caller coming in. The other 2, y'all hold on. Hey, what's going on? Who is this?
Hey, how you doing?
Good, how you doing? Who is this?
This Ernest Walker. I'm a first-time caller.
All right, Ernest Walker, how you doing?
I'm doing good, man. How about yourself? I'm doing good.
Good. You in Texas?
I am. I'm in Dallas. I'm in Dallas.
Yes, sir. All right. So what you think about Zack Martin?
You know what? I'm gonna tell you something. He's gonna be kind of hard to replace.
Yeah.
He's gonna be hard to replace now. The guy that I think that could probably fill that spot would be Brock Huffman.
Yeah, I agree. Brock Hoffman. Yes, sir. I'm with you.
I think he will fill in nice. And now that being said, they had a bad season, true enough, but I still think that they can. If the Jones get to work, they can rebuild that franchise the way it was before. Because I was very disappointed they had a 7-10 season.
Oh yeah, I agree with you. Man, it was a tough season, wasn't it?
It was. But that being said, they did have a lot of injuries. I tested that one. And the reason I say that, you look at the Lions. I mean, they had a fantastic season all the way to the end, but injuries started catching them with them. So that could happen to any football team. But now I am excited about the off season. I want to see what they're going to do in the draft and what they're going to do in free agency.
Yes, no doubt. Me too. I'm very excited.
Yeah, but my question of it is, do you think they still have pieces in place to build around?
Okay, ask that again.
You still think they have pieces in place to build around?
Well, I'll tell you this, even if they don't, they got to do it now. They've already gave CD his money. They've already gave Dak his money. It looks like they're about to give Michael Parsons his money. So they don't have no choice but to build around those pieces. They don't have a choice. And I think they got some pieces in place, but they got to put some better pieces in place.
Yeah. That's if the Jones, go ahead and do what they need to do. That's the whole problem. And for the life of me, man, I'm not an Eagle fan by any stretch of the imagination, but I got to give Howard Rosen his props. I mean, he did what he needed to do to get Philadelphia along. I respect him.
Yeah, And it's crazy now because everybody want to copy the Eagles. Everybody trying to copy the Eagles now. But it's funny.
And
go ahead.
He did set the blueprint now. He did set the blueprint, on when to take to win a championship. I give him that.
And the funny thing, Ernest, the reality is we had that us and I forgot the owner of the San Francisco 49ers. We actually set that blueprint, us in San Francisco. We were the two teams that started this whole thing when free agency went crazy. It was the San Francisco 49ers and the Cowboys. They started dominating.
Yeah, back in the early 90s. You're
yes,
right.
Sir.
You're right. And I give Jones his props when he first bought the team and took it. He actually let Johnson do his thing and put that team together, and they won 3 out of 4. Could have won 4.
Yeah, maybe even more according to Woodson. Woodson said they at least had 4.
Yeah, could have at least had 4. But look here, man, I'm not gonna keep you, man. I'm just waiting to see what's gonna happen here. I'm kind of excited, like most folks are. I want to wait and see what they're gonna do. And by the way, I'm gonna say this. I'm gonna let you go. I think the coaching staff they put together is a hell of a coaching staff.
Woo! Yes, sir. I love it. I love this coaching staff they put together. It's incredible.
Yeah, I do too. I think they did a great job. But anyway, man, I'm not gonna keep you, man. I'm gonna let you go. But I do look at your show and love your show, man.
Appreciate you, Ernest. All right, man. We'll keep supporting, man. We got more to come. Appreciate you.
Okay.
All right. You have a good one.
All right. You too.
All right. All right. You on the air. Who is this? Hello? All right. Look like we missed somebody. I'm sorry. Hold on a second. All right. You on the air. Who is this?
This is Chuck from D.C.
Chuck from D.C. All right. Hey, turn your volume down in the background.
Hold on.
Yeah.
Let me mute this. I'm sorry. I was calling. I think the line, like the last caller said, they finished the season off pretty good. And can you hear me?
Oh, yeah, I'm with you. I'm listening to you. Yes, sir. Go ahead.
Okay. Yeah. They had the line finished off pretty good, but I really think they should bring in the guy from Arizona because he knows the system of the offensive line coach. That'll be a good transition for the team, the line as a whole. I mean, you can give them ins and outs.
Yeah, I know exactly who you're talking about. Everybody's been talking about it.
Yeah, I think, because he plays guard. I believe it was right guard. I'm not sure.
Yeah, Will Hernandez.
Yeah, there you go.
Yeah, Will Hernandez.
There you go. Yeah, I think he ain't going to take a little bit of money, but he'll be probably excited to work with his line coach again.
And they're talking about it'll only be $4.3 million.
There you go.
Yeah, so I will not be surprised if they bring him in.
There you go. Mm-hmm. Take it down. Get it over with. Start working them out in the OTAs and everything.
Yeah, because I'm with you. Go ahead.
I wanted to call the other day, but I missed. I know Dallas. They probably get an offensive lineman, second or third round.
Yeah.
What about? Have you heard anything about Ty Robinson for a defensive tackle from Nebraska?
You know what? I haven't.
The kid's 6'6", 310. And if you look at his film, he comes off the ball. He plays the run. He's a good pass rusher. I mean, I thought he looked pretty good. I don't know, but they have him tagged for like fifth round.
Yeah. Okay, that's what I was just about to look at.
Yeah.
Ty Robinson. Okay, I had to check him out.
Yeah, I didn't know he was that tall. And I know I'm going off a little bit, but I wanted to get these off my chest. Nick Nash,
Okay.
receiver out of San Jose State.
Okay.
He led the whole country last year in receiving. He said he should have won the receiver award at the end of the season, but Travis got him by a couple of votes or something like that.
You said his name is Nick Nash?
Yeah. Nick Nash. They got him tagged as a fifth rounder.
Oh, okay.
I don't know. Yeah, it's just I think it's a lot of gems late in the draft that, you can really do good with. And Dallas loaded with fifth round picks.
Yes, sir. I'm with you. Because that fifth round going to be a doozy. We were looking at it last night. Man, that fifth round, the Cowboys might be able to do some damage in that fifth round.
Yeah.
Because they're going to almost be picking back to back. There'll be nothing in between them but maybe one or two picks. They're going to be able to do some damage, I think, in that fifth round.
Okay, here's a scenario. I told Law about it. He was like, okay. The Cowboys at the 12th pick, correct?
Right.
If Genty is gone, and McMillan also, I'll put that in there. If both of them are gone, if I was Dallas, I would call the Indianapolis Colts at 14 and tell them how much Miami, who's at 13, wants that tight end out of Penn State. Because everybody knows that the Colts want that tight end. Dallas would trade down 2 spots and get their 4th round back.
Yeah, you talking about Tyler Warren.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
And if Dallas comes down, then they can choose to get Hampton, Johnson, Ibuka. I mean, it still should be a lot of people there, but I will make that call to the coach and say, "Look, man, we talked to the Dolphins, and they're really looking at getting Tyler Warren. That'll make the coach make a move, and all we need is your 4th round pick."
Yeah. Yeah, I see the scenario. Yeah, it looks like they're saying that, the Colts want that dude, Tyler Warren. So, yeah, you're right. So if you could convince them that Miami wanted him, you could get that spot and you're right. Yeah, that's a good scenario.
There you go.
So.
There you go.
Yes,
but
sir.
That's all I got, man. I just wanted to put a couple things across to you.
All right. Well, I appreciate you, Chuck.
But if you can let me know about Ty Robinson and Nick Nash, I'll appreciate it.
Yes, sir. I'm gonna go back and look at them. We'll talk about them in the future show.
All right.
All right. Appreciate you, man.
All right. Talk to you.
All right. We got another caller. All right, welcome to Let's Talk Cowboys. Who am I talking to?
Smoke one for you, bro.
Who is it?
Smoke one for you.
What's going on, Smoke One? Is it Smoke One? You said Smoke 140?
Yeah, smoke one for you.
I got you. Smoke
for
one
you.
for you. Okay. All right, I got you.
Yeah.
What's going on?
Oh, pretty good, brother. How you doing, man?
Good. I'm glad you called in. What do you think about the
but
Zack
I
Martin
had
and
to
some of the
call-
moves we should make? Kind of let us know what
You
you're
know
thinking.
what, man? I'm not too pressed about Zack Martin being gone. I mean, it was time for him to go, bro. I mean, he done did everything he could do for us. I mean, he couldn't do no more. I mean, you can tell from last year how he looked, bro. You know what I'm saying?
Yes, sir. I'm with you. I mean, I don't understand the hoopla because we saw what we looked like without him already.
Oh yeah, bro. Oh yeah, all day long, bro. I mean, it's like people forget that who's the O-line coach we picked up, bro? You know what I'm saying? Like, we picked up the Kansas State O-line coach. You think that he's not going to make a change to his O-line and make it better? I mean, putting BB at guard where Zack Martin was at, that'll be a plus. Go get you a center. Keep Smith right where he at. Get you another tackle to back up the two tackles that aren't doing well. And if they ain't doing well, put in a new guy that can do well. That's what I see it. I'm saying you can still build a line. It's going to be a young line already.
Yeah,
So,
you're right.
I mean, I really don't see a problem. It really don't.
I don't either. I agree with you.
Yeah, I mean, and to answer my man that call, I think like 2 calls ago, bro, I'm telling everybody on Twitter, I'm telling everybody on Facebook, the Eagles copy our model, man, since the 90s. It's the same model.
That's
okay?
what I just said.
I'm going to explain to y'all why. They got two first-round wide receivers, believe it or not, right? And Brown and Devontae Smith. They got a number 1 running back that's a first-rounder. They got an O-line that's like the number 1 line in the league almost. They got the number 1 defense to go with that offense. What you think is going to happen, bro? We have the same kind of defense in the 90s. In the same way. A great tight end, too, to go with it. Like, people don't understand. That model's been here since forever. And guess who's copied it? The San Francisco 49ers and the Eagles did. And they just used it against us. I don't know why we went away from it, but I'm glad we're going back to it. You know what I'm saying?
Yes, sir. I'm with you. Yep, I said the same thing.
Geez, bro. Bro, it's just amazing how some fans not seeing what's going on. You got a running OC. You got a running O-line coach. You have a running head coach. What do you think we're going to do?
We running the ball for sure. We running the ball for sure.
And so this dude got at me today about Twitter. He told me that, the reason why the Cowboys look so bad because, we had a chance in 2021 to beat the Vikings. We had all these players or whatever like that, you know what I'm saying? But we never had a number 1 defense or any good defense to go with that offense.
Nope.
Ever.
You're right.
Ever. And that it's been since the 90s since we had a number 1 defense. It's been the 90s since we had a good defense. It's been the 90s. Y'all don't understand me. I'm saying this. It's been the 90s. You know what I'm saying? So, like, for people to go crazy over this team, y'all need to just chill out, man. Just let them build. Jerry Jones ain't been doing nothing for us for all these years. We finally got young coaches from college. It sounds like the Jimmy Johnson era. Let's go with it, bro. That's what I feel about it.
I'm with you. I'm with you 100% because, man, when you think about what they're doing, I said it to the previous caller or the one before that, it's the Cowboys. It's the Cowboys blueprint. That's who it is. It's Cowboys blueprint.
It's who it is. It's the same blueprint. I mean, you had a 3-down back, right? Which is what it was. You had 2 wide receivers. You had Michael Irvin. You had 81. What other side? I can't remember, man. This so long.
You talking about Alvin Harper?
I can't remember. Alvin Harper. Yeah, Alvin Harper. You had Novacek. You had a great offensive line. Everybody knows this. And you had Aikman that didn't have to do much. All you had to do was hand the ball off. You know what? I got a good stat for you too, bro. I want you to do this if you get a chance to. For this year, go back and watch the Eagles stat for their offense passing and for their defensive running. They are ranked 29 passing and number 8 running, bro.
Oh, yeah. I saw it. Yes, sir. You 100% right. You
I
are
ain't,
100%
man.
right.
That's a crazy stat. That's a crazy stat, bro. That's a crazy stat, man.
And that stat had A.J. Brown upset, but he was winning.
Exactly, right? So what's the formula? What is the formula in the NFL this year to win this damn game, bro? What is the formula?
We're watching the running back renaissance.
Oh, hey. Didn't they say that the running back is devalued now, bro? Remember
Yep.
that? How times have changed within 2 years, right?
And it's strange that Jerry was a part of that.
Exactly, brother. He didn't want to pay the running back, right? He started with Zeke. He started with paying Zeke. Everybody said, "Oh, you shouldn't have paid Zeke. Shouldn't have paid Zeke." But guess what? These running backs are more valued now, bro. They're more valued now. So guess what? The market might just go back up. You never know.
And they gonna be after them jokers in the draft.
Ooh, you already. Hey, this is the best time to go get these running backs. Oh, one more thing before you got the phone, bro.
Go ahead.
Have you seen that running back from Delaware?
I haven't.
Yarn?
What's his name again?
I think it's Michael Yarns or something like that. Michael Yarns. It's Yarns. He's number 21 for Delaware. Delaware University.
Okay.
Yeah, look him up, bro. He's straight, man.
You know what's
he
crazy?
runs just about as fast as Turpin.
They gonna have so many options. They can't fail.
Dude, they can't. It's almost impossible. All the D-line help, all the running back help, wide receiver, okay, but what we need to have the business is here now to go get them.
They can't lose. I mean, if they lose, they
can't.
They do it because they want to, because there's no other reason to lose in this draft. There's no other reason.
Almost impossible. And if you can't get players out of the draft this year, bro, I don't know what to say. And we got to do free agency, man. 26 players missing, or we got to do free agency. There's no question about it.
No
There's
doubt.
no question about it, bro.
Yes,
There's
sir.
no question about it. You have to do free agency. If people will sit there and come up, we want to do free agency. We have no choice. We're missing 20 guys. We can't pick them all up in the draft. Not no 20 bodies.
There's no way. You're right. There's no
There's
way.
no way. It's gotta happen. They gotta do this. They have to do free agency, man. It's impossible, man.
I'm looking up this guy while we're talking. His name is Marcus Yarns. Let's look him up real quick.
Marcus Yarn. Yeah, look him up. Hey, he played in the Senior Bowl. He might have played in the Senior Bowl. The kid is nice, man. He is nice. You got to let's give him a watch. He could be a good pickup for like a you know how Tony Pollard got picked up like in the later rounds in that draft he was in?
Yeah.
He could be like a fifth or sixth round pickup, no doubt.
And I was just about to say, man, he one of them guys, you know, you're making a good point.
One of them guys.
He one of them guys you can get late in the draft and have 2 running backs.
Exactly.
Because we need 2 of them.
Bring them in the spelling. Yeah, you do. You're going to need it. Oh, hey, I do have a question for you. This is the last one, I promise you.
Go ahead.
What quarterback should we get for Dak? Because we don't have none.
Well, don't forget, Will Greer's already been signed.
So we do have Will Greer. Okay.
They signed Will Greer, but I think they need somebody else. I think they're going to probably need a veteran presence. I think they may go veteran this time.
You know, I can see that happening. I just wonder who will be though, bro. That's another thing to think about.
Because I think they're going to get Dak Prescott's replacement, not this season. I think it'll be the 2027 season when they'll start looking at Dak Prescott's replacement. So I think for this Super Bowl run, I think they're going to be looking more this time towards, can we get a veteran in here that could back up Dak Prescott?
Yep.
That's the question.
Somebody that can actually throw the ball with some zip on it. Rusty has none.
I mean, you think about a guy like Jameis Winston.
Yeah.
You know, you start thinking about those type of guys. I don't know. I was kind of looking on here. Joshua Dobbs is out there. And Joshua Dobbs
Yeah,
can do you
that'd
for
be a
about
good
3 or
one.
4 games.
At least. Yep.
And
I see
then,
a quarterback over the arm, man, and run.
yeah. Josh Dobbs can do a lot of those things. So it'll be interesting to see. I mean, who do they get to back up? Because, like I said, Will Grier is here. But again, they could go to the draft. They might get a late round quarterback.
Yeah.
They might put a guy in development.
Know,
we'll see, but I don't think they will. But we'll see.
Yeah. All right. Well, I'm gonna let you go, man. I just want to call in and let you know that stuff, man. That everybody needs to understand that model has been there since the '90s, and it's our model. If we started it.
100%. I'm with you.
That's all there is to it. But all right, bro. You have a good night, man.
You too. Appreciate your smoke one for you.
All right, no problem, bro.
All right, later. All right, man. I appreciate the calls. And I think for the most part, I think everybody is kind of, I've been seeing some of the reactions that people have been giving on Twitter and stuff like that. But I think for the most part, we've already been prepared for what life is like without Zack Martin because we've been without Zack Martin. We've been without him. So I don't think it's a big, and I'm not saying it's not a big deal because I think we're going to miss some of that veteran leadership. But at the same time, we got a new coaching staff. We're going to have a lot of young guys. It's now, you think about this. If I'm not mistaken, somebody correct me if I'm wrong. I think Dak Prescott's going to be the oldest player on the team. The Dallas Cowboys are extremely young now. Dak's going to be the oldest player on the team. So as far as the Dallas Cowboys go, it's about time that they got to start getting these younger guys in. But I do think in free agency, they need to at least bring in some veteran presence in some of these positions. I do. Andrew said, I'm trying to get Jerry and Son taken for a while. Us Cowboy fans need a break. But you know what's crazy, though, Angie? They've been crazy silent. They've been crazy silent. And I think this may even be driving. I think this may be driving even Michael Parsons crazy because he's saying things in the public eye. They're not listening. I don't know if they're not listening. They're not responding. They're not. They got people responding. They're talking, but he's not responding. They're just not responding. And so I can tell y'all this. Let me read some of y'all comments, and I'm gonna tell you where we need to start, and then we're gonna start our Dak Prescott conversation. Let me go back up here for a moment. Rebel Chick says, "Smoke one for you. Take Jerry Son on a ride on your ship." Yeah, I'm awake. He said, "Who cares? What have they done for you? I'll wait." Damon Davis says, "Ice cold. I got him awake out since 23 enough." Let's see. Let me go some more here. Let's see here. Let me get some of these comments in here. Dominique says, "I think C.J. Goodwin is still there. And isn't he like 34? Okay. But Dak is definitely one of the oldest. Yeah. You only got a handful of them in the 30s, I think, Dominique. You only got a handful of them there. Only a handful of them there. That is crazy when you think about it. And in the grand scheme of things, it'll only be a matter of time. Guys, we're going to look up. We're going to look up and Dak's career is going to be over. We're going to look up in 4 years to be done past. It's going to be just that quick. Byron Joe David, what's going on? Appreciate the super chat. It's definitely driving the media crazy. They have nothing to report on. And you know what, David, I think this is one of the reasons why they're grasping so hard at Micah Parsons. I think that's one of the reasons why they're grasping so hard at Michael Parsons. They don't have anything to talk about. They just don't. They don't have anything to talk about. So because Micah Parsons is kind of, he's like what's letting them in some respects. But the bad part is Micah Parsons isn't even letting them in because the Joneses aren't talking. They're just not talking. They're not saying anything. And to me, I've been saying this for the longest. I'm sorry. I just think that's a good thing. I think them not talking is great. I don't want them to do any talking. It's time for the Cowboys as an organization. No more talking. No more talking. We don't need no more talking. All we want to see now is what they're going to do. No more talking. That's all we're waiting. No more talking. What are you really going to do? What are you really going to do? And I say that everything's going to start March 10th. But I think everything is probably going to start this week because the Cowboys are getting to the point. How do you do free agency? How do you do free agency unless you first do these things? Coaching staff solidified, check. Now, which free agents are we going to sign? They need to be signed before March 10th. The free agents we're going to sign need to be signed before March 10th. Because what's the point in going into free agency not knowing who you're going to sign? So all your free agents need to be signed now. Number 3, and I think it actually needs to be number 2. If you're signing Micah Parsons, doggone it, sign Micah Parsons. Sign Micah Parsons. Stop all the nonsense with Micah Parsons. Sign Micah Parsons now. I don't want to hear any more of the nonsense about Micah Parsons. Sign this man now. Sign him now. Angie the Rebel Chicks, appreciate that. Super chat. She said, let me find out Shotty got the Joneses family acting professionals now. Hey, it's crazy, isn't it? It's crazy. We might not realize what we're watching. We've been saying we want them to do something different. Angie, they're doing something different. They're actually doing something different. They're not doing a lot of talking. They're just not doing a lot of talking. So all we got to wait on now is the actions of what they're going to do. That's all we got to do. All right, guys, we got a couple more callers. Welcome to Let's Talk Cowboys. Who we got on the line?
It's me again.
All right, me again. What's your name? I recognize the voice.
Andre.
Andre, got you. Got you. Okay, tell us what's up. Give us some more, Andre. What's going on?
All right. Dak Prescott, right?
Okay, let's go ahead and change gears, y'all. Let's get into it. All right.
Okay.
Dak Prescott.
He is the most underrated quarterback in the NFL. He is the most hated quarterback. I've been watching the Cowboys since '92. I ain't never seen so many people hate on this one man. Stop hating on him. He is a great quarterback. The man had a broke leg and came back the next year and balled out. It don't make no sense. It's just I don't like how they be. First of all, they be hating on him, period. And I know that comes with the territory. He's a Dallas Cowboy, right?
Yeah, that's what they say.
All the hate, obviously. So even when he got his money, before he got his money, everybody was like, "Get your money." Then when he gets the money, they hate on him for getting the money. Like Stephen A. Smith, Chris Canty, all them kind of people on ESPN, they be tripping. I don't understand. I ain't never seen it. Until they started doing it. I know he ain't won the big game, but he's on the verge of winning the big game. I think he can. When he beat Tampa Bay, he should have beat San Francisco the next week, but we couldn't score a darn touchdown. We could have beat them, right?
Yeah.
I just want Dak Prescott to have a successful year and a healthy year and win the games he can win, and don't choke in the playoffs. You have to get over that hump.
Yeah.
Just Just go out there, ball out, stay healthy. I think they should move him around like bootleg. He can't run as much as he could used to because he broke his leg, but he's healthy. So, like you said, get him a track and field coach and help him move those muscles and get back in shape to be able to run and to be able to be mobile. You know what I'm trying to say? 'Cause that's my favorite quarterback. I don't like all these other buster quarterbacks. Jalen Hurts. What's the dude for Cincinnati? He's cold.
Joe Burrow.
I don't follow him. Yeah, I don't follow those guys. And Justin Herbert is overrated.
Very.
Josh Allen is overrated. Lamar Jackson is overrated. So, but they get to the those quarterbacks get to the playoffs in that weak AFC division, and they still lose. But they don't be riding them like they do Dak Prescott. Oh no. So I just want him to get the last laugh and put it in their face. You know, I want him to ball out and be like, y'all hating on me. He's gonna be so class, gonna keep all the class. You know what I'm saying? He's gonna be real classy about it, but I think he could do it. You just gotta put a running back, you gotta give him a running back. You know what I'm saying? That's his record. The record. So we got the line. We're gonna have our tight end. And I think we got to get the running back and another receiver. He was good in 2021 when he came back from the broken leg, and they had the 3 wide receivers. He was balling when that worked. So you got to give him some weapons. That's everybody got to be successful. He's not Michael Jordan. You know what I'm saying? He can't go out there. Even Jordan needed help. So he needs help. And if Jerry Jones and Steve Jones don't sit on their hands, they can help the man be successful. I mean, that's what you want. That's what you pay him to be successful. So
for sure,
I want him to be successful, man, before he gets and retire. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, I'm with you.
What do you think about Aaron Rodgers as a backup quarterback?
No way. No way. Aaron too crazy. Aaron Rodgers way too crazy, man. Aaron had his fan base going crazy. Dak throw one interception. They be calling for Aaron Rodgers.
Okay. Nah. Yeah, you saw it right, yeah.
No.
Okay, I like Josh Dobbs. Josh Dobbs, he's an underrated quarterback, and he's good too, but he just be on them sorry teams.
Yeah. And if you're just talking about, getting somebody for 3 or 4 games, I think he'll be fine. Yeah, for sure.
We got to be realistic. We have to get a good backup quarterback because Will Greer's not going to get it, man. I'm sorry. No. But, Dak is 31 and those little injuries be getting him. You know what I'm saying? It ain't so we need insurance. We need something that's just in case, like, get us through, if he do like twist an ankle or something like that and come back and nothing major, just in case. We need some insurance, so.
Oh yeah. Just like anybody else. You got to have a good backup quarterback. You have a good backup quarterback, you can keep going.
If I would go get Jalen Milroe from Alabama.
Okay.
If I'll go on, if like say he falls, because I don't think he's gonna be a top. He's not gonna be a top pick. He might be a second round or a third rounder. We messed up our 4th round pick. I don't know why we did that, but I would go get him if he's there.
Yeah.
3rd round. Yeah.
Yeah, I think they're probably going to get a quarterback in free agency. I'll be shocked if they get one in the draft. I'll be absolutely shocked. Yeah, I'll be absolutely shocked.
Do you think we should get Ashton Genty? I like him. He's good.
I would, if he's there. I said the Cowboys get him if he's there. If he's there, get him. I mean, he's probably only thing I'm worried about with him is the amount of carries he's had with Boise State this past season. But other than that, Genty look like he'll be good. I'm not going to be crying if they don't get Genty. I mean, if he's not there, I wouldn't cry about it. I mean, just trade back and get Amarion Hampton.
Yeah, I like Hampton too. I like Hampton too.
Yeah, trade back and get a Mecca Ibuka, and then get one of the guys from Ohio State. Both of those guys are going to be good. So the Cowboys can't lose in this draft unless they want to. That's the only way they lose.
Right.
So, wait, I
Right.
appreciate the call. I got another one on the line, so let me get them, and then when
All right,
we're
man.
gonna start
God
back.
bless.
We're gonna get full speed on Dak Prescott in just a moment. Appreciate you. All right, welcome to Let's Talk Cowboys. Who we talking to?
This is TP from NC, OG.
What's going on? What's going
What's
on
going
with you?
on, bro? What's going on with it?
Not a lot,
That's
man.
right. Hey, we the old school. We the old school fellas, bro.
Yeah.
Hey, I ain't gonna take up too much of your time. I know you got other people that's waiting in line. I've been a Cowboy fan for years, many years. And this time, I must admit that shot is something, because the Jones people are really falling in. They going all in on shot. Whatever shot it wants, shot gonna get. The Jerry Jones, I think Jerry Jones and Steven them is all in on shot.
I do too.
And one thing I do like, he's letting all his other assistant coaches talk, but he's about business, trying to get everything in order. You know, he did that one conference thing with Jerry now, and we haven't heard from him since. And I think he's ready. I think he's got both barrels loaded, and I think that we're gonna be okay. I think the Jones and them gonna do something mighty different this year. If they don't, it would shock the food out of me. But they doing some things now they don't normally do. And another thing, I'm gonna let you go.
Yeah, go ahead. You cooking.
It won't hurt me. It won't hurt me if we don't get Gentry at 12. But if Tech is there at 12, what do you do? Because I'd rather have Ubuka from Ohio State, and I'd rather have. We could do like Philly did with the Georgia player. Get a defensive tackle, get some more players from Georgia. We can go Ohio State, get the running back, one of the running backs, and get Ubuka. You know, and we still fine. And then turn the free agents all to pieces, and we up there. But what you think? If Jenkins gone, but Tech is there, talk to me. It's all yours, brother.
Hey, I appreciate you, man. Appreciate the call.
And another thing, OG, you need to put your cash app, baby. Put your cash app up there.
Oh, I got you. Okay, I'll do that. I'll do that on the next go round for sure. I put my
cash app up there, dog.
Okay, I appreciate you.
But what you think now?
Hey,
tell me what you think.
You cooking. I'll tell you up front. I've been saying the same thing. I'm not in love with Ashton Jeanty. I would take Ashton Jeanty because I think Ashton Jeanty is what the fans want. And I think he'll be a good back. But if he's not there, I'm not crying.
Mm-hmm. Right.
I would do exactly what you just said. I would actually trade back. I would get Ekbuka. If Amarion Hampton is gone, I'm doing the same thing. I'm gonna get one of those Ohio State backs. I'm gonna get one of them.
There you go. Because I'm gonna tell you something. That Ekbuka is nice, bro. He's nice.
Man, we looked at film on him last night. Man, that boy crazy with it. That boy crazy with it.
What you tell him? What you tell him?
Now, who's the defensive tackle?
I'm telling you who
Who the defensive tackle from Bama you talking about? You said you'd get one of them Bama boys.
I said that we ought to do like the Eagles did. They went and got them boys from Georgia. You know, they that Georgia thing.
Yeah.
I said we could do the same thing, but dip in them Ohio State boys.
Yeah. Them Ohio State boys crazy.
We can get a Buka. Yeah, we can get a Buka and get one of them running backs from Ohio State. Either one, don't make a difference. Flip a coin.
I'm with you. I'm with you.
Flip a coin.
Them boys cold.
But I'm asking you though, OG, if Tech is there at 12 and Gentry is there at 12, what do you do?
Oh, if Ted and Gentry? Oh, I'm taking Ted.
Yeah, you take it. There it is.
I take Ted.
There it is.
I like Ted because he's such a large wide receiver. I take Ted.
Right.
I would. I'd have to take the chance on Ted. I would. Like I said, I'm not in love with Gentry.
Oh yeah. Me either. Because there's too many backs. There's too many of them.
Man, it's a bunch of them in there.
Like
I think
said,
the Cowboys will be fine with Hampton or those
yeah.
Ohio State boys.
Oh yeah.
They be fine.
Oh, that boy. I'm down here in North Carolina. That boy Mario Hampton, boy, he bad. He a bad boy.
Man, I'd love to have Hampton. But
he
you know,
a bad boy. I'm down here in North Carolina. He a bad boy.
you mentioned the Ohio State dudes. I posted today on X. Trayvon Henderson, and people might not be realizing this. Trayvon Henderson is a 4.3 40 running back.
Thank you.
Let that sink in.
Talk to him.
This man is a 4.3 40 running back. That's a home run hitter.
Talk to him. And he don't shy away from contact.
No, sir. That's a home run hitter. I mean, I'm not gonna be mad if they were to do something like that. I'm not gonna be mad, man.
Look, and I'm gonna tell the Cowboy fans this. I know we've been getting our hearts hurt for a long time by the Jones, but look at the tea leaves. They are doing things they don't normally do when it comes to shot. First of all, they don't want to be wrong because they picked him, and second of all, I think they really like shots.
I do too.
Yeah, I think they really like shots. Well, OG, I ain't gonna hold up your time. I know other people got to talk, but we'll be getting in contact again. Most of my buddies are from Dallas, from the Dallas area. If I'm ever up that way, I might look you up.
Okay, but, man. Hey,
but get that cash app thing.
I will. Now drop me your name again.
Tony Perry, TP from NC.
TP from NC. All right, I had to get them YouTube names from right. NC? TP from NC. I got you, Tony Perry. I appreciate you, man.
TP from NC.
Yes, sir. Look forward to future calls.
Go ahead and do your thing, OG.
I got you. Appreciate
you. Go ahead and do your thing. I'm out.
All right. Yes, sir. Man, Tony P. Tony P cooked. Tony P cooked. I'm with him. Tony P cooked, man. He did. Tony P cooked. I absolutely love it. Tony P cooked. I've been saying some of the same things that Tony P is saying. One, I just said it. I'm excited because I believe the Joneses are actually doing something different. We've been asking them to do something different, and they're doing something different. This is not the same. What they've done with the coaching staff, they've put together a coaching staff that people are wondering, like, what are some of these positions? I mean, what are some of these positions? They put in place actually more coaches than we're even accustomed to. I mean, they've insulated Shoddy, and Shoddy has been instrumental in a lot of these guys that they've picked. I was impressed from the get-go when they said he's interviewed every single coach. Jerry just didn't bring them in. He interviewed them. And another caller mentioned earlier, I think it's powerful what he said. We're getting some of these young college coaches or some of the college. Hey, that's what they did with Jimmy. When Jimmy came in, they brought in some of them hungry college coaches. They brought in hungry college coaches. So we should be doing the same thing. I love it. I love exactly everything he talked about. And if Genty and Tet is there, the Cowboys got a great problem to have. Do you want Tet or do you want Genty? I would get Genty. I'd get Tet. Because I think for Genty, I don't think the fall off to the next batch of running backs is that far off. Caller, you hold on. I'm about to get right on you. I'm about to bring you in. Okay, I thought I had a caller. And the reason being, let's look at what I was talking about here. When you look at this kid, Trayvon Henderson, this dude is 208, 439, 40. I got a strange feeling. He's going to come into the combine. Some of these guys' draft stock is going to go up at the combine. I'm going to be very interested to watch the combine, guys. We're going to be covering the combine, and we're going to be talking about some of these potential Dallas Cowboy players. Trayvon Henderson, I will not be shocked if this guy's combine score goes up. A running back running a 4.39, if he messes around and get that into a 4.35, 4.34, watch out. And he's already carrying a load, man. He's 208. It's not like he's lighting the pockets. This dude is 208. Man, I get this dude right here. Man, I roll up in that joint. I like the guy. I'm going to do some research on this guy, Michael Yarns. He may be a great late pickup. Y'all remember what the Cowboys did in the draft when they got what's the running back? I'm sorry, the man, my mind is slipping me. We went and got the running back in the late round, who's now with Tennessee. What's the kid's name? Mine is bad. If I wouldn't have brought it up, it would have came right to me. Y'all remind me of the Tennessee guy that came from us. But we got him in the late rounds. And look how he turned up. I mean, look how he turned out. Tony Pollard. I thought Tony was a fourth round, I was thinking. Okay, third round. Wait, hold on a second. Tony Pollard, which round was he drafted in? I thought we got Tony Pollard in the fourth, right? So Tony Pollard, I remember Tony Pollard. Tony Pollard was a fourth round draft pick for the Cowboys. He was a fourth round draft pick. You could go in because we got those draft picks in the fifth. You could get Trayvon Henderson, Omarion Hampton. I mean, the choices at running back in this draft, I'm sorry. It is unreal the choices the Cowboys are going to have. There is no reason they shouldn't be able to get a great running back. They can get two. They could get the Michael Yarns kid in the fifth if they wanted an extra running back. I'm going to go back and do some research on him. There'll be plenty of other running backs that the Cowboys are going to be able to go in these later rounds if they want to get a running back in that fifth round, since we don't have a fourth. The Cowboys will have so many options. It is going to be insane. It's going to be insane. I'm just telling us. It is going to be insane at what the Cowboys are going to be able to do. I'm telling y'all, the Cowboys can't fail. They can't fail. The only way they fail is if they want to. Sir, I'm with you on that. Yeah, you cooked. You cooked tonight. So I want to switch gears. And I want to read this thing about Dak Prescott. Because it's one of the weirdest. I mean, the way this guy did this particular, the way he did his draft thing was crazy to me. The criteria that he used, I thought was crazy. But he's going to give his top 10 quarterbacks in the league. Let me put this up on the screen. I'm going to read the article that he wrote, and then we're gonna hit. This is going to be the closeout. We'll finish the show with this over the next 35 to 40 minutes. But let's look at this thing with Dak Prescott. Let me see here. Let's pull this up. I thought this was one of the craziest things. I'm gonna actually put this link. I'll go back and put this in the live stream, but I'm also gonna put this in the chat. Y'all can go look at it. I thought this was crazy. Jackie Smith, what's going on? Good to see you. I thought this was crazy. NFL quarterback power rankings. Which teams have the best and the worst plans? And he creates tiers. And I'm only going to look at the first two. But let me read you what he says. And then I'm going to flip it over to the actual rankings, and we can look at them. And then y'all come back, and y'all tell me what you think of the rankings. So it says here, having a quarterback plan, whether it be developing a younger player or building around a veteran, is arguably the most important thing an NFL team needs to have every offseason. Hitting on a quarterback can be a franchise-changing move, and being prepared to take advantage of that player is just as important. With that in mind, we're going to take a look and rank the quarterback outlooks for all 32 teams. Quarterback outlooks. This will include quarterback quality, investment, and how that impacts the rest of the roster. So his criteria, the criteria that he's using, just keep in mind the criteria. Because he's going to use that criteria. In my opinion, he uses his own criteria to circumvent a true top 10, because if you use what we've seen so far, the body of work, there is no way he can come up with this top 10. But notice what he says, as well as what the plan looks like for the upcoming season. So he's got tier 1, this guy makes life easier. He has tier 2, this guy needs help. So let's look at his, this guy makes life easier. So this guy makes life easier, of course. Number 1, he has Patrick Mahomes. He has Patrick Mahomes as the number 1 quarterback. But I don't know. Y'all tell me. He talking about, this guy makes life easier. Patrick Mahomes, after watching that Super Bowl, Patrick Mahomes we may have to finally admit, Superman needs the Justice League too. Superman needs the Justice League, because he can't take another Super Bowl like he had going against the Philadelphia Eagles. He can't take another Super Bowl like that. And y'all know this is a copycat league. That now that other teams have seen what the Eagles have done, all they would have really had to do is go back and look at some 1992-93 tape from the Dallas Cowboys, and they could get the same model. But the model right now the Philadelphia Eagles have, everyone's going to be trying to copy it. Defensive tackles in this draft will be at a premium. Defensive ends in this draft will be at a premium. Running backs in this draft will be at a premium. And watch this, offensive linemen are going to be at a premium, because the way you nullify that Philadelphia Eagles defensive line, you better get you an offensive line that can run the ball. You better get you a running back that can make people miss, at least make the first person miss, and a line that can open up some holes. You're going to need those two things. So this is basic football. Whoever controls the trenches, control the game. Whoever controls the trenches, control the game. So everybody is going to be putting a premium on defensive tackle, the edge rushers, but the defensive tackle in particular. Osa Odigizua is about to get paid. Osa Odigizua is about to get paid. Some of the free agents in the free agent defensive tackles, they're about to get paid. Because everybody's going to look at Philly and think, hey, let's build a Philadelphia team. I got news for you. Everybody can't build the Philadelphia team. They can't. Because what it's going to take for some teams to build that is you have to be part of the way they're already. Because if you're not part of the way they're already, this might be a 2 to 3 year process for you. So the tackles, premiums. Edge rushers, premium. Offensive line, take your pick. Premium. Because we got to find a way to nullify. Now we got to find a way to nullify this, and it's not just the Eagles. Let's not get this mistaken. It's not just the Eagles who have that defensive line. They just have I would say they have the better defensive line. The Rams got that defensive line. The Rams gave the Eagles all they could handle. And if you take away a bad day by the Rams wide receivers, we might be looking at a different game. Also, the Houston Texans have that same type of line, even though they're not in our division. And watch this, the Detroit Lions. The Detroit Lions were decimated with injury. They'll be getting healthy. So teams are going to have to go in the draft and not only get that defensive or try to get somewhat like that defensive line, but don't forget about your offensive line either. Because the way you nullify a team that can drop 7 and rush 4, the way you bring them out of that, you run the doggone ball. You run them out of it. You tell them all day long, as long as you drop 7 and rush 4, we're running right into your secondary. We're going to run into your secondary. We're going to run into your linebackers. We're going to run into the second level. We're going to run you off the field if you drop 4. Now you're going to have to bring 5. We're going to make you commit to bringing down 6. We're going to move you in the single high safety. Then we're going to hit you with play action pass. You have to be able to do this. And the Eagles were able to do it on both sides of the ball. They could control the line of scrimmage on defense. They could control the line of scrimmage good enough on offense because they had a home run hitting running back. He hit a home run. He hit a couple of home runs on the Rams, and that's what broke the back of the Rams. He got against the Chiefs. The Chiefs said, okay, we're going to take a choice. We're going to stop Saquon Barkley and make Jalen Hurts beat us. But in actuality, Jalen Hurts still beat you. Because you committed so many resources to stopping Saquon Barkley. You committed so many resources to stopping Saquon Barkley. Jalen Hurts, when he needed to, he was able to hit you for some passes that he never should have got. But your defensive backs are peeking in the backfield. Your safeties are peeking in the backfield. Your linebackers are playing the run. The Philadelphia Eagles, it's not just the pressure. And when I talk about the defensive pressure, it's not just the pressure. I'm talking about the result of the pressure. Because we got defensive pressure in the second half of the season. But what we were lacking was the result of the pressure. Let me give you the result of pressure. Sacks. We get some of those depending upon who we're playing, but we don't get them against the good teams. The errors by the quarterback. When you get pressure, we need to see the result. Are you making the quarterback commit errors? We saw the quarterback committing errors, Patrick Mahomes. Are we getting another result? Are we getting sacks? Is the pressure leading to sacks? To where we're giving this quarterback nightmares, to that even when we're not getting him, he listens to the pitter-patter feet and he gets scared. Are we getting the turnovers? Are we turning him over? Are we making them fumble? Are we getting the strip sack fumble? Are we getting the strip, the sack, the fumble, the return for the touchdown? Or are we making him throw the interceptions that lead to the pick six? When you talk about pressure, now we got to get the result. Because once we start getting the result, the pressure even becomes more effective and more effective and more effective. Our issue is we could get pressure. We could get pressure. We just couldn't bust the pipe. Pressure burst pipes. But the issue is you got to get enough pressure built up. We get pressure. We got pressure on Joe Burrow. But Joe Burrow ate the pressure that we put on him. It's not that we didn't get to him a little bit. But Joe Burrow shocked me because of the way he was moving his feet. He got away from our pressure. He ate our pressure. We couldn't get the result like the Philadelphia Eagles, the Houston Texans, the Los Angeles Rams. You got to get pressure. The Detroit Lions early in the season. Go back and look at them. There are different types of pressure. We can't say pressure is pressure. No, there are different types of pressure. And the pressure that Philly got, there's a difference in you can rush 4, drop 7, get pressure, stop the run game. Then I'm going to rush 5 and 6. Now I got liabilities on the back end because if somebody hit me, if they hit me with the play action, now I got liability on the back end like we saw with Devontae Smith against the Kansas City Chiefs when he runs right past the defender. And by the time the defender looked up, because first he had to peek in the backfield, and by the time he realized that Jalen Hurts was standing back there and just loaded up and threw it, too late. And if Jalen Hurts got that ball out a little bit further, the touchdown catch would have been worse. Devontae Smith had to slow down just a tinch, but if he'd have got it out even further, it'd have looked even worse. Everybody's going to be looking to try to build that kind of pressure. But you don't build that pressure overnight. You don't. You don't build that pressure overnight. Angie Rebel Chicks, appreciate you.
Here we go.
Yes. And that's what I've been saying. You need the Justice League. Patrick Mahomes. Superman needs the Justice League too now. Superman needs the Justice League. Isn't it ironic the Philadelphia Eagles colors are green? We found Patrick Mahomes' kryptonite. Not just pressure. Understand something about Patrick Mahomes. Remember what I called him early in the season. He's the smartest running quarterback out of all of them. He's not the best. He's not the fastest. He's not the shiftiest or the strongest. He's the smartest. Because you know what Patrick Mahomes typically does? Think about what I explained to y'all. Patrick Mahomes typically, because he's so dangerous with his arm, he's so dangerous even when he gets away from pressure. Patrick Mahomes is so dangerous that teams will have their back turned. Think about Patrick Mahomes. He's different than all the other quarterbacks. He's so dangerous with his arm. He makes defensive backs turn their back on him because they want to make sure they're defending the pass right. So they turn their back on him. Even linebackers, they have to be very aware in the passing game. They got to be very aware. Okay, where are the tight ends? Where are the running backs? Because this is Patrick Mahomes. This is Patrick Mahomes we're talking about. And so the defensive backs, even linebackers have a tendency to turn their back on Patrick Mahomes. And you know what Patrick Mahomes does when people turn their back? Scoots out of that pocket, sideline, up the sideline. Maybe he'll cut through the middle before they know it because they're so focused on holding these receivers because they're afraid of what Patrick Mahomes is going to do. Before they know it, they look up and Patrick Mahomes is 15 yards down the field and they're like, oh, man. And then he'll fake slide on them. And then if they hit him when he fake slide, or he'll get to the sideline, he'll stop right before he go out of bounds. Then they'll hit him. He'll get the 15 more yards. That's what Patrick Mahomes does to you. He's the smartest runner. But let me tell you, guess what the Philadelphia Eagles took away from him? The Philadelphia Eagles, in Fangio, he did something different. Now, let me tell you what we're going to do. We're going to rush 4. We're going to rush 4, and the pass rush is going to be so ferocious that all I want y'all to do is to, by time that wide receiver gets to you and make his break, Patrick Mahomes will either be sacked, running for his life, or getting knocked on the ground. One of the three. So don't even sweat what Patrick Mahomes is going to do. Because I'm telling y'all, I told y'all all of this early in the season. I'm just repeating what I already said. Did I not tell y'all? Rushing 4 and dropping 7 is the Patrick Mahomes killer, the Josh Allen killer, the Joe Burrow killer, the Dak Prescott killer, and even the Lamar Jackson killer to a degree. It kills those quarterbacks, especially the first 4. It kills them. Because they don't have the time to sit back and go, Let me read this defense. Oh, yeah, you're reading it. It's in your face. That's the read. The defense is in your face. So you don't have the time to look down the field and try to read there's my main man. You don't have time. These guys are so up in your face, you automatically got to try to dip out of there. And now your first read, he's gone. Your first read, if he's on a crossing route, oh, he gone. If he on a slant, oh, he gone. Now he got to start trying to work his way back to you. So now you're looking second, third. Oh, wait, I don't have time. These guys are in my face. The pressure is in my face. There are different types of pressure. There are teams that get after you. And there are teams that get after you, they sack you, they hit you, they knock you down, and they make your life miserable. There's a difference. We're not in that level yet. We always have flashes. We got Michael. Sometimes he gets there. Sometimes he don't. We got Osa. Sometimes he get there. Sometimes he don't. Short of that, you got to manufacture it. You got to bring Kendricks on a linebacker blitz. You got to bring one of the safeties that y'all noticed we were doing a lot of that stuff. If we didn't bring Kendricks, what did we do? We brought one of the safeties down on a blitz. Every time you bring that safety down, guess what? Somebody's open. Somebody's open. And the good quarterbacks, you know what they'll do? They'll throw it to a spot. And the reason why now I can throw it to a spot, because I got a wide receiver one-on-one with a defensive back, and if I just throw it to a spot, I'm going to trust my wide receiver. He's going to beat that defensive back to the spot. This is simple stuff. But I'm saying all of that to say, I'm sorry to take so long on that, but I'm saying all of that to say, hey, you said he makes your life easier. Go ask him about that in the Super Bowl. Go ask him. He might tell you something a little bit different. They have Patrick Mahomes. They're saying because after coming up short for the past few seasons, which again include the Super Bowls, the Chiefs need some bigger hits on offseason additions. Now, there's something else they're not talking about either. I know they're going to rework Patrick Mahomes' deal. Patrick Mahomes, I was looking at it today. Somebody had a chart. Patrick Mahomes has a pretty big salary cap hit coming to Kansas City Chiefs this year. He has a pretty big salary cap hit. I mean, it's not the Dak Prescott 90, 89 million or whatever it is, which won't be after they rework his deal, but I think it's somewhere around 65 million. They're going to have to do some reworking on his deal. And so now the issue is, now that teams got a blueprint on how to stop Superman, well, now you're going to have to bring in the Justice League. So now how do they get players? They put Travis Kelce on a time frame telling him to let them know whether he was going to retire. And I think they probably I'm pretty sure they got mad that Travis Kelce said he was coming back. But they got him at number one. I will not argue. Now, here's why I start arguing. Top 10 quarterbacks. They got Lamar Jackson at number 2. They got Lamar Jackson at number 2. They got Lamar Jackson at number 2. They got Josh Allen at number 3. I already got a problem with both of these. Josh Allen and Lamar Jackson, just based on what they've done in the past, I definitely don't think you can have Lamar Jackson at number 2. A lot of people talk about Dak Prescott being 2-5. He's 2-5 in the playoffs. Well, what is Lamar Jackson in the playoffs? So you're telling me the 2-time MVP, 1-time unanimous MVP, runner-up MVP this year, which he should have been the MVP because the numbers he had this year were way better than the other 2 MVPs. He had the best numbers in the league when you combine passing and running. And they gave it to Josh Allen because he had less turnovers. They gave it to Josh Allen because he had less turnovers. But the year that Josh Allen had was not better than it definitely wasn't better than years he's had in the past, minus the turnovers. They gave Josh Allen the MVP. And the voters ought to be ashamed of themselves. The MVP voting is it's a joke. They cheated Dak Prescott out of it in 2023. There is no way Dak Prescott should not have been the MVP in 2023. Dak Prescott numbers eclipse Lamar Jackson's even when you include the running yards and the running touchdowns. You don't even have to add Dak Prescott's rushing or his touchdowns, and he still eclipsed the combined total of everything Lamar Jackson did. And Lamar Jackson went into those same playoffs that same year. One and done. One and done. He went into the playoffs this year. One and done. They got Lamar Jackson in number 2. Blasphemy. No way. No way. There's no way I'm not giving Lamar Jackson number 2, especially when you put Derrick Henry on that team. I am not giving him number 2. You put Derrick Henry on, and I know Flowers got hurt in the playoffs. I know it is what it is. But Lamar Jackson actually turned the ball over twice. He turned it over twice. And if you don't think that had an impact on the game, it did. If that's Dak Prescott in that game and the Cowboys lose by 1 point, all everybody would have talked about is not the drop pass. They would be talking about the 2 turnovers that Dak Prescott made previously in that game. That's what they would have been talking about. Because they would have said, had he not made the turnovers, they never would have been in that position. There's no way Lamar Jackson can be number 2. I don't think there's any way that Josh Allen can be number 3. I don't think there's any way Josh Allen can be number 3, even based on their criteria. The Buffalo Bills are up against the wall. They got to make a decision on Josh Allen. He said contract impact on the team, financial. That's what he's talking about. Well, they got to make a decision on Josh Allen. Are you going to extend him or not? Because if you don't extend him now, then you're really going to be making a decision on Josh Allen the following year. You're going to be deciding on whether or not you're going to keep him. Because if you keep Josh Allen and if you don't extend him this year and you keep him another year, then he's going to be up for a real big contract. Well, you might as well just say then you're just keeping Josh Allen until he retires and you're not going to do anything else. I don't understand what he's saying about these things about, as he talks about the outlook. Allen's presence alone sets a high floor. Does it? This is only his second AFC. If I'm not mistaken, this is only his second AFC championship game. What is he talking about? The Bills might be more likely to keep course and allow young players to develop at receiver. But as we saw with the Cooper trade, Buffalo is not averse to take a swing at a potential number 1 if available. Y'all might not realize this, but the Buffalo Bills are up against it. They need to make a decision. Okay, I know you love Josh Allen. We all like Josh Allen. But what has he done for you? We talk about Dak Prescott. We say, well, what has Dak Prescott done in 9 years? So what Super Bowl is Josh Allen? What Super Bowl has Josh Allen gotten the Buffalo Bills to? What Super Bowl has Lamar Jackson gotten the Baltimore Ravens to? What has he done? I don't understand when we say this stuff. We got these 2 quarterbacks at number 2 and number 3. I don't agree. Number 4 is the one that's really insane to me. Jaden Daniels is number 4? So you're telling me a rookie quarterback, you're not basing it on his stats. Now, this is how I know how this guy is being disingenuous. He's not basing it on the stats. He's basing it on his own criteria. Look at what he mentions. Nothing better than a star quarterback in the early years of his rookie deal. That's his criteria. Because he's saying because his salary cap hit is so low, this puts him at number 4. Look at his discussion. The Commanders now get to double down on that around $75 million in cap space this offseason. Given how this offense was set up and clear structure around it, it's difficult to think about a potential sophomore slump. Really? Y'all remember who else they said that about? Well, according to these people who say this stuff, C.J. Stroud should have already won his first Super Bowl. Joe Burrow should already be on his third Super Bowl, according to these people. These people who say stuff like this. Joe Burrow should be on his third Super Bowl. He's lost one. He should have won one and should be on his third one. Because the only way is up for Joe Burrow. Joe Burrow is a bad boy. He's a bad man. You know what the problem is? It's called the football business. Yeah, it's called the football business. You actually have to pay to keep players around the quarterback. I know that's probably a novel idea. You never figure in injuries either. You're like the Detroit Lions. I mean, you're in the first part of the season. You're beating the absolute snot out of every team in the league, and you already know we're about to cruise to the Super Bowl, but game after game after game. Y'all might not remember this. I said this after the Detroit Lions beat the Dallas Cowboys, and they beat the brakes off us. Y'all might not remember this. I said, they're going to regret. I said Dan Campbell is going to regret leaving Hutchinson in a game that they were beating the Dallas Cowboys so bad in, but he wanted to keep Hutchinson in to keep the pedal to the metal on beating the Dallas Cowboys because he took it personal what happened in the game the year before. When Hutchinson broke that leg, he should have never been in the game. Hutchinson should have been sitting on the bench drinking Gatorade. Wound up breaking his leg in a meaningless play. They live to regret it. It's a battle of attrition. It's called a football business for a reason. But I noticed what he's saying about Jaden Daniels. Daniel is likely to be in a better environment in year 2, and his own play is a big reason for that. Let me help you with something. Once they get tape on you, they study you in the offseason. They study you. And it's strange to me, keep looking at these quarterbacks, what they do. Isn't it amazing? Jordan Love got a gazillion-dollar contract based off half a season. Look at him now. You can tell me what you want to. Injuries, okay, part of the game. He got injured, part of the game. But he also didn't look the same even before the injuries. It's amazing to me he's got Jaden Daniels at number 4. That's crazy work. And then at number 5, now he got Joe Burrow. Joe Burrow is number 5. So automatically you can see Dak Prescott is not in the top 5. Now, let me deal with the top 5 first. And then I want to go to y'all comments and y'all tell me what y'all say before we get to the second 5. There is no way that I'm putting Lamar Jackson. There is no way I'm putting Lamar Jackson, Josh Allen, and Jaden Daniels before Joe Shiesty. There's no way I'm doing it. My eye test tells me way different. Joe Shiesty is better right now. Healthy Joe Shiesty right now is better than Josh Allen and Lamar Jackson. He's not more athletic. He's not gonna run for 30. He's not gonna break a 30-yard run off on you unless somebody's in some crazy prefit defense and everybody's down the field, and then he's gonna break out of there and run. No, Joe Shiesty not gonna do that. But we just saw what he did this year. He's surgical. The game against the Dallas Cowboys, Joe Burrow's ball placement, he's surgical. He's surgical. Absolute surgical. I'm taking Joe Burrow because at once upon a time, Joe Burrow was also Patrick Mahomes' kryptonite. He was Patrick Mahomes' kryptonite. Joe Burrow, of those quarterbacks that they got ahead of Joe Burrow, he's also the one that's been to the Super Bowl. And when you think about Joe Burrow this year, Joe Burrow actually had an MVP season. What stopped Joe Burrow was his defense. So because Joe Burrow's defense was not good and he tried his best, he put up a whole lot of points. He put up a whole lot of points, but he just couldn't overcome some of those games the way he did the Cowboys, and a muffed punt helped him overcome the Cowboys. But in all of that, just in this top 5, it's already thrown. Jaden Daniels, I am not putting a quarterback in the top 5 of the National Football League unless they win a Super Bowl. I'm not doing it. Jaden Daniels is not a top 5 quarterback. Doesn't mean he didn't have a great rookie season. We saw Dak have a great rookie season. We saw C.J. Stroud have a great rookie season. We've now seen Jaden Daniels have a great rookie season. And a lot of y'all can probably rattle off a couple other people. I'm not putting Jaden Daniels in the top 5. And especially based on the way I saw him playing. The play style. That play style is not sustainable. We saw him get bruised ribs early in the season. Get ready. He's a little light in the pocket. Once they get film on you, get ready. They're going to get a few more hits in on you. I'm telling you, it ain't good for your health. It is not good for your health. But in that top 5, I already disagree. Joe Burrow, number 2. The other 2, if you want to argue, you could interchange between 3 and 4. Jaden Daniels, no. Same reason why they don't give rookies MVPs. Because we're not going off of, okay, it's one season. You'll get Rookie of the Year. You want Offensive Player of the Year? We'll give you that too. But unless you go and win a Super Bowl, and I think that is the standard that they set for rookie quarterbacks. I mean, unless you go and win the Super Bowl, you're not getting MVP of this league. We're not going to be fooled by 1 year. And the reality is he didn't even do more with less than like some of these other teams did. So let me go to some of your comments. I want to see what you're saying about this. Let me go towards the bottom here. Let me start with Chanel. What's going on, Chanel? Good to see you. He says you can throw that list in the garbage. Chanel said you could throw that list in the garbage. He said these idiot servers were saying the same thing with CJ. Boy, I'm telling you, we on the same wavelength. He said these servers were saying the same thing when CJ came in the league. Then the drop off in the second season. Man, you 100% right. The drop off in the second season because of the offense and the defensive tape on him every single time. Man, once they get tape on you, it took Dak Prescott. After that first season, it took Dak Prescott a minute to just, okay, wait a minute. They own to me now. They're on to me and Zeke now. We can't just line up like we were doing and just destroy teams. They couldn't do it no more. Man, this league will catch up with you fast. It's called the Professional Football League for a reason. Man, these doggone coaches will go in that off season. Man, they'll sit there and watch tape after tape, especially the guys in your division. And they're the ones who do it in particular. They'll watch tape after tape after tape on you. And then if there's a team that you played in the Super Bowl and they feel like you're the team they have to get past, or if there's a team you played in the playoffs and you're the team they have to get past, they'll even sit down and do their due diligence on your offense. Man, you mess around and play that team in the regular season, it's a copycat league. A lot of people think, I'm not sure who people understand is responsible for getting the blueprint on beating the Cowboys. But the Green Bay Packers, to me, was not the team. They were not the team that gave everyone else the blueprint on how to beat the Cowboys. Now, y'all may disagree. Y'all tell me who y'all think. I think the team that gave the blueprint on how to beat the Cowboys was the San Francisco 49ers. I think it was the 49ers who came in with a blueprint that said, this is how you beat these guys. This is how you beat them. And they were the one who started rushing 4 on us, dropping 7. Had Dak Prescott running for his life, knocking him on the ground, sacking him. Had Dak Prescott hearing pity pat in the back of his head, and it wasn't even there. It was them. I mean, to me, they were the ones who really laid down the law and said, this is how you stop the Cowboys. This is how you stop them. This is how you stop Dak and Zeke. This is how you stop Dak, Zeke, Tony Pollard. This is how you stop Dak, Zeke, Tony Pollard, CeeDee Lamb. This is how you stop them. I feel like they were the team that really, when we think about it, they were the team in that 3-year run. They were the team that really came in and started smashing on us. I mean, they literally punked us. They took our lunch, pushed us on the ground, and told us to bring, and you better bring your lunch the next day too. I want your lunch, and I want bologna with jelly on it. Them doggone 49ers, man, did a number on us. The only thing that Green Bay did, in my opinion, is copied what they saw Kyle Shanahan and his team do. Man, they did a doggone number on us. And so when you think about it, teams start figuring out how to beat quarterbacks. And I guarantee you, the Philadelphia Eagles, they better load up again. I promise y'all they better load up some more, because they will not be able to do what they did again. Because now people got film on them. And now somebody is out there saying, okay, so now I see. So we got to stop Saquon Barkley. But we also got to make sure we put the kibosh on Jalen Hurts. We can't do one or the other anymore. We got to stop both of these jokers. We got to stop both of them. Me, you take the Dallas Cowboys. If I were the Dallas Cowboys and I'm playing the Philadelphia Eagles, this is why I think the Cowboys have to go in the draft and get them a true edge rusher. I'm not knocking Micah Parsons. I think they need to get a true edge rusher. So you can line Micah Parsons up at linebacker sometimes. And then when you play a team like the Philadelphia Eagles, okay, Micah, this is the plan. This is the game plan today. We're rushing 4 and dropping 7. But we need you to spy Jalen Hurts. We need you to spy Jalen Hurts today. We got 2 outside linebackers. It's important that Sam Williams comes back healthy this year. It's important that we find somebody even. I say that's another position we need to find in free agency. I think the guy from the Greenlaw kid from San Francisco, we may need to. I mean, I'm telling you, we got to get another linebacker. You let those 2 outside guys, because I'm telling you, Matt Eberflus, I think he's going to do it again. He's going to try to go for the 4 and drop 7. I put Michael in that linebacker. I would like to see him in middle. I don't know. Some people don't think he can play middle. I'd like to maybe see him at middle. And I say to Micah Parsons, when I play a team like the Philadelphia Eagles, Jalen Hurts is your business. Wherever he goes, you go. You see him step foot past that line of scrimmage. Smack down. Smack down. Because you're going to have to figure out ways. Because Jalen Hurts presents a different problem in the drop 4. The drop 7, rush 4. Because Jalen has shown the propensity to be able to get out of some of those. So now somebody has to be there when he breaks out and everybody has everyone covered. Somebody got to be able to say, not today. And close on Jalen so quick. Close on him. You got to close on him so quick. Because one thing we know about Saquon Barkley, at least from what I could tell on the tape, Saquon is not necessarily a run up the middle back. It's not that he can't do it. He seems to be more of a, okay, give it to him. He's one outside step, looks for the hole, runs up. Outside. He going to take a step and go. They're going to pitch it to him, go. It's not a lot of times they're just up the gut, up the gut, up the gut. And I think Mozzie's going to be a whole lot better this year. They got to get the answer for what's going to happen with Oso Digizua if they don't keep Oso Digizua. But when you think about these quarterbacks like Jalen Hurts, somebody has got to say, I got Jalen Hurts. Kansas City didn't do that. I think they committed, and they may have overcommitted to Saquon Barkley. But they didn't want no parts of Saquon Barkley taking a home run hit on them. But I think when you're playing a team like the Eagles, you got to say, no, we got to keep a spy on Jalen Hurts too. So we're going to have to drop 6, rush 4. And then we got somebody on Jalen. Watch his eyes. Play the middle of the field. He tried to get some of that stuff over the middle. Guess what? You got to tip. You tip the ball, you get an interception, whatever the case may be. But you got to have a plan for a guy like him. But again, I digress. The top 5. Y'all tell me what y'all think. No way I'm putting Jaden Daniels in there. And there's no way I'm putting Lamar Jackson and Josh Allen over Joe Shiesty. I'm not doing it. Let me read a couple super chats, and then I'm going to get to some comments. Byron David, appreciate you. David, he said, where can I find that hoodie you wearing? Yeah, I saved this for tonight. I'm going to put the link in the chat for y'all. Yeah, this thing, man, I'm telling you, when I saw this hoodie, I said, wow, this thing is crazy right here. Let me put this in the chat for y'all in case y'all all want it. I don't know if y'all ever do any shopping on Fashion Nova, but you'd be surprised. Fashion Nova actually has an official NFL team collection. And they have all your favorite teams, or at least I think most of them. Fashion Nova gonna have to give me a sponsorship for this. Now I'll show you where I've been getting some of my wear. I don't mind sharing the wealth with y'all. I've been getting my wear from Fashion Nova. Let me see if they still got the hoodie. Yeah. Fashion Nova, sponsor me. This is the hoodie right here. I'm actually going to put this whole page. I'll put this whole page in the chat. Fashion Nova, sponsor me. Give me y'all owe me a $500 gift card for what y'all probably about to get from this. This is where I've been getting some of my wear from. And then, hey ladies, don't you feel left out? I'm gonna give you ladies. They got a very nice. I think they got somewhat of a nice collection for the ladies. Now be warned. Some of this stuff for Fashion Nova is a little bit. Let me just go and say it like it is. It's a little sexy. And some of this stuff, I'm not telling you to wear it. I'm only talking about the cowboy stuff. I'm only talking about the cowboy stuff, y'all. If y'all go in here, y'all go in here and wear some of this other stuff. Don't say I told you to wear it. But I'm gonna throw this link down here for y'all. Ladies, y'all don't feel left out. They got a nice ladies collection too. I can't go too far down, but they got a nice ladies collection. I like some of the pants and the tops they got for the ladies. I'm gonna get my wife a couple of these. But hey, they got some nice stuff for the men and the women. Again, we're gonna y'all make sure y'all share this portion with Fashion Nova. This is a free advertisement for them. They might get about 9 or 10 sales off this. But for sure, that's where I got the hoodie from. Yeah, I appreciate the compliment on the hoodie. When I first saw this, I was like, man, this thing fire right here. Yeah, this what it do, ain't it? I don't look like that no more. I need to show y'all some of my younger pictures. My son look like this now. My son, he pretty like this now. I don't look like this no more. Y'all gonna be seeing him soon. Man, we man, we about to drop. I ain't gonna even tell y'all the stuff we got planned for the future, boy. Man, we gonna be dropping some stuff on y'all ain't nobody else doing. But we gonna be dropping some crazy stuff on y'all in the future, man. Y'all gonna really appreciate it. But this that hoodie right here. Look at that price on it, David. Yes, sir. I'm gonna have to do a video. I was thinking about this the other day. I'm gonna have to do a video showing some of my cowboy fits. But yes, that's that hoodie. Ladies, y'all can wear them men hoodies too. Y'all can wear them men hoodies too if y'all want them. But I digress. If any of y'all interested in that cowboy fashion, I love these. I normally I haven't done this in the past. I normally spend a lot of money on. I shouldn't say a lot of money. I spend my money on suits. But this is where I am now. I mean, I'm buying some cowboy wear now that I got the channel. So representing the boys. Let me read another super chat. My man Alex, appreciate you. Appreciate that super chat. He said, for the support, Best Cowboys channel on YouTube. Also, appreciate you. Thoughts on getting Debo a cup in free agency. Can't wait till March 10th and April 24th. Oh, man. Boy, we going to be covering March 10th, man. March 10th and 11th. Man, I'm about to get me some sleep. I'm about to bring my coffee maker up here. I had the studio completed by then. I'm about to bring my coffee maker up here. Man, I may have to do an all-day show. March 10th, man, I know I'm going to do a large block just to see what the Cowboys are going to be doing. But yeah, I'm ready for them dates. Man, let me tell you, I think Debo Samuel, the Cowboys would be taking a real big chance. I would like to see, I just don't know how does he, I'll say this, I'm pretty sure Dak Prescott would appreciate him. Because Debo Samuel, he's another type of CeeDee Lamb. He's just a little bit more rugged. CeeDee Lamb is a yak monster. I mean, you know, Angie the Rebel Chicks, I think she the one who coined the fact he's a supermodel. I think she coined the fact he's a supermodel. But this dude, man, yards after the catch, man, he a yak monster. Problem is, he can't have another season like he had this season. We got to get him some relief because I don't think he's actually the one we want doing the stuff he was doing. Now, Debo Samuel, jet sweeps, love for Debo Samuel to come in and do those. Debo Samuel would be another run after the catch wide receiver. If the Cowboys could get Debo Samuel in cheap, now I'm not even going to hate if they can get him in cheap. Because I'm hearing Cowboys are not even going to have to trade for Debo Samuel. I'm hearing the San Francisco 49ers are going to cut Debo Samuel straight out. Boy, if they do that, there will be a run for Debo Samuel, I believe. There is a market for Debo Samuel. I would not be mad if the Cowboys brought him in. Cooper Kupp, I'm concerned. Older, injuries. And if the Cowboys had to make a huge commitment money-wise, I would be very concerned. I would be very concerned if they had to make a big money commitment. And I think on the trajectory the Cowboys are on, continue to get younger. I would actually rather than getting Cooper Kupp, I would rather, if T-Mac is there, if T-Mac is not there, do whatever you can to get Emeka Egbuka. And there are other wide receivers in this draft. It's loaded with wide receivers. I would rather get one of them than to get both Debo Samuel or Cooper Kupp. Only way I want Debo Samuel, dirt cheap. That's the only way I want Debo Samuel. Gotta be dirt cheap. Only way I want him. Angie the Rebel Chicks. She said Temu don't have the hoodie for the low. Yeah, you know what? And some of that Temu, man, I can't deal with that Temu stuff. That Temu stuff, some of that stuff be like one washing and you done. I mean, that Temu stuff is, man, that Temu stuff like one and done. So I can't do the Temu stuff. Now with Fashion Nova, Fashion Nova is maybe about 10 and done or 15 and done. You know, my wife is kind of funny. She actually like the Cowboy stuff. She's a big Cowboy fan too, of course. she takes real good care of the Cowboy stuff. I mean, she wash it and hang it up. She don't even dry it. She don't even dry it. But this hoodie right here, man, this is the first I've had it for a couple of weeks, man. I really like this hoodie. Real comfortable, man. The decorations on it, man, it's nice. I'm telling you, the print's real thick and everything. Yeah, this thing is nice here. So y'all just got a fashion tip. Fashion Nova, sponsor me. All right, let's get back to business. So that was the top 5. That was the top 5. And I was blown. I'm still laughing at what Chanel said. Chanel said, throw that list in the garbage. He said, throw that list in the garbage. Let me see here. Yes, Jackie Smith. Yes. We were not getting home. That's what I've been talking about, Jackie. All pressure is good. All of it's good. It's just not all the same. It's not all the same. Let me give you 2 examples. Y'all don't mind tonight, do you? Let me give y'all 2 examples. My wife is off tonight. I can stay on a little bit later. Let's see here. I'm sorry, she's off tomorrow. I'm going to stay on a little bit later tonight. So let me give you a couple examples of what I'm saying. I can use 2 examples in particular to show you that all pressure is not the same. And I'm going to use us as an example. Because I remember a game in particular. And everybody was talking about the quarterback pressures on Micah Parsons. And the game that really stuck out in my mind, it was the Cincinnati Bengal game. And the reason why that game in particular stuck out in my mind, because I was absolutely, and maybe I'm just the only one, I was shocked. I was literally shocked at the way Joe Burrow was getting away from the Cowboys. I was like, I didn't know Joe Burrow had wheels Joe Burrow was getting away from the Cowboys. And so when I started looking at the stats, and I laugh when people say, oh, we're going to talk stats. What? You got to talk stats. Stats are a part of what we're talking about. And when I look at the stats, the thing that got me was the Dallas Cowboys absolutely got after Joe Burrow. But here's the problem. 2 sacks. 2 sacks. And the interception that Joe Burrow threw, go back and look at it on tape. It was an overthrow. There was no pressure there. He sailed it high. I don't even understand it. They were actually going to put the Cowboys away then. Joe Burrow sailed a pass high, straight to the safety. So this interception, but if we want to give that the pressure, go right ahead. I'm just showing you when you look at this, it's not all the same. It didn't equate. And we had a high pressure rate in the Cincinnati Bengal game, from what my understanding is. We only got 2 sacks. I'll show you something else that's astounding. I'm using this game in particular. Something else that's astounding. Explain this. Joe Shiesty, 359 yards. Now, don't let this fool you. They were 4 of 10 on third down efficiency. That's not telling the whole story. If anybody remembers that game, we were having a hard time getting Cincinnati off the field. We were having a hard time getting them off the field. And then when we finally did what we needed to do, we had the muff punt. But we can go back and talk about McCarthy and that dumb didn't run the ball anymore past the mid-fourth quarter and all those things. But again, when you look at the pressure that the Cowboys get, this is the result. 2 sacks, 1 interception. We lost time of possession. You go back and look at Joe Burrow. Look at what he did to us. We got all that pressure on Joe Burrow. Look at what he did. He was 33 of 44, 369 yards, 3 touchdowns, 1 interception. Go back and look at that game. We got tremendous pressure on Joe Burrow. We did. We got tremendous pressure on him. Here's the problem. It didn't translate. It did not translate. And the thing that no one talks about, that even when number 27, I think his name is Amani, man, I can't pronounce his, I can pronounce it, but man, it ties up my lips. Aurorier, or it's something like Aurorier. Amani Aurorier. Say that 2 times. You don't even say it 3 times quick. Say it 3 times. Say it 2 times quick and tie your lips up. We do know we got back on defense, right? We got back on defense. They didn't recover the ball and advance it to the end zone. We got back on defense. And even with pressure on that drive, you know what Joe Burrow did? Dimed us. Joe Burrow dimed us, even with pressure. Joe Burrow was eating the pressure of the Dallas Cowboys. As a matter of fact, y'all remember that play I was telling you about? This is it right here. They got it right here. This is the play. Look. Why did he throw that interception? Let's run that back just one more time. I know they're going to ding us on it. I'll cut it out later. Look at this. Where's the pressure? Where? I don't even understand that interception. Where's the pressure? Joe Burrow sailed it. I mean, when you look at it, he had plenty of time. He just didn't put it in the right spot. No big deal. I mean, it happens to quarterbacks. I mean, I know some people don't think they do it. It happens to them. But when you go back, look at the pressure that we got on Joe Burrow. I'm just thinking about that game in particular. And there are other games. It's the same thing with us. When you go back and you look at the way we get pressure, I know we don't want to hear it, but it's the truth. We're not getting the same type of pressure. Let me bring that back up. I'm just giving you a couple examples, then we're going to go to the second 5. Y'all tell me what y'all think about the top 5 as I'm looking at this. We don't get the same type of pressure, y'all. We get some pressure. But if you're just telling me we're getting pressure from, Mozzie Smith, Oso Digizua, or Micah Parsons, we're typically only getting that pressure one at a time. Even if you look at that play, no one else, only one player even got in the vicinity of Joe Burrow. Nobody else. And even though we'll tout this whole, and I'm not knocking. If you want to do it, you can. But just understand what I'm telling you. I keep saying the same thing. What is the result of the pressure? Don't tell me you pressure the quarterback 30 times in a game. You didn't get but 1 sack. He didn't throw 1 interception. You didn't get 1 fumble. And then when you look at Joe Burrow's stats, they're ridiculous. This dude went 33 for 44 on us. This dude went 33. Let this sink in. Joe Burrow went bananas on us with pressure. Bananas. And then people go back to the other excuse. Yeah, Micah Parsons is the most double-team player, blah, blah, blah. You know what people never put into context? Let me drop a megaton bomb on you. You know what people never put into context? Well, sometimes you can't double-team a player. It's hard to double-team a player when they got other guys that can rush the passer too. We get top-heavy real quick. But we don't have multiple guys that can do things at the same time. So if you're telling me all I got to do is deal with Micah Parsons. Oh, okay, on the next play, all I got to do is deal with Odigizua. And the other thing that people don't understand, think about what the Cincinnati Bengals did. Amanda Kynes can tell us anything she wants to. I watched the game and y'all watched the game. You want to know something that the Cincinnati Bengals did? They were able to handle Micah Parsons without double teaming him. So what do you do then? What do you do when Micah Parsons, who's undersized, goes up against those teams who have the good offensive tackles, the good offensive guards? What do you do then? Because they can handle him one-on-one. And it's not like Mozzie Smith is an absolute monster. You got the guard or the center that may be able to handle him one-on-one. Or you can take your choice. Okay, we'll double Mozzie on this play. We'll double Michael on this play. All pressure is not created the same. I showed you last night. Matt Eberflus is trying to put all of us into reality. Stop talking about doing it like the Philadelphia Eagles. It not only takes depth, but it takes, he used it, not me. He coined the phrase, special talent. How much special talent do we have on the defensive line? Special talent. We're not even calling Oso Digizua special. He's talented. He ain't special. He may get special money. He's not special. Micah Parsons is special. So if all I got to do is deal with special and talented, you can tell me about your pressure all you want to. And I'm going to show you this right here. Joe Burrow went 33 of 44, 369, 3 touchdowns, and the interception that he throws, we don't even understand why he threw it. Now let's look on the other side of the ball. The Cincinnati Bengals that day did something very uncharacteristic. They actually played pretty good on defense. Because going into that game, we were like, they're terrible at defense. You want to know what pressure looks like on the other side? Cooper Rush went 16 to 31, 183, 2 touchdowns, and 1 interception. Now, let me tell you about pressure. Go back and look at the last 7 minutes of the game. I don't even know if he completed maybe 1 pass. Some of it's him, some of it's a little bit of pressure. See, good quarterbacks eat pressure. Cooper Rush is a backup who did a good job. He's not going to be my starting quarterback on my franchise. He's not going to eat pressure. No, you need a secure pocket for him. The moment things start getting a little topsy-turvy, Cooper Rush, you get him off his first read, you got him. That's all you have to do. Get him off his first read. He done. He ain't going to do a lot of scrambling. He ain't going to get away from you. He done. And I'm showing you this because I want to show you the next example of pressure. Let me show you the next example. I'm just using these 2 examples because I'm telling us context matters. I'm going to show you what real pressure looks like, what the result. That's what I keep talking about. Understand what I'm saying? All pressure is good. It's just not the same. Problem is when you run up against a very good quarterback, they run away from your pressure. They run away from it. There's nothing you can do. They run away from it. Patrick Mahomes does this on a regular basis. Lamar Jackson does this on a regular basis. Josh Allen does it on a regular basis. We're even seeing Joe Shiesty starting to do this on a little bit of a basis. Dak Prescott used to do this on a regular basis. Dak Prescott outside the pocket. How dangerous was he? Russell Wilson made a living getting outside the pocket, making things happen. Okay, you want to flush me out of the pocket? You just flush me into my game. All pressure is not the same. It's not created equal. Let me show you what real pressure looks like. Let me show you what it looks like. You want to know what real pressure looks like? This is the result of real pressure. I'm not concerned about the pressure. I want to know the result of the pressure. You know the first thing I notice? Y'all do know this score is a lie, right? This score is an absolute lie. It's a lie. You know what the real score in this game? It was 34-6 at the end of the third quarter. Even when they got into the fourth quarter, the Philadelphia Eagles were already up 40. They already had 40. And then they put Jalen Hurts out the game, I think, 6 minutes to go? Kenny Pickett got to play in the Super Bowl. Let that sink in. You want to know what real pressure looks like? Show me the score. Show me the score. This is what I'm saying about us. You got to show me the result of pressure. Don't tell me we got pressure. Show me the result. Jackie said it right. We were not. Let me put her quote up here. Look at what she said. Jackie Smith said, we were not getting home, though. She's exactly right. There's a difference. There's levels to this. Just like everything else, there's levels. I'm trying to give us the rest of the story. To say that pressure is all you need is a blanket statement. I'm not disagreeing that you need pressure, but understand, I need to know the result of the pressure. Because if I'm playing Cooper Rush and you tell me we got pressure, I'm going to say, yeah, you won that game. Why you say that? It's Cooper Rush. I mean, it's Cooper Rush. Even Tua Tagovailoa, you got pressure? Yeah, I know you won that game. Trevor Lawrence, we've seen it in action. Oh, you got pressure? You probably beat Trevor Lawrence. Justin Herbert, we saw it in the playoffs. You got pressure? Yeah, you probably beat Justin Herbert. You tell me you got pressure on Josh Allen, I'm gonna go, oh, did you win? Because I know what Josh Allen do when you flush him out of the pocket. Did you win? What was the score? How many sacks you get? How many sacks for loss did you get? Did he turn the ball over? He's a turnover machine. Definitely if you get some pressure on him, he reverts back to a pumpkin. Lamar Jackson, same way. You tell me you got pressure on him, I'm going to ask you the question. Did you win? Did you sack him? Did you turn him over? I got to ask you those questions with a quarterback like them. Patrick Mahomes, you got pressure on him. Did you win? What's the score? Did you sack him? Did you knock him down? Did you make him commit errors? What was the result of the pressure? Because if you tell me the Dallas Cowboys, because I watch our team more than anybody, and you tell me I'm watching the game, I'm watching the Cincinnati Bengal game, and I'm not thinking nothing about all the quarterback pressures the Dallas Cowboys got. You know why? Because, let me put what Jackie Smith said on the screen again. I'm not thinking about those quarterback pressures. You know what I'm actually thinking? I didn't know Joe Burrow had wheels like that. I didn't know Joe Burrow could get away from Michael Parsons like that. I didn't know Joe Burrow could get away from Oso Digizua. I didn't know Joe Burrow had wheels. I didn't until I saw him play Dallas. Man, I'm telling you, there were certain plays when we could get him in third and longs. We were chasing Joe Burrow all over the place. And I was blown away. Wait a minute, hold on. You're telling me that we're letting Joe Burrow get away from us? Yeah. Yeah, we moved him off his mark. Think about it. The interception that he threw was in the pocket. But if you look at some of the throws he made out of the pocket, what? Let me show you what real pressure looks like. Let me show you the result of pressure. The kind of pressure that wins Super Bowls. The kind of pressure that wins championships. Let me show you what that pressure looks like. Hold on a second. 275 wouldn't be a big deal to me until you tell me it's Patrick Mahomes. Now my spidey senses are tingling. Hold on a second. You held Patrick Mahomes to 275 total yards, 226 passing yards. Now, if you tell me that Jalen Hurts got 210, I'm still questioning. I'm like, oh, hold on a second. So it was 210 yards passing for Jalen Hurts. Okay, well, he don't even throw 200 yards sometimes. Okay, I mean, give me some more. You tell me you held Patrick Mahomes to 226. Now my mind is going, that game must have been close. Unless Pacheco went off. But now I get to look at this. 49 yards rushing. I can look at this box score right now. I don't even have to know the score. Tell me y'all can't do the same thing. If you telling me that Kansas City, 275 total yards, 226 passing yards, 49 yards rushing, tell me you can't look at that box score and say, Kansas City got beat. They got beat. You want to go even worse? This is how I know that this is a different type of pressure. Look how many first downs they got. Think about this. Some of these were in garbage time. If there's ever been a stat known as garbage time stats, what Patrick Mahomes did in the fourth quarter of the Super Bowl, I'm sorry, it's worse than anything I ever saw Dak Prescott do. That was literal garbage throw-up time. I don't know if I've seen a team get beat that bad. They got beat, not just on the scoreboard. They got beat. You want to know what real pressure looks like? They got 49 total plays. Let that sink in. Keep in mind, they let the foot off the gas in the fourth. How many of those total plays do you think they got in the fourth quarter? When the Philadelphia Eagles put their backup defense in. You want to know what real pressure looks like? Try this on for size. Don't tell me the quarterback pressures. Tell me how many times you sacked him. They sacked him 6 times. You're winning a lot of games like that. Yeah, we get 6 sacks against the Carolina Panthers. We ain't getting 6 sacks against Kansas City. 6 sacks. That's what pressure looks like. You want to know what pressure looks like? 6 punts. I bet you the punter for the Kansas City Chiefs hadn't worked that hard in weeks. I bet you hadn't worked that hard in seasons. 6 punts, 6 sacks. Wait a minute. You want to really see what's working? Look at how many fumbles. That's pressure. Fumbles. You want to know what pressure really looks like? I would love to know what those 7 for 75 were. How much you bet some of those were holding calls? How much you bet? How much you bet some of those were holding calls? You want to know what real pressure looks like? 1 fumble. One fumble, 2 interceptions. That's what real pressure looks like. That's what real pressure looks like. That's what you call, let me see the result of the pressure. Don't tell me you got pressure on Joe Burrow and then you go telling the whole world, yeah, we got the most quarterback pressures. But you lost the game. Yeah, but we lost because of Amani number 27. Let me tell you something. That ain't true. He contributed to the loss. Because let me tell you something about this Kansas City game. Is it 22-28? Is it 22-29? It was a slaughter of the lambs. It was 34-6 at the end of the third quarter. This is the result of real pressure. I'm sorry. I know people don't like what I'm telling you. We need more context to this, because if you listen to this type of stuff, then it really starts to make you wonder, well, if we're getting all these quarterback pressures, we should be better. No, you need to know the context of the quarterback pressures. What's the result? Tell me you led the league in pressures. I'm just telling y'all, I could be crazy. That's an embarrassing stat to me. It's an embarrassing stat from this perspective. So you're telling me we got the most quarterback pressures in the second half of the season, the most sacks in the second half of the season, and we still wound up 7-10? So how are teams putting points up on us if we're doing all of this with quarterback pressures? Because they should be leading the stuff, stopping the run. Hold on a second. Let me go back again. I didn't even show you this. Let me show you this part. Let me show you the player stats. Y'all remember Joe Burrow was 33 or 44 on us and 3 touchdowns and 1 interception? Look at Patrick Mahomes. He was 21 or 32, 257. You know why this is deceptive? Because he got a lot of this in the fourth quarter in garbage time. Garbage time. You want to see what rushing 4 and dropping 7 look like with real pressure? You're not only stopping a highly effective, potent quarterback. He was 4 for 25. Kareem Hunt was 3 for 9. Perrine was 1 for 8, and Pacheco was 3 for 7. You want to know what real pressure looks like? I know what it looks like. Super Bowls. NFC championships. That's what it looks like. Divisional wins. Wild card wins. That's what it looked like. And for everyone who tells me about all of this pressure, okay, we can agree. Pressure, you need it. But it's not all the same. There is pressure that gets results, and there's pressure that gets you those stats. I just laugh at me. Like, Micah, he's the most double team. Can I help you to understand why? Y'all help me out. This is not about the Eagles. This is about when you got a team like the Eagles. Y'all help me out. Maybe I'm dumb. Y'all tell me, what are you going to do? Who are you going to double team on this team? Who are you going to double team on the Eagles offensive line? Explain it to me. Explain who you are going to double team. When these boys are coming like this, when you're looking at these tackles and sacks, who do you double? Good luck. You're just basically picking which one of these guys you want to destroy you. That's all you're picking. That's real pressure. That's what I keep trying to explain. And I think I'm explaining it correctly. The problem is it undoes so many narratives. It does. Because you got to tell me the result of the pressure. Don't give me the fan that, yeah, you want to tell me we got pressures because I know we want to claim, hey, man, our team is not that bad. We need to admit who we are so we can understand what we need and understand the help that we need. And when you go back and look at Philly, this is why everyone's going to try to copy them, and they're going to find out very fast you're not going to be able to do this as easy as you may think. But when you think about what they did to the Washington Commanders, you want to see the result of pressure? Look at the result of pressure. Why does it keep looking the same? It just keeps looking the same. 251 passing, 99 yards rushing. Look at this. You start going down and look what you see. 3 sacks allowed. They only held them to 1 punt. I wonder what the penalties were, but look over here. This is what pressure gets you. Look how many fumbles they lost. There has to be a result. 3 fumbles lost. 1 interception. There has to be. And if you go back and look at Philly, one of the things they were able to show you on tape and in the score box, You know what they were able to show you? The thing I keep trying to explain that people, they don't want to admit it. You don't have to. It don't mean it's not true. The result of the pressure. Understand. This is Matthew Stafford. Still 291. Rushing yards 111. They did a pretty good job on Philly. Go back. These two teams both showed you what pressure looks like. Look at what they did. The Rams sacked 5 times, punted 5 times, fumbles lost. This is one of the things that got them. Fumbles lost 2 times. That's pressure. But look at what they were equally able to do to the Philadelphia Eagles. Sacks allowed 7, punts 4. Look at this though. Fumbles lost 0, interceptions thrown 0. Are you surprised by the score? I'm not. Both teams not only applied pressure, both teams had results of pressure, and the team that had the better results of the pressure is none other than the Philadelphia Eagles. The Rams are going to be nasty next year. 2025, the Rams are going to be nasty. The defensive line is insanity. It's insanity. We got more than the Eagles to worry about, y'all. This Rams defensive line, it's insanity. And the Detroit Lions will be healthy again. Their defensive line, it's pretty good too. I'm telling you, I'm not going to go back and look at Detroit, but all you have to do, go back and look at Detroit. Look at how they looked when their defense was healthy. They were getting home on teams. That's why they were killing teams. I'm just telling us about us, man. It's nothing. I don't think I'm telling us anything that we all shouldn't absolutely know. Cowboys need more than Micah Parsons, just like they need more than Dak Prescott and CeeDee Lamb. We got to stop being so top heavy. Okay, we got a top 5 quarterback. Someone can disagree. We got a top 5 quarterback. We got a top 3 wide receiver. Can you tell me what does the offense look around that top 5 and top 3 wide receiver? What do we look like other than that? Do we have a top 5 running back? Do we have a top 10 running back? What do we have on the offensive line? Do we have at least 2 to 3 top 10 pieces in there? What do we have at wide receiver? Okay, we got a top 3. What's the next guy? Is he top 10? Is he top 20? Is he top? Boy, we'll get top heavy on you in a minute. And then be thinking a top heavy team is supposed to go in and beat teams that are totally complete. We can't do it. This is one of the reasons why we have a top 5 quarterback. But we're not getting top 5 results. We have a top 5 quarterback, but we don't have a top 5 team. Somebody got to say it. When you got a top 5 team, you don't even have to have a top 5 quarterback. You know how I know? Argue for Jalen Hurts being a top 5 quarterback. I'll wait. Argue for Jalen Hurts being a top 5 quarterback. I bet you there's not a person outside of Philadelphia that'll tell you Jalen Hurts is a top 5 quarterback. And you'll even get some people in Philadelphia that'll tell you, well, no, he's not a top 5 quarterback. But ask, did he have a top 5 team? Ask, did he have a top 5 team? So now we got a different argument. Top 5 quarterback versus top 5 team. I can make the argument that the Dallas Cowboys have a top 5 quarterback, a top 5 wide receiver, a top 5 edge rusher, but I can't make an argument in Hades that we even have a top 10 team. But you can tell me that Jalen Hurts is not a top 10 quarterback, and I'll agree with you. But you can't tell me he don't have a top 10 team because everything around him in positions, he's got top 10, top 5. This is where we got to get better. And this is why I'm telling you, when you start looking at this stuff with teams and you start talking about these fancy stats, I get it. You can talk to me about pressure. I can get it. I can deal with it. I can even agree. But now I'm going to ask you the second level question. And then this is where you're going to start tripping on me. Can you tell me the results of the pressure? Because it's not translating. It wasn't translating before Micah Parsons got hurt. It wasn't translating before Micah Parsons got hurt. It wasn't. We were getting mollywopped by teams before Micah Parsons went down. Mollywopped. even in the game he got hurt in. We had to take the New York Giants down to the last play of the game. Even before Michael Parsons got hurt. And then he comes back in the soft part of the schedule. Still wasn't really translating. It wasn't translating. It just wasn't translating. And that's why, for me, even when we start talking about stats, man, you know what? All that stat stuff is great. There are so many statisticians. So many statisticians. They have no Super Bowls. Do y'all know that Zack Martin, if I'm not mistaken, Zack Martin has more Pro Bowls than he does holding calls? It's a great stat, isn't it? I want y'all to let that sink in. He has more Pro Bowls, if I'm not mistaken, than holding calls in his entire career. Tell me how many Super Bowls he has. Alex, appreciate that super chat. He said you should definitely do a live show for the draft. We'd love to see your reactions, man. Hey, done. I'm excited about the draft. I'm excited about it. I think the Cowboys are going to do some things that's going to surprise us. And I'm also going to do free agency. Man, I'm going to be all over free agency. 10th, 11th, and 12th. I may have to take a vacation that week. I think I am going to take a vacation that week. I'm going to be all over it. Be all over it. I am. I'm telling us, guys, when we start talking about these things, pressure, yes, it's great. But unless you can produce the result of it, it's meaningless. I don't care if you get 95 pressures in a game. If you didn't get but one sack, you failed. If you got 95 pressures and you lost, yeah, you failed. You know why? Because you're not getting the result. Yeah, Michael Parsons is fast, quick, strong. He can get away from guys, chase quarterbacks. He's not sacking them all the time. He's not sacking them. He's not sacking them. And that's the cold, hard facts. That's the cold, hard facts we don't want to accept. That don't mean Michael Parsons isn't good. Doesn't mean he isn't great. He's just not getting the results. Think on this, then we're going to go back to the top 5. I wish the box score on here showed the actual quarterback pressures. I wish it showed us the quarterback pressures because I would love to see how those line up. You want to see an amazing stat? I'm about to drop a megaton bomb on some of us. You want to see an amazing stat? Y'all remember Michael Parsons walked off the field before the game was over in the Cincinnati Bengals game. Y'all remember that, right? Not hating on Michael Parsons. I'm just showing you truth that people who scream about Michael Parsons, generational, game changer, all these things, comparing to the great, of which you cannot compare him to the greats. I'm sorry. It's too early. You want to see an astounding stat? I want you to feast your eyes on the Cincinnati Bengals game. The game that he walked out on. I'm going to show you something that is mind-blowing. These are the defensive stats of the defensive players. And it starts from top to bottom as in tackles and sacks, right? And I'm telling you, this is telling the tale of the game too. All pressure is not created equal. If you think about how Mike Zimmer was getting pressure, and this is the part people don't want to talk about again. I'm giving you the cold hard facts. You can hate me or love me. You know how Mike Zimmer started getting pressure? By rushing 5. By rushing maybe 6. Mike Zimmer was disguising his looks. He would make it look like he was rushing 4, and he would rush 5. He would make it look like he's rushing 4, and he would drop 6. He would put his back in man-to-man, and it happened in the Cincinnati Bengals game. And you know what happened? Joe Burrow was diming out those one-on-ones. Y'all remember? He got Deron Bland on a one-on-one. You remember the Philadelphia Eagle game? You don't find it to be strange? Kenny Pickett and the backup quarterback. Did you notice how they were beating him? Man-to-man coverage. Why? Because Mike Zimmer, because of a lack of talent, was disguising his looks so he could get pressure. But the problem is, Kenny Pickett is not Jalen Hurts. He wasn't going to bail. Kenny Pickett threw it up. The backup quarterback, what did he do? He threw it up. They got extremely talented. They may not have the best wide receiver, but the best duo, we got to start talking. As a wide receiver duo, now we may be talking top 5. They were beating the Cowboys because the way we got to bring pressure, we got to bring more people. And when you bring more people, somebody man to man. And all that quarterback has to do, he doesn't even have to look and see if they're open. He just got to throw them open. Just throw it to a spot. That's all you have to do. And because it's Devontae Smith and A.J. Brown, they'll go get it. Let me show you this astounding stat. This is the Cincinnati Bengal game, the one he walked off on, the one he was acting a whole fool on the sideline. Eric Kendricks, 12 tackles, 8 solo, 4 assists. Donovan Wilson, 5 solos, 4 assists, half a sack. Trayvon Diggs, they made Trayvon Diggs tackle that game. I remember we came on and talking about it. Me and Nisa were laughing about it. They made Trayvon Diggs tackle. You know why? Because they threw right at him. He didn't have no choice but to tackle. Jordan Lewis, been a beast. 4-3. Malik Hooker, 4-3. Think that's a fumble right there. Either fumble or it's an interception. Demarion Overshown, 4-2. Deron Bland, 2-3. Chauncey Golston, 2-0. Oso Digizua, 1-2. Maurice Leofau, he was 1-1, and he got 1.5 sacks. I'm just showing you if you hadn't paid attention. Is there a reason why we have to go so far down to find Micah Parsons? Why are we having to go so far down to find Micah Parsons on the defensive list? Did he not play that game? Yeah, I think he played the entire game pretty much all the way up until the end because he was over there breathing so hard because they were giving him the business. They were not double teaming him that game. They were not double teaming him. They were not. This guy was handling on him one-on-one. He was. Go back and look at the tape. Wait a minute. Explain to me the person who acted the most fool in the Cincinnati Bengal game. Explain to me how you register zeros across the board. But you raising the most hell. Explain it to me. Now, if you go back and dig into this game, I bet you if you go look at Pro Football Focus, but it'll show you something different. It will paint a picture of how many quarterback pressures did he get. I don't care. What's the result? What's the result of the quarterback pressure? I don't care. I no longer care. You know what I want? I want the guns. And let me rephrase that. I don't want YouTube to strike me. I don't want birds in the bushes. I want a bird in the hand and a chicken on the plate. Give me the stuff I can eat. Don't give me the stuff that make me hungry. Don't tell me I'm hungry. Hey, man, let me tell you what, you hungry? Hey, man, let me tell you, I had a turkey yesterday. It was so good. Boy, I had green beans, sweet potatoes, man, cornbread. Man, you know I am hungry, right? So don't talk to me about food if you're not going to give me no food for me to eat. So if you're going to talk to me about quarterback pressures, okay, that's cool. Let's talk about it. But don't give me something to get me excited. Tell me the other part. Man, how many pressures you get? What? Man, you must have got a lot of sacks. You must have got a lot of interceptions. Can you tell me the fumbles that you got? Boy, all those pressures, you had to blow that team out. I'm just telling us. These are the cohort facts. Now, you can go back and argue it all you want to, but you can't. You can't argue what I'm telling you because it's translating into what I'm showing you. You can't argue it. And this is why all quarterback pressures are not the same. And this is why when you look at this list that Chanel said we could throw in the trash, this is what got Patrick Mahomes. Because there was no player they could double team. Who were they going to double team? Because if you double teamed, and we actually watched them try to do some of that, go back and look at the game. It was comical. They tried to double team some of those guys. It only left somebody else to come get them. You're just basically picking which way you want. You're just picking which way you want to get sacked. That's all you're picking. You're just picking which one of these guys is going to knock you down, which one of them is going to sack you, which one of them is going to run you out of bounds and knock you on the ground and make you bump your head. Which one of these guys is going to do it? That's all you could decide, because you couldn't say, I'm going to double team him, because if we're double teaming Michael Parsons, explain to me why somebody else isn't getting the quarterback. Why do we still keep getting pressure and we're still not getting there? It's just like on offense. We need help. We need players. It's not saying anything bad. We need players. And this is why when you get to this second tier, he said good quarterbacks that need help. Let me dispute him. They all need help. Y'all do know why Joe Burrow didn't go to the playoffs, right? Because his defense didn't help him out all the time. We do know why the Washington Commanders couldn't beat the Philadelphia Eagles, because they couldn't do what the Philadelphia Eagles defense could do. Yeah, Jaden Daniels is going to need even more help once everybody get tape on him. The Buffalo Bills, we know this story. They actually got Josh Allen help. It didn't help. They got him a three-headed monster running game. And all they had to do was stop the running game for 1 quarter, and they went back to Superman hero ball and just let Josh Allen try to beat the team by himself, and they lost again. The Baltimore Ravens. Oh, he makes things easier? Explain to me why he was one and done again. Why was he one and done again? Why is it that Lamar Jackson, with more help, did not produce anything more than what he's produced? You're literally going to have to put a super team around Lamar Jackson. I mean, it's the only thing you can explain. They're going to have to they're going to have to make sure they work something with Derrick Henry, keep Derrick Henry for another year, and they're going to have to just say, okay, maybe we can try this. Maybe if we got Derrick Henry and 2 great wide receivers, maybe we can bring in a Devontae Adams. Let's bring in a Devontae Adams. Let's go in the draft and get one of these great wide receivers. And now we'll have Flowers, we'll have Adams, and we'll have another rookie great wide receiver. Because they're going to have to, it's obvious, they're going to have to keep putting more around Lamar Jackson. But this guy says, good but need help. So Lamar Jackson don't need help. Josh Allen don't need help. Jaden Daniels don't need help. Joe Burrow don't need help. And now we even see that even Patrick Mahomes need help. I'm with Chanel on this. This is laughable. Now let me read some of your comments, and then I'm gonna go back to the last 5 as I close out, because it's obvious they don't have Dak Prescott as top 5. All right, let me see where I can get in here. I'm doing double Dutch. Let me see where I can get in. All right, let me see. All right, let me see where I can get in. Let me see where I get in where my man Chanel is here. Let me see. All right, let me see Chanel. Let me see. Chanel said, Louise. He said, Louise, plain and simple, bro. He is not good. Just get over it. He is not even tradable, or Dallas would have traded him to try to get a better pick for him. All right, tell me who y'all talking about. Let's see here. 70s fan, who will be the Rams quarterback? Good question. Hall of Fame, Dak Y69. I'm awake. How does it feel to be a champion in this day and age? Okay, wait a minute. So, I'm awake. You a Philly fan? I'm awake. Okay, this is Gil. Gil said I'm awake. Let me go back. Let me get some more here. Chanel says Sam will get another job as he only signed 1 year deal. Oh, yeah. Sam Darnold is going to be the answer for somebody this year again. Sam Darnold is going to be the year. He's going to be the answer for somewhere. Trey will never start. I repeat, Trey Lance will never start. Hey, Chanel, he might not ever start, but I'm going to tell you this. I'm not going to be surprised if a team brings him in to kick the tires on him, because I would. Because the preseason, at the very least, don't mean nothing. I would at least bring him in. I would, you know what I would do? I would bring Trey Lance in for spring training. I'm going to sign him right now. And I'm going to sign him to, we'll sign something like, hey, man, this is what we'll give you right now. And if everything go good, maybe we put something in place and say, and if you can win the job, we'll give you this. Because I'm not committing no $5 and $6 million that the Cowboys did. Excuse me. But I would do this. Chanel, I would bring him in. I'd bring him in. Okay, win the job then. Win the job. I would tell him to win the job. I would. Gil says, facts, G. We're going to get down to some more brass taxes in a moment here. 03, is Parsons still 11 from heaven? I still don't see why we couldn't pull a Herschel Walker trade on him. Hey, you know what? If you let people tell it, that's what the Dallas Cowboys are considering. I don't believe it, but they say that's what they're considering. Hall of Fame said, I love how they build up Parsons and overhyped him. Now he thinks he's the best in the NFL. Hall of Fame, Dak Y69. Let me tell you what I did. I sent something to Amina Kynes. I hope she took it to heart. I told her, I said, it's amazing to me. I said, I appreciate everything you do. I told her, but I said, it's amazing to me. Y'all give Michael Parsons credit for the very games y'all destroyed Dak Prescott for. Y'all say that Michael Parsons is a game changer, and you can't tell me a game that he's changed. Y'all tell me he's generational, but you're not showing me a generational game or games. You're not showing me, you're telling me. And then you go to, he's got 12 sacks per year. Okay, we'll give him credit for that. He can get, hey, we never said he couldn't rush the passer. None of us, I don't think any of us ever said this man can't rush the passer. I don't think any of us ever said he's not talented. Michael Parsons is a freak athlete. Problem is, I don't know if I've ever seen the media blow a player's head up the way they've blown up Michael Parsons. I don't think I've ever seen it like this. Some of y'all remind me. Maybe I'm missing something. Y'all remind me and tell me if y'all have ever seen them blow up a player head the way they're blowing up Michael Parsons. Michael Parsons going to find out the hard way, though. If they bill you, they can kill you. He's going to find out the hard way. If they make you, they can break you. He's going to find out the hard way. Let him sign that huge contract and keep running out here with 12 sacks. Watch what they do to him. Watch the moment he gets below 12 sacks. Watch what they do to him. Man, I'm telling you about these people. This media sets you up to tear you up. 70s fan, tell me how you can do a mock draft before free agency. Hard, isn't it? Hard. It really is. Because you don't really know what you need. So the only thing you can do that mock draft based on, 70s fan, only thing you can base that mock draft on is where you currently set But for the Dallas Cowboys, you really can't even do that because we don't really know where we sit. We were at 25 free agents. Now we're down to 23, 22 because 2 of them we know not coming back. Chanel said, Chat, let's not ever forget the reason why people like Mina Kimes. We'll talk great about Parsons, but we'll never mention 4 playoff games he has once. Woohoo! Boy, I'm telling you, man. Boy, you just hit that nail on the head, boy. Woo! That's a fact. You can't argue with it. Boy, that 70s fan said the lion don't always eat. Woo, man. Woo, man. I'm awake. He said G is correct. I'm telling you. I'm just telling you, the facts speak for themselves. Lion will have a feast soon. Hey, and you know what? I'm awake. Some of y'all probably know more than me. I'm just one of these persons because the way I've been taught, man, I just have to look. I just can't listen to people just tell me something. I got to go look and see, okay, now, why is this? And the one thing that make people mad awake is when they tell you something and then you go in and dig in because you want to know the why, the how. Okay, I want to know the how, where, what, when, and how. I mean, I want to know, how is this? I'm telling you, man, some of these stats that we talk about, we talk about them, but they don't be real. 70 fans, I know what you're talking about. You say he's not a leader. He's trying, but I wish somebody older would talk to him. Michael, stop trying so hard. Stop trying so hard, bro. We know what you're trying to do. We know what you want to be. Just stop trying. You want to know how to be a leader? Let me give you a few hints. Don't hold out for training camp. Don't hold out. Make sure you're there. You make sure you're there. You got $24 million guaranteed dollars. You go and make sure it's spring training. You make sure you go to training camp. You dig in them books. You listen to the coaches. You let them put you where you can play best. Don't you think you know where you can play best? You let them put you where they think you can play best. Do that. Follow those coaches. Play hard. Execute on the field. Change some games. I told a guy one time, I said, man, if you do what you're supposed to do, you don't have to try to be a leader. They'll make you a leader. You won't have to go to them and say, I'm a leader. When you lead by what you do, by your performance, and by your lack of talking, folk will want to come to you. They'll come to you and they'll ask you, what can I do? How do you do that? Man, you this, man, you that. That's what they'll do. Leadership is earned. Somebody got to help him understand. Calm down, man. I know people say the squeaky wheel gets the oil, but the loudest mouth is not the leader. Somebody got to tell him that. Calm down, bro. You're great. Let me tell y'all, I try to teach this to people. It's hard to teach. When you know who you are, you never have to prove it. You just do it. You just do it. No one can tell you how to be you. You just be you. What gets us in trouble when we start trying to be something that we think people want us to be, something people want to hear, no, I'm not going to do that for nobody. Because if I can't do it being me, and then I fail trying to be you, that's why I failed. But if I be me, I know that it will have a level of success because I'm being me. I'm not having to try to do anything else. And Michael Parsons, all somebody needs to tell him, bro, calm down. We know you're good. But understand this. You're not better than Lawrence Taylor. Stop listening to these dum-dums. You're not better than Lawrence Taylor. You're not even as good as Lawrence Taylor. Can you be as good as Lawrence Taylor? Yeah. But how about this? Rather than people comparing you to the greats and you eating that up, yeah, Reggie White, I mean, stop this dumb stuff. I would be telling people, screaming to the rooftops, who do you want to be like? Me? What do you mean? Me. I want to be the best me I can be. That's it, me. Are there guys that inspire me? Yes. But I don't aspire to be the next Lawrence Taylor. I don't aspire to be the next Reggie White. I don't aspire to be any of those people. I'm inspired by them. Who do I want to be? Michael Parsons. I want to be the best Michael Parsons anybody's ever seen. Because nobody can beat me being me. It's the same thing for me. Any of y'all, if whatever you do, be inspired by people. But don't aspire to be them. I don't want to be Law Nation. If I try to be Law Nation, then go watch Law Nation. What you watching me for if I'm trying to be Law Nation? If I'm trying to be any other content creator, what you watching me for? You can get the real thing and go watch them. Or you bring your unique qualities and skills to whatever you do, and then you don't have to worry about people building you up and tearing you down. Build you up so they can kill you. Make you so they can break you. You don't have to worry about those things. I wish someone could counsel Michael Parsons and tell him, bro, calm down, man. I'm laughing at people talking about his podcast. Yeah, they hate your podcast because of this. Who has ever said that? I don't know. Maybe there's somebody who said it. I don't know of anybody that have said they hate Michael Parsons' podcast. I don't know those people. I don't even see it online. I see people saying they hate that he's doing a podcast. They hate what he says on his podcast. I don't think I hear people say they hate his podcast. To some people, he's entertaining. He is. And he can be from time to time. But I'm too focused on Michael Parsons, the player, to be too... And maybe I'm built different like this. I'm too focused on Michael Parsons, the player. I'm not concerned about Michael Parsons, the personality. Because the moment you start putting on for cameras and people, that's a personality. Man, I'm not concerned about Michael Parsons, the personality. Bro, I want to know what you're doing on the field. This is football. I'm not trying to be entertained by your podcast. I'm just not. I mean, y'all tell me what you think. I'm just not. We're going to get back. I promise you we're going to get back to this last five. I promise you we are. Chanel says, gee, he could not beat out Sam Darnold on San Francisco. Woo, man. Man. I'll tell you this about Trey Lance, and I was disappointed in this, Chanel. What I was really disappointed in is that he didn't beat out Jimmy Garoppolo. That's the part I was disappointed in with Trey Lance. Now, don't let me get too hard on Trey Lance. Trey Lance is suffering from a lack of reps. This man needs reps. Bad. Problem is, to get to this level and need reps, it's dangerous. Because this league is about win now. This league is about win now. And it's you be hard pressed to find teams that say, okay, we know we're going to lose. So we want you to come in and lose for us. Well, typically they already got that quarterback on the team. They already got that quarterback. They don't typically ask the guy to come in and lose. I mean, the Las Vegas Raiders, they already had the quarterback on the dang team to lose. They already had the quarterback. Now, if you're trying to get back onto a winning way, and maybe you say, but the quarterback that we want is not in the draft, or the draft is weak. So is Trey Lance. Once we get past Cam Ward and Shedeur Sanders, could Trey Lance be better than anybody else coming out? Or could Trey Lance be the 5th best right now? If we look at the quarterbacks in the draft, could he be better than the 5th best quarterback? Because if Trey Lance is better than the 5th, 6th, or 7th best quarterback that would probably only come in and be a backup anyway, well, he does have a skill set. Let's bring him in and kick the tires on him. I think there's going to be a team that's going to bring, I think there's going to be a team going to bring this dude in and kick the tires on him. I do. I think there's going to be a team that's going to kick the tires on him. They're going to see what he do. Richard Owens said, Michael's not a game changer. I know. It's hard, man. And you know what? Let's go back to this screen. This guy missing something. They all need help, man. They all need help. Show me a great pass rusher. Show me a great pass rusher that wins Super Bowls. And I'm going to show you a great pass rusher that actually has a great defense around him. Show him to me. Show me a great quarterback that wins Super Bowls. And I bet you, if we go and look at the roster, we're going to find other, not just good, we're going to find other Hall of Fame level players on that team. They all need help. All of them. It's crazy to say things are better with this person on your team. They all need help. All of them. They all need help. Now, a better argument would be, how much help does each one need? And I don't even know if that's a better argument. Because again, if you give me a quarterback who's the best in the league, and you say this is all the help we need, and then you give me a quarterback like Jalen Hurts, and you give him everything he needs, you got a problem. Because you got to this one quarterback and you said, this is enough. This is what we need to win. This is enough. The other team said, nah, man, this ain't enough. We need all we can get. Let's get all we can get around our quarterback, around our defensive player. Matter of fact, let's just get all we can get on the team, all the way down from the owner. The owner says, let's get the best GM. The GM says, let's get the best coach. The GM, the coach, and the owner says, let's get the best assistant coaches. And then those guys all get together and say, let's get the best players. Let's get the best player, good players, role players, fill it all in. Boy. All the way down to the ball boy and the ball girl, that team becomes hard to beat because you get a body that has a single focus. They hard to beat. Chanel said a quarterback that played running back that could not make it in the easiest quarterback system in the NFL. He said, I will leave it alone because I can see your harpo things too long. Just get over it. Who y'all talking about? Jalen? Michael Lowry. Michael Towery. Parsons in four playoff games. 1 sack, 8 tackles. Can't get around it. But Mina Kimes won't talk about that stuff. She won't. She won't talk about that stuff. Double star. He says, I left to watch Dateline and you're still live. Oh, yeah, man. We go long around here, man. We go long, but I'm getting ready to get off here. I'm going to quickly run through this second part. Let me get down to the bottom, and then I'll read some more to you. But let's get down to this tier 2, and then I'm going to get off here. So he said good quarterbacks need help. No, they all need help. This is a lie. And it's been proven now that even the ones he got in the top 5, they need help too. They need help too. And they're going to need more help because of what's going to happen in this year's draft and free agency. Man, I'm telling y'all something. Tackles, running backs, premium. And right now, so we got the 2 best running backs, they're taken care of. They're on teams. So what we have now, the frenzy may be in the draft. This is one of the reasons why me I want the Cowboys to go get Nick Chubb. I know some of y'all disagree with that because of injuries, but my thing is I would get Nick Chubb, and then I would get 2 running backs in this draft. I would get 1 in the first or the second, and because of all those picks we got in the 5th, I would try to find me another Tony Pollard. I'd get me one of these guys who can be a workhorse in that 5th round. And then I have me 3 running backs. Deuce Vaughn for me is probably going to be the odd man out. I don't see him lasting with the Cowboys, even with one Brian Schottenheimer. So immediately at number 6, he has Justin Herbert. And I noticed that he's using this obscure stat of 12th in EPA. I noticed that he's using EPA. I'm thinking that's expected points. Let me see. EPA. Yeah, that's what I thought. It's like a fancy expected points added. Exactly. Expected points added. Basically, how many points is this person expected to add to the team? So that's what I figured it was. Fancy name for that. So he's saying this about Justin Herbert. But we saw Justin Herbert in the playoffs, and we've seen him in the playoffs. We've seen him through 3 coaches. We've seen him through 3 offensive coordinators. They're never going to give up on Justin Herbert. And when I see stuff like this, I get concerned. I get concerned when I see stuff like this. Because why? Why do they want Justin Herbert to be so good when he's not? Why? Okay, I know he's got some talent. But why? Why does he get a pass for the last 3 coaches? A pass for the last 3 offensive coordinators? Why does he keep getting a pass? He did it to Harbaugh this year. Harbaugh tried to help him. Harbaugh said, okay, well, if we don't get to put the ball in his hand as much, we resort to a run game, he'll do better. Yeah, until he got to the playoffs. And we saw the same Justin Herbert that we keep seeing. The same Justin Herbert that every year Colin Cowherd tells us he gonna be this and he never be what he says. Why does Justin Herbert get to be number 6? Blasphemy. He then has the unmitigated gall. Based on half a season, watch his own premise. He says Jordan Love didn't exactly improve on his hot second half of the 2023 season. So, we're being honest. Jordan Love, with a great running game, might I add, and the defense was spectacular and healthy, did a number on the Cowboys, and a lot of people don't give him credit. They almost went and did a number on the 49ers too. They were red hot for half a season. Okay. He said he didn't completely fall off. He didn't? Because he did. Even before the injury, even though he gets injured right out the gate, he didn't look the same the whole season. He started suffering from some injuries too. It's a battle of attrition. But to say he didn't fall off, he still finished 13th in EPA. We love these analytics stuff. Nah, bro, you got to give me the real deal. Is this nonsense you're talking about transforming? Is it translating into wins? Yes or no? End of story. I don't want to hear don't give me all the fancy stuff no more. They give you every excuse for whoever they want to be where they want them to be. They will go to all the fancy stats. Okay, give me the fancy stuff. Why is this player should be this or then? Yeah, most quarterback pressures. Okay, how many sacks did they get? How many game-changing stats did they get? Can you tell me the team they got the game-changing stats against? Can you tell me what they swung a game in the playoffs? Can you give me those things? They won't give you those things. They give you all the things that justify their positions. Jordan Love, number 7, hogwash. I don't care what you tell me. Green Bay only has $32 million charged on the cap at quarterback for 2025 season. With a full season of health, Love should look more like the 2023 version. Really? He was healthy in 2023, and you only gave him credit for half a season. We saw what he looked like this season. Tell me what you want to. Shannon Sharp said it best. When you hit the field, nobody want to hear those excuses. Nobody want to hear those excuses when you hit the field. Dak Prescott came back from a broken thumb in 2022 and threw the most interceptions in the league. Did anybody give him a break? Tell me who gave him a break. Tell me who said, Dak Prescott, we know why he threw those interceptions. He had a broke thumb. And he came back extremely fast from a broke thumb, put a screw in the thumb, or whatever else they did to it, made it bionic. He came back way early. Gave him no excuse. No excuse for those interceptions. Even though Josh Allen was barely behind him with no injuries. No one talked about Josh Allen. Nobody talked about Jalen Hurts. Nobody talked about the quarterbacks who had no injury that were close to Dak Prescott. Only Dak Prescott. Only Dak Prescott gets that treatment. Dak Prescott came back. People don't even realize something. Dak Prescott came back in 2021 from having his ankle twisted to the side. Dak Prescott came back in one season, 2021, totally balled out. Numbers in 2021 with one less game was almost, and I'm talking about less than a percentage, less than the season in 2023 where he was second team All-Pro and cheated out of MVP. They didn't even have the audacity. They didn't even have the respect to give one Dak Prescott comeback player of the year. But didn't have the nerve in 2023 with the same numbers, almost identical, and gave him MVP runner-up, and only one person voted for him. And his passing stats alone were better than Lamar Jackson's passing and running. Touchdowns more, passing and running. Dak Prescott gets all the smoke. But as you look at this list, this guy is making every excuses. Every excuse for every quarterback he wants in the top 10. Other than one Dak Prescott. Now, this is the real laughable part. This was the comedy to me. So hold on a second, man. Hold on a second. So you telling me you're going to give the quarterback of the team that has went to 2 Super Bowls in 3 years, and we saw his performance in the first Super Bowl that they lost based on a controversial call against the Eagles with playing the Kansas City Chiefs. So I don't say that Jalen Hurts is top 5. But you're going to put this man at number 9. And the issue I have with putting him at number 9 is the quarterbacks you put him behind, who has not had statistically nor wins and has accomplished more than him. So you're telling me that C.J. Stroud is better than Jalen Hurts. Some of y'all might agree with this. Y'all tell me in the chat. But you cannot tell me that Jordan Love is better than... There is no alternate universe. I'm taking Jordan Love over Jalen Hurts. There's no alternate universe for that for me. I'm not doing it. I am not doing it. Justin Herbert, overrated to me. I'd have a hard time even right now taking Justin Herbert over Jalen Hurts because of the tape. The tape that I've seen on both of them, I would struggle. I would rather have Jalen Hurts' skill set because it's game changing. Like it or hate it or love it. And they say Justin Herbert is all that stuff too. I hadn't seen it. People talk about coach killers. Can you tell me how many coaches he's been through now? But it's never Justin Herbert's fault. Nah, it's not Justin. Nah, it's not his fault. Not his fault. This is absolute blasphemy. I am not putting these quarterbacks over Jalen Hurts. I'm sorry, I'm not. You can tell me you're not top 5. I'm not putting these quarterbacks over Jalen Hurts. I'm not. And then, this was the part that got me at the end. Dak Prescott is number 10. Wow. No way. No way. No way, no how. I'm not doing it. I cannot put C.J. Stroud in front of Dak Prescott. I'm definitely in no universe putting Jordan Love in front of Dak Prescott or Jalen Hurts. I'm not doing it. I'm not putting Justin Herbert in front of Dak Prescott. I've seen them play head to head. I've seen it. I've seen it. He's not better than Dak Prescott. Justin Herbert is not better than Dak Prescott. He's not. Dak Prescott, and this is where I want to go with Dak Prescott as we get ready for the last few moments. Dak Prescott, in my list, I'll give you my list of these top 10 quarterbacks. My list. And keep this picture on Dak Prescott. I kind of got it memorized. My list. Patrick Mahomes, 1. I think it's indisputable. Patrick Mahomes is 1. In my opinion, Joe Burrow is 2. 3 and 4. I would take Lamar Jackson, but we could argue Josh Allen or Lamar Jackson 3 and 4. Dak Prescott can be no lower than 5. Now, just me, if all things are equal and you put them all on teams, you give Josh Allen, Lamar Jackson, Dak Prescott the same type of teams. I'll take Dak Prescott over those two because I've seen those two when they have running games. I've seen them when they have wide receivers. I've seen them with defenses, and they haven't yielded in the reality of the situation. They haven't yielded anything more than Dak Prescott with less. The reality is we don't even realize it. Dak has done more with less. He hasn't done what we wanted him to with less, but he has done more with less. Dak's done more with less. Jalen Hurts has had more than Dak Prescott. And if you don't believe it, this year actually proves it. Jalen Hurts had a wealth of weapons. And Jalen Hurts, I love Jalen Hurts because he wasn't afraid to admit it. Jalen Hurts, when the first thing out of his mouth, defense wins championships. Thank you, Jalen Hurts. Thank you, Jalen Hurts. Defense wins championships. These guys around me, incredible. Yeah. That's what a leader does. He tells the truth. He tells the truth. I pray in my lifetime, I want to see Dak Prescott once and for all. I want to see Dak Prescott with the same type of team that Jalen Hurts had. I'm sorry. And don't hate the player, hate the game. Jalen Hurts, I know people don't like when I use this word when it comes to Jalen Hurts, but I'm going to use it anyway. I'm sorry. Is he the best passer? No. Is he the best runner? No. But is he lethal? Yes. Jalen Hurts is lethal. And I told you, he lived up to what I told you, even though people don't want to admit it. Jalen Hurts, he won't throw it all over the park. But when you watch him play a game, he'll make 3, 4, 5, or 6. Typically no more than that. He'll make 3, 4, 5, or 6 throws that make you go, Jalen Hurts threw that? Yep. Yeah, Jalen Hurts did that. He put a pass somewhere that you go, there's no way Jalen Hurts can do that. He did it. Now, if you ask him to do it week after week after week after week, nope, you're going to start losing. That's not Jalen Hurts' game. But if you're very careful at how you do it, and I told y'all after he played the Rams, he came back from injury, he played the Rams, he played the Commanders. I said, man, you know what? Jalen Hurts is he's due for one of these games. And it came due. He's got a good to great offensive line, best running back in football, and he's a home run hitter. He's a 3-down back, as the brother said earlier. Not only is he a 3-down back, home run hitting 3-down back. When you got a 3-down home run hitting back, boy, you're going to beat a lot of teams. I don't care what nobody say. You're beating a lot of teams. See, Rico Dowdle, I love Rico Dowdle, workhorse. But the one thing, well, there was 2 things he didn't show the ability to do. He didn't show the ability to hit the home run. And he didn't show the ability to be able to be a goal line threat. But from 20 to 20, or from 20 to 10, Rico Dowdle grinded out. But as the field shrinks, Rico Dowdle becomes less of a factor. You need a running back that even when the field shrinks, he's even more of a factor. And that was also Saquon Barkley. Defensive line, best in football. Back end, maybe not the best in football, top 10 in football. When you put all that together, and Jalen Hurts with his skill set, you got a Super Bowl team. And you're beating the best quarterback in the league. You're beating the best quarterback in the league. That's what you're doing. It's exactly what you're doing. There's no other explanation. That's what you're doing. For everyone who tells me, because you know what? The arguments y'all make, they can be on point. But they're still missing a point. You can tell me he'll running back playing quarterback. You can tell me he can't do this and he can't do that. All I can tell you is he's been to 2 Super Bowls. And in the first Super Bowl, he carried the team on his back. Second Super Bowl, the team kind of carried him. Because that defensive line was nasty. And ain't nobody going to be able to deny it. That doggone defensive line, I mean, one of the defensive players, I think it was a defensive lineman, he said, man, I should have been the MVP. They probably should have split that MVP between Jalen Hurts and the line. That doggone D-line was crazy. But let me give y'all this. Let me give y'all this before I go. Let me show you something. Somebody put this together, and I thought it was really good. I've seen it before, but I was glad somebody put it on a chart. Let me show you something about Dak Prescott between 2021 and 2023 before I get out of here. Let me tell you something that people don't take into account. This is why I keep telling y'all. Context matters. Context absolutely matters. Let me show y'all something. This is one of the most amazing stats you'll ever see. And I'm sure what this is I'm thinking it's 2022 through 2023. Maybe a season, maybe give or take a season, right? Look at this. Tell me this isn't insane. Let me read a couple of comments. I see some things in here, and then because I think some of the things that I'm saying in here, I think you're going to see some of the things that you're saying. What I got right here is going to dispute everything you're saying. I'm going to wait. He said, I agree, G. Hey, we just going by what we seeing. We talking what we seeing. Chanel said, please forgive me, I'm wrong. Don't throw it in the garbage. Use that list for toilet paper. Man, this list is crazy. I agree. It's crazy, bro. It's crazy. C-Base says, what's going on tonight? He said, there is no quarterback aside from Mahomes and Jackson better than Prescott right now. Laugh out loud, and I don't even know, and I don't even like Dak like that. I got something for you right here, C-Base. I got something for you. Up top 215 said, you drunk taking Burrow over Lamar. Oh, yeah, I would. I don't even drink, but I tell you, I'm sorry, up top. I'm sorry, I'll take him over Lamar Jackson. And up top, you know why I'll take him over Lamar Jackson? Tell me what Lamar Jackson has done better than Joe Burrow other than run the ball. Tell me what he's done. With Derrick Henry, tell me what he's done. You know who has beaten Patrick Mahomes? Not once. I think he's beat him multiple times. Can you tell me who has beat Patrick Mahomes? Joe Burrow. Joe Burrow beat Patrick Mahomes. Joe Burrow did that. Lamar Jackson can't do it. Lamar Jackson can't do it when it counts, hadn't done it when it counts. He's no better, as much as people talk about Dak Prescott. He doesn't have the wins that Dak Prescott has. He's got one more playoff win. Y'all don't realize what I'm telling you. This league needs to be studied. This league needs to be studied. Why Dak Prescott? Why Dak Prescott? If any other quarterback was putting up these numbers, I promise y'all, if Justin Herbert was putting up these numbers, if Justin Herbert was 2-5 in the playoffs, it would be everybody else's fault except for Justin Herbert's. Because you know how I know? Because it's everybody's fault but Justin Herbert's right now. It's everybody's fault but Justin Herbert's. 3 coaches, 3 OCs. We saw Harbaugh this year, and it's still, no matter what anyone says, Justin Herbert didn't look different to me. He didn't look different. Show me. You're telling me I'm drunk, but you're not telling me facts. Emotions and feelings are easy to control people with. But the one thing you can't control people with, or the one thing you can't control, is facts. You can't control facts. Okay, you said I'm drunk, but you can't tell me why hasn't Lamar Jackson with all that talent went to a Super Bowl? It is a travesty. And everybody was saying it at the beginning of the year, and then they backed off of it. They said, if Lamar Jackson don't make it to the Super Bowl this year, we're going to have to start having a conversation about Lamar Jackson. And then they let him off the hook. Oh, because they're saying that the tight end dropped a pass that would have tied the ball game. He threw he had multiple turnovers, just like he always does in the playoffs. He continues to have multiple turnovers. Go look at the stats on your own. They'll blow your mind on Lamar Jackson. Why does he always have multiple turnovers in these games that count? Hold on. Y'all don't understand what I'm telling you. Watch this. Hold on. I'm going to make this argument after I show you this. I'm going to show you an argument that people don't understand. Let me go to some more feelings here. My man Mills 36, he's in here. G, Hurts is a number 1 quarterback and player in the league. No. You know that's not true. Michael Towery, Dak is winning Super Bowls with KC, Philly, and San Francisco. Not sure if Mahomes, Hurts, or Purdy is winning on Dallas. I can tell you this. I know Hurts and Purdy ain't. Mahomes, we could have a conversation. But them other 2, you right on point. C-Base, we won't see that, G. The Jones won't do it. Boy, I'm telling you, I want to see it. Bri B, what's going on? Hadn't seen you in a while. Good to see you. Bri B. But we still have to account for how the quarterback plays in the playoffs. Oh, I'm about to show you something. The Eagles could have played half as good in the Super Bowl, and Hurts would have still won that game. Bri B, you know what? I'm not going to hate on what you said. Because when you go to the first Super Bowl, I've already made this argument. You go to the first Super Bowl. Let me tell you what the Eagles needed. One, the Eagles needed kryptonite for one Patrick Mahomes. We're going to have to tell it how it is. I'm going to tell you how it is. Patrick Mahomes is the best quarterback in the league. You need kryptonite for that man. Not only do you need kryptonite for him, you need, and I can't spoil. I'm not going to spoil the second part of my argument I'm about to make about Dak Prescott in this stat. Just hang on, Bri B. I'm about to make a powerful argument. Mills 36. Now Hurts isn't better. Now Hurts ain't a better passer. G, you tripping? Oh no, not a better passer than Dak Prescott. No way. But watch this. I'm about to show y'all a stat that's gonna blow your mind. Louise, Dak is great, man, in public life. I'll never knock him. He got MOTY. He deserves it. But I address the elephant in the room. We hate when he chokes. I'm about to show you something. Facts matter. I'm awake. Appreciate you. I'm about to show you something. Facts matter. Let me show y'all something. I'm going to get back in these comments. My man Blue Star, what's going on tonight? Dak owns the Eagles. He does. He does. Boy, I'm about to show y'all some facts. It's going to be mind-blowing. You don't have to agree with them, but they're facts. So, this is where I start digging into the why. So, why is it in this time frame? Why is it in this time frame, y'all? Why is it in this time frame that Dak Prescott is only 3 wins behind Patrick Mahomes, has as many touchdowns, has 1 less interception, has a better passer rating, has more yards per attempt, and has a completion percentage that is better than Patrick Mahomes? Better than Patrick Mahomes. And hold on a second. Let me really build up the suspense on this. I gotta really build up the suspense. Y'all forgive me. Why is it that these guys can be so close in stats, so close in wins, but Grand Canyons away in playoff and Super Bowl success? Y'all give me a minute. Let me fix it up here. I got something here. I'm gonna show you this piece by piece, but I don't want to show you every piece. So let me go in here and fix what I got. I don't want to show you every piece, but we're gonna break this all down so you're gonna understand something. And you're going to understand this is going to go into the entire Cowboys. This is going to go into the entire Cowboys season going forward, and even the few seasons with Brian Schottenheimer. I'm about to put you up on game. Now, you might not say I'm putting you up on game. I'm about to put you up on game. I'm about to put you up on game. I'm about to tell you stuff that I've said in the past. I'm about to put y'all up on game. Y'all might not agree. I'm about to put you up on game. Y'all ready? I'm about to put you up on game. What's the difference? There is something inherently wrong that you got 2 quarterbacks whose regular season stats look almost identical, and the most loved quarterback in the league, who has more talent. Let me tell you something about Patrick Mahomes. This man was born with a football in his hand, I believe. Natural born quarterback. Let me tell you something about Dak Prescott. I don't consider Dak Prescott to be what I would call, when you look at him, you say, wow, he looks like the prototypical quarterback. Everything, the way he throws, the way he doesn't look prototypical. Patrick Mahomes, natural talent. Who'll disagree? Dak Prescott worked at his craft. What came natural to Patrick Mahomes, Dak Prescott had to work on. Watch Patrick Mahomes, how he throws the ball. It's natural. Dak Prescott had to work on being a better passer. Still working. He still needs work at the craft. And that's the crazy part. This is Dak with these stats, and he ain't even where he's going to be. Now, Dak Prescott and Patrick Mahomes, I'll put up here. I'm going to put them on the same level. Dak Prescott, every quarterback in this league, including these who don't play. Peyton Manning was saying his favorite quarterback to watch play the game is none other than Patrick Mahomes. Dak Prescott. One of his favorite quarterbacks. Why? He's cerebral, the way he sees the field. Y'all just wait. Y'all been talking about Dak Prescott. Y'all been talking about Tony Romo and how good of a broadcaster he is. Dak Prescott gonna blow y'all mind when he get in the booth in a few years. Dak Prescott gonna blow everybody's mind. This is when everyone's truly going to see. Up here, this man is second to none. But I want you to understand how fascinating this is. How can a man who's not a natural at it be as good as a man who's a natural at it? Explain it away. Do you not understand that's telling you how good this man is? When you can match the stats, the wins, the completion percentages, the interceptions, when you can match that player, and one of these seasons includes a season where you broke a thumb, when you can match this player who is more talented, well, what is that saying about him? What is that saying about Dak Prescott? People don't think like this. It's incredible. If we were talking about Justin Herbert, nobody would be surprised. They would be bowing at the feet of Justin Herbert. If it was Josh Allen, they'd be bowing at the feet of Josh Allen. If it was Joe Burrow, they would be bowing at the feet of Joe Burrow. But when it's Dak Prescott, explain it to me. How does a man get on the same level of someone that if you ask 10 out of 10 people, is Dak Prescott better than Patrick Mahomes? They'll tell you no. But if you look at the stats, Dak Prescott won in more of those stats. So now you have to do your own homework, even though I'm going to do it for you. Now you have to do your homework. Now you have to say, well, what's the difference? What's the difference? Because if this quarterback has done all of this, he's gotten 12 wins in 2 of the seasons. He got 11 wins in 1 of the seasons. So he's got 33 wins. So you got to tell me, what's the difference? Y'all ready for the difference? Everything we've been talking about as we close out tonight. Everything we've been talking about. Talent level. Owner. Talent level, we've already determined. Patrick Mahomes, talent level, we're going to give it to Patrick Mahomes because he's more naturally talented at it. But Dak Prescott, y'all not hearing how insane what I'm telling you is. Dak Prescott through work ethic, where his talent level isn't. Through work ethic, he has the same stats in the regular season. So what's the difference in the playoffs? You ready for number 1? There it is. Owner. Let's look at the owner. When I see a stat like this, I can't go from the quarterback. I can't look at the quarterback only. I got to go top down. Because there's something in here. There's something wrong in this equation. It's not adding up. And if you're honest with yourself, you'll even say it's not adding up. This man, who's not as talented as this man, has beat him in these categories. He's beat him. Let's see. Patrick Mahomes wins. Passing TDs, tied. Interceptions, Dak. Passing rating, Dak. Yards per attempt, Dak. Completion percentage, Dak. Now you got to answer the question, what's the difference? Hold on, let's get there. Talent level. Okay, we'll give it to Patrick Mahomes. But, boy, we got to give Dak Prescott. If we giving Patrick Mahomes an A+, we got to give Dak Prescott at least a B+ or A-. Because how does he be more talented than you, but you're beating him in these stats? Owner. Who has the better owner? See, now I'm going to corner you. Because all of y'all who been running your mouth, all of y'all who talking all your noise. Oh, I see you, Mills. I see you. But now I'm going to make you answer some questions. Who got the better owner? Who got the better owner? Somebody says it don't matter. Yes, it does. Because everything that I'm about to mention below this matters. And it starts with the owner. I'm going to destroy every argument you're making. You can tell me anything we want to about throwing interceptions. I'm going to address all of that. Last pick in the draft went to the NFC Championship game and Super Bowl. But Dakota, no NFC Championship game. And I'm going to blow your argument out of the water again. Who has the better owner? Dak Prescott or Patrick Mahomes? Now, for all you folk who running your mouth, and I mean that in the most respectful way, for all you folk who running your mouth, who has the better owner? Jalen Hurts or Dak Prescott? Who has the better owner? Jared Goff, Dak Prescott. Who has the better owner? Matthew Stafford, Dak Prescott. Nisi, you still in the chat? I'm about to ask a Nisi question next. See, this is the one that I'm about to really blow you out the water with. I'm going to blow every last one of your comments because, see, y'all talk from feelings. I'm talking facts. My facts are going to blow away what you're talking about. I'm going to give Nisi a chance to answer. I'm going to see if she's still in the chat. Who's got the better owner? Kansas City. Kansas City has the best owner. Y'all ready? Stop it, Louise. You trying to spoil me. You try to take my fire, boy. Stop it. Stop it, my brother. You ready? Let's go to the next one. This is the one. This is the one right here. This is the one. Who has the better GM? I wait on all the Dak Prescott haters. You got to answer this question because this becomes the key to the answer. Now the answer really begins to unlock. So I'm going to paint all of you Dak Prescott haters in the corner. How many times have you complained about Jerry Jones? I'll wait. Who is the argument about today? Jerry and Stephen Jones. Who's been the common denominator in the 30-year anniversary of the Dallas Cowboys not getting to the Super Bowl? Who has it been? Oh, wait a minute. Dak Prescott was here in 1999. Tony Romo was here in the year 2000. Who has it been? Somebody says, you don't think the GM matters? Hold on a second. So, if Jerry Jones puts together a trash team, let's play Family Feud for a moment. Jerry Jones puts together a trash team. Does he get fired? Does he get fired? Does Jerry Jones and Stephen Jones, if they put together a trash team, do they get fired? Yes or no? Silence. So if Howie Roseman puts together a trash team 3 seasons in a row, does he keep his job? If the GM for the Detroit Lions, if he puts together a trash team 2 seasons in a row, does he keep his job? Help me out. Y'all help me out. Y'all do know that we actually don't have a GM. Will McClay is the closest thing we have to a GM. We have no accountability at the GM position. We don't have a person like Howie Roseman who has the power to sign players. And even when you think about the Kansas City Chiefs GM, I can tell you this, their GM is better than ours because we don't have one. And what do we continue to complain about? What's our argument tonight? What's been our argument every night? What are we always discussing about the Cowboys? Even as it applies to Michael Parsons. I've been talking about pressure. What did I tell you? He needs help. So who's responsible for the help? Because on 31 other teams, maybe 30, I don't know how Green Bay does it, but I think they even have a GM. Who's responsible for the talent, the owner or the GM? When we look at the Super Bowl teams, who picked the talent? The owners of the GM. In the 90s, who picked the talent? Jimmy or Jerry? Jimmy picked the talent. Jerry signed the talent. They both had a great working relationship. Now, Tom Landry in the 70s, we can probably say Tom Landry picked the talent. He different. Tom Landry was an innovator in this game. But today, when I look at the Kansas City Chiefs and the Dallas Cowboys, I'm already seeing 2 discrepancies. Because the talent level, I'm not tripping on. Because the one who doesn't have the same talent has been able, through work ethic, been able to get the same, similar, and better stats. But when I start going down the tree, the owner, Kansas City's got a better owner. When I look at the GM, Patrick Mahomes has a better GM. That also means they manage the cap. They manage the cap better. They develop players better. It looks like they're about to run into a little bit of a downward, but for the most part, they've kept talent around Patrick Mahomes. They got him a defense. They got him a running game. Problem is they ran up against a juggernaut this year. Let's go to the next level. This is the part no one will ever admit. Name me the coach, head coach, offensive coordinator, defensive coordinator that Dak Prescott or Tony Romo played for that was better than Andy Reid, Eric Bieniemy, Matt Nagy, Steve Spagnuolo. Name them. I'm waiting. Name them. And the reality is, the play calling for the Kansas City Chiefs, the mastermind is Andy Reid. Andy Reid is one of the greatest play callers in history. Not in the league. History. Historically great. He is literally now one of the greatest coaches historically in the NFL. Andy Reid gets Michael Vick in his prime. Andy Reid wins Super Bowls. Andy Reid could win Super Bowls with Dak Prescott. I watched Patrick Mahomes in college, and I promise you, if I'd have knew y'all then, y'all wouldn't have been talking about Patrick Mahomes like y'all talking about him now. I saw him in college. He's from the area that I'm from. He's from White House. I'm 20 minutes up the street from Jacksonville, Texas. Lived in Tyler, Texas most of my life. Up the street from Patrick Mahomes. I watched Patrick Mahomes at Texas Tech. And when I was watching him, I was like, man, this kid, he's throwing it all over the place, but man, he kind of out of control. He didn't win the Heisman Trophy when I checked. He didn't win the national title when I checked. Wait, hold on a second. Why didn't Patrick Mahomes win the Heisman Trophy? Why didn't he win? Why didn't he win the national title game? Why didn't he have Texas Tech ranked number 1 in the country? Why didn't he do all that? Oh, I'm going to paint you in a corner again. Was it the coaches? Was it the program? Was it the players around him? Oh, so now we can use that excuse, right? No, it's fact. Your owner, your GM, your coach matters. Now, the Cowboys are not going to change out the owner. They're not going to change out the GM. But what they did do, they retained Will McClay. What they have done, they vowed to do things differently. Their goal is to put together the best roster in the NFL. Stephen Jones is saying, I'm about to play GM. Jerry Jones said we're going to do the cap better. He's saying we're going to be GM and be capologist now. So we're going to see. Will McClay said we're all aligned. We're going to get Schottenheimer what he wants. That goes with his philosophy and game plan. So we're going to see if it comes to fruition. Do we not understand what the Cowboys have just addressed with Brian Schottenheimer, whether people accept it or not? They've addressed owner, GM, coach. Because somebody probably said, this is a part of what's holding Dak Prescott back. This is a part of what's holding him back. We haven't done our job. Y'all might not realize it. This is what the Cowboys are saying. Do you realize that at Brian Schottenheimer's press conference, do you realize that Jerry Jones and Stephen Jones were admitting we've been the problem? Jerry said, I'm good at the cap. No, he's not. He said, but can I do it better? You better believe I can. And I will going forward. Strange. You'll do it better because we hope you do. Because how bad have you done it and done a disservice to Dak Prescott? Let me count the ways. The Dallas Cowboys had one Rain Dakota Prescott on a rookie deal. Rather than cutting Tony Romo and letting him be out there in free agency. No, the Cowboys rather preferred to allow Tony Romo, if I'm not mistaken, to either retire or whatever the case was, and they kept his money on the books. Dak Prescott and Ezekiel Elliott went 13-3 in their first playoff game and tore the league up. So why wouldn't you say, we're going to build around this? Boy, we about to go in the draft. We're going to get us a wide receiver to go with Dez Bryant. We're going to beef up our defense. We're going to go in free agency, and we'll even get us another wide receiver, and we're going to beef up the offensive line even more because we got Travis Frederick, we got Tyron Smith, we got Zack Martin, but what do we got in between them? Oh, we about to really beef this thing up. And even when Travis Frederick got hurt, tell me who replaced him. Tell me who replaced him. We went into, because Dak Prescott did so good in his rookie season, we never took advantage of Dak Prescott being on a rookie deal. Oh, the madness continues. We're still paying for Tony Romo. If I'm not mistaken, we're paying for Tony Romo. He's on the books. You want to know what else dumb we did? I'm going to go back and get this off of Boss Cowboys page in the next few days because I want to give him credit for it. But Boss Cowboys showed all the money we wasted. All the money we wasted doing these doggone, what are they called? My mind is going blank. But they kept putting Dak Prescott on those dumb one-year deals. Oh, the franchise tag. Okay, we put Dak Prescott on one franchise tag. Oh, that ain't good enough. We put him on a second franchise tag. Do y'all know how much money we wasted on Dak Prescott in franchise tags? Do y'all not understand how many players we could have put around Dak Prescott doing dumb franchise tags? How dumb can you be? We wasted money in franchise tags. Wasted money in void years. Wasted money on D-Law. Contracts we gave D-Law. Dumb. Dumb contracts. Jalen Smith. Dumb contract. Ezekiel Elliott. Insane contract. What? We continue to do the dumbest things in football business. But we want our quarterback to overcome it. Rather than somebody saying, hey, man, you know what? Cut Tony Romo. Dak Prescott's a starting quarterback here now. Cut Tony Romo. Tony Romo want to go to another team? Let him. We don't care. Cut him. Cut Tony Romo. Not paying for him if we don't have to. Cut him. Dak Prescott on a rookie deal? Heck no. We are not franchise tagging Dak Prescott. The moment we saw Dak Prescott, I'm telling you, third season, Dak Prescott, man, balling. Sign this dude. Sign him. Why not sign him before he breaks his ankle? And then you come back and you give him a no trade clause coming off a broken ankle. Hey, he did his thing. Should have been comeback player of the year. Why would you wait until then? Y'all don't understand what I'm telling you. You Dak Prescott haters are blinded by hatred. I love what the Eagles did. Because if some of y'all had anything to say about Jalen Hurts, the Philadelphia Eagles would be the Dallas Cowboys. But Howie Roseman is not listening to people like y'all always talking about what your quarterback is not. Howie Roseman sit down at the table and said, I know what he is. Let me get what I need to supplement what he's not. He's not a great passer. I need to get great wide receivers. I need to get guys that can get separation. I need to get route runners. I need to get guys that can run after the catch. I don't necessarily need the best guys, but I need guys. I need guys that if I put them together, we got a top 3 wide receiver. They got a top 5 duo. I'll take a top 5 duo any day of the week over a top 3-2-1 wide receiver. Y'all do know math teaches us that 2 is better than 1, right? 2 is better than 1. We refused to pay DeMarco Murray. We went back in a year later, we got Ezekiel Elliott. We then settled on Tony Pollard, who turned out to be pretty good. But why didn't they go back in the draft and say, if we're gonna get rid of Zeke, let us go back in again and try to hit the lottery on a running back? They didn't do any of those things. We had slow Jason Witten. I'll not take it away from him. But Jason Witten got to the point that he was beyond his prime. We forced Jason Witten on Dak Prescott. We waited until Jason Witten said, okay, I'll leave. We let this man leave and come back. We let him go to the broadcast booth wearing baby blue suits, dyed his hair treatments, all kinds of stuff. Oh, you can come back. Yeah, Jason Witten, you can come back. Running a 5.5 in the 40. Yeah, Jason Witten, you can come back because you're Jason Witten. Y'all do not understand the disservice that we've done Dak Prescott from the GM position or the lack thereof. All we talk about is Dak Prescott. But we double talk. Jerry's the problem. Okay, which one is it? Is Jerry or Dak? Now, if it's Dak, you got to explain how does he get these wins. If it's Dak, you got to explain how he's statistically as good as Patrick Mahomes. Even win percentage, he's as good as Patrick Mahomes. Even Colin Cowherd, the neighborhood Dak Prescott hater, said, Dak Prescott with a run game is Patrick Mahomes. I've already shown it. I've already shown Dak Prescott's record with a run game. Colin Cowherd understand it. And only for the Dallas Cowboys to drop back, let Dak Prescott drop back, and he did what he did. Beat teams and beat teams and beat teams. But if you're going to continue, and I don't even think it's the problem necessarily of throwing the ball, but if you're only going to give him one wide receiver, if you're going to let Mike McCarthy run Amari Cooper out of town, and then you never come back and replace Amari Cooper, then you're going to get what you get. Dak Prescott overachieving, and we don't even understand it. Y'all do know Dak Prescott has overachieved. You listen to folk talk about Dak Prescott when he came out of the draft. He'll never be nothing but a backup. Yeah, look at those stats. Dak Prescott, stat-wise, is on a Hall of Fame trajectory. All he needs is the Super Bowls. All he needs is some playoff wins and some Super Bowls. That's all he needs. And he can get those if we'll start doing the right thing. And I'm encouraged because I feel like, based on what I'm seeing, Jerry is addressing these three things. Brian Schottenheimer may turn out to be one of the best things for us since Jimmy Johnson. Because when you talk about coach, you're not just talking about the head coach. You know what I'm impressed with Jerry? It's not the head coach. It's the coach's philosophy and the coaches they put around him. Coaching matters, and it always has. We've had Jason Garrett, Mike McCarthy. I'm sorry, you can't even convince me. There is no argument you can convince me that those two coaches are even taking the best quarterbacks to the Super Bowl. It is a travesty that Mike McCarthy had arguably, when it's all said and done, y'all going to see what I'm telling you about Aaron Bleeping Rodgers. When they go back and look at everything Aaron Rodgers did, Aaron Rodgers is going to be one of the top 15 or 20 quarterbacks ever to play this game. Mike McCarthy had that man for 10 to 13 seasons. He won one Super Bowl. One Super Bowl. And the way they ran Mike McCarthy out of town was absolutely pathetic because he was pathetic. And we brought pathetic to the Dallas Cowboys. And Dak Prescott, in spite of him, won. See, we don't even realize Dak Prescott put up wins under Jason Garrett, got him 13 wins in one season. Somebody said he did it with Zeke. You know what Dak did? Came back and did it without Zeke. Came back and did it without Zeke. So now what's the excuse? Our problem is next. The culture. Is this not what we've been talking about? We got culture issues. We have culture issues. Strange to me that I haven't even got the players. But if you don't think this stuff that I'm listing matters, then all of your arguments are dumb. They're null and they're void. Because if you don't think these things matter, we've already eliminated talent level. We don't even understand what we have in a quarterback. He's not as talented as the best quarterback, but has managed to put up the stats as good and better than the best quarterback. So there has to be something else wrong in the playoffs. And when we go back to the coach, Isn't it strange? Dak Prescott put up banana numbers with Kellen Moore. Dak Prescott put up banana numbers with Mike McCarthy. Y'all better hear me when I'm telling you. Dak Prescott is a huge part of why Kellen Moore got that Saints job. Huge part. Because people look at what he did with Dak Prescott. Then we look at what one Mike McCarthy did with Dak Prescott. Only to find out that his play calling was actually atrocious, and it was Brian Schottenheimer who actually put in some of the wrinkles to where Dak Prescott and CeeDee Lamb destroyed the league. Let this sink in. Dak Prescott put up one of the most impressive years you'll ever see any quarterback have, with one wide receiver, a good, not great, nowhere near great, a good, some would argue wasn't that good offensive line, and a good running game. Boy, y'all not even hearing what I'm telling you. Coaches is not just the head coach. It's the OC and the DC. Dak has not been blessed with the OC, the DC, or the HC that Patrick Mahomes has been blessed with. He hasn't. He hasn't been blessed with the talent that Patrick Mahomes has been blessed with. The owner, the GM, the coach, and the culture. You ready for the next one? The surrounding cast. It's funny to me, we have been so deficient in actually having a team that if we get anything that resembles a team, we think we got a great team. No, we've never had a great team around Dak Prescott. I think the best team we had around Dak Prescott was Dak Prescott's rookie year. That wasn't Dak Prescott's team. That was Tony Romo's team. And even that team, when you think about it, the defense wasn't all that. The defense wasn't all that on that team. Dak Prescott and Ezekiel Elliott in their rookie season were incredible. And I'm telling y'all, this team was never the same after Travis Frederick. That was one of the biggest turning points on this team. It was Travis Frederick, and I think Ezekiel Elliott, one of his problems was a lack of work ethic. And when you boil it all down, owner, GM, coach, culture, surrounding cast. That's the difference between Dak Prescott and Patrick Mahomes. Because it's not the talent level. It's actually not the talent level. Because if it's the talent level, and if you're telling me that Patrick Mahomes' talent level is way above Dak Prescott's, then why is it not translating in the regular season? But let me tell you about the playoffs. Let me tell you what travels well in the playoffs. Defenses and run games. And if you don't have the run game, understand this. Patrick Mahomes, whether anyone accepts it or not, he's a part of the run game. Where Dak Prescott, as his career has went on, he's no longer a part of the run game. But Patrick Mahomes is a big part of the run game, whether anybody recognizes it or not. He's a huge part of the run game. And when you start adding up the surrounding cast, when you start adding up the defense that they put in front of Patrick Mahomes after Tyreek Hill left town, we act like Patrick Mahomes went out and won the last Super Bowl on his own. He didn't. Go back and look at that Super Bowl. Patrick Mahomes made all kinds of mistakes, but his defense, Patrick Mahomes' defense rose to the occasion. Patrick Mahomes' defense rose to the occasion. Pacheco rose to the occasion. And they kept them in that game just enough to where they could ink it out at the end. I'm telling you. Jalen Hurts, Anybody will tell you that's been watching my channel. A lot of people thought, oh, you're a Philadelphia Eagle fan in disguise. No, I don't. I'm not. I just appreciate when I see people doing something good. Jalen Hurts is the epitome of everything I'm telling you. You know why? Jalen Hurts' numbers don't even compare to Patrick Mahomes' numbers. Don't compare to Dak Prescott's numbers. So what's the difference? How did Jalen Hurts duel Patrick Mahomes in one Super Bowl and put up phenomenal stats? Beat him in the second Super Bowl with less stats. Let me go back through my list again. Talent level, okay. Jalen don't have those to me on either one of these quarterbacks. Not passing wise. Run wise, yes. Passing wise, no. But if I look at these other ones, owner, Philadelphia Eagles got a great, man, he's got a fantastic owner. Fantastic. GM, Howie Roseman, deserves to be GM of the year again. He deserves it. GM of the year. I could even make an argument, even though I think Dan Quinn is going to be coach of the year. An argument can be made that Sirianni is the coach of the year. It can be made. Sirianni is the coach of the year. Kellen Moore, then an argument can be made. Kellen Moore is the offensive coach of the year. It can be made. What's his name? Fangio? The Philadelphia Eagles defensive coordinator, number one defense in football. An argument can be made. They have the best coaching staff. They have the best coaching staff. Do y'all not understand what the Philadelphia Eagles did? Without the best quarterback. Kellen Moore beat Steve Spagnuolo with players. Howie Roseman and Kellen Moore beat Steve Spagnuolo. Super Bowl New England Patriot beating Steve Spagnuolo. Kellen Moore went in there and made a mincemeat with Saquon Barkley and Jalen Hurts. Mincemeat. Stayed with the plan. Saquon Barkley was 27 of 57. What did Kellen Moore do? He kept running the ball. Kellen Moore didn't panic. He kept running the ball. 27 of 57. Look at those other two teams that played Kansas City. The Buffalo Bills got stopped in the first quarter, stopped running the ball. Baltimore Ravens got stopped in the first quarter, stopped running the ball. Philadelphia Eagles got stopped all four quarters, kept running the ball. Stayed with the plan. They beat Steve Spagnuolo. Fangio, whatever his name is. I never thought I'd see it. He beat Andy Reid and Matt Nagy. He beat him. Without the best quarterback in the league. All your arguments about Dak Prescott, they're null and void. Because the problem isn't Dak. The problem is we want Dak to overcome all this. That's the problem. We want Dak to overcome a terrible owner. We want Dak to overcome a GM that doesn't bring in talent. This is the very reason why right now people are making the argument Zack Martin wasted talent. You didn't always play with Dak Prescott. Travis Frederick, wasted talent. Tyron Smith, wasted talent. Dez Bryant, wasted talent. Jason Witten, wasted talent. DeMarco Murray, wasted talent. Why are we saying all this? Tony Romo, wasted talent. And if we're not careful, we're going to be saying the same thing about Dak Prescott, CeeDee Lamb, Micah Parsons, Deron Bland, Trayvon Diggs. We're going to be saying the same stuff. Is it their fault? Is it Micah Parsons' fault that he gets all the pressure but no sacks? He runs his mouth, but that's not the only. I mean, he's maybe hurting the culture some. But he's been a very good player. This man has been great in actuality. You know what the problem is for Michael Parsons? Rinse and repeat. Owner, GM, coach, culture, surrounding cast. Michael Parsons right now is begging the owner to sign him. Michael Parsons, I wish I could be his counselor. Michael Parsons, don't you say another word. Don't you say another word. You've begged this owner to sign you. You told him during the season, you don't have to be the highest paid player. You went outside of your agent. Don't you say another word. You've been begging them to sign you, Michael Parsons. You said you want to be signed early. You said you want to be signed now because you don't want to miss spring training. You don't want to miss training camp. You don't want to be sitting on the sidelines. You're there, but you're not participating. You begged them and begged them and begged them. We let CeeDee Lamb. We destroyed the chemistry that Dak Prescott and CeeDee Lamb had in 2023. No, we pranced Trey Lance all up and inside the building like he was going to be the next great hope for the Dallas Cowboys while letting CeeDee Lamb sit at home, signing him in August. And then we wonder why he come into the first game and then all of a sudden he's not where he's supposed to be. Not fighting for the ball. Not catching passes. What? Rinse and repeat. There is a common denominator on this team. Dak Prescott was not here 15 years ago. They still wasn't winning Super Bowls then. Troy Aikman, and don't take this the wrong way. Let me tell y'all something about Tony Romo. I said this before. Troy Aikman was a magnificent leader. Field general. No doubt about it. Give Jimmy Johnson credit, though. Darren Woodson explained it. Jimmy got on Troy. Troy got on the team. Troy didn't like Jimmy at first. But once Troy understood and started liking Jimmy, Troy became like Jimmy. He wasn't like that before Jimmy. Coaching matters. Before Troy Aikman got a run game, go check his stats. I've shown it over and over and over. He was a turnover machine. Jimmy Johnson told Troy Aikman, you can't be the quarterback of the Dallas Cowboys for me throwing interceptions. Go back and look at Troy Aikman's career. 92 through 96, he made the Hall of Fame. If you look at after 96, Troy Aikman's career was a tragedy. Because without those players, it was a tragedy. Troy Aikman looked pedestrian after the last Super Bowl in the 95-96 season. Players and coaches matter. When they stripped Troy Aikman of his coaches, when they stripped him of his players, Troy Aikman became what he was before he got the coach and the players. Turnover machine. He became injury-ridden. He started getting his brains knocked out because he didn't have the line no more. Concussions and left and right. Folk don't understand because some of us, I don't know if we don't remember, but I'm old enough. I remember from the 70s all the way to now. And Troy Aikman, after that last Super Bowl, I'm sorry, he was a shell of himself. He never could carry a team, and he never did. I don't care if that hurts your feelings. Troy Aikman never carried the Dallas Cowboys. Never. He never carried them. When they made that Herschel Walker trade in October of 1989, that was when they said, we will no longer put these games in the hand of Troy Aikman. We won't do it again. We're going to get him an offensive line. We're going to get him a running back. We're going to get another wide receiver for Michael Irvin. We're going to put a number one defense in front of him. We're going to get him Charles Haley. And if that's not enough, when the San Francisco 49ers beat us in 94, we're going to go get Deion Sanders. We're going to make sure that we're going to win with Troy Aikman, and we're going to win big because we're going to put a team around him. And when you look at the 92 through 95 Cowboys, you know what you see? Troy Aikman. I got news for all you Troy Aikman fans. I love Troy Aikman. There was never a time in Troy Aikman's career that anybody said that Troy Aikman is the best quarterback in the league. Go check it. No one ever said it. No one made those arguments. Troy Aikman, he best quarterback. No, they didn't. They didn't make those arguments. Man, we had bona fide quarterbacks throwing it all over the field. But I'll tell you the argument they did make. Troy Aikman got the best team in the league. You know what Troy Aikman had in 92 through 96? Well, let me say 92 through 93. You know what Troy Aikman had? Troy Aikman had the best owner in football. Troy Aikman from 92 to 93. And I'm going to even go further. From 89 to 93. Jerry Jones was the best owner in football, bar none. Bar none. Bar none. There was no better owner in the league than one Jerry Jones. This man was determined to win. Everything people are doing now, that was Jerry Jones. Howie Roseman, that was Jimmy Johnson and Jerry Jones. Jerry Jones was the GM owner. But he was actually a GM then. And Jimmy helped him. Jimmy was so close to college football. Jimmy brought in all those young guys. Jimmy knew the players to get, and then they still added some veteran presence here and there. Yes, they added some veteran presence here and there. And they put together a team as coach and GM. When Jimmy wanted to win a Super Bowl, he went and got a national title winning coach. And that national title winning coach went and got young coaches who were hungry, who were also successful. And they brought in a culture of winning. You know how I know? Talk to all of them and they say the same thing. Jimmy brought a culture. Michael talked about it. Every man held every man accountable. They all had each other's back. They didn't have one leader. They had a bunch of leaders. They recognized Troy as the leader like Jimmy did. But they all held each other accountable. It was nothing to see Emmett up and down the sideline. Nothing. And Michael Irvin, let people tell you, the vocal man on the team was Michael Irvin. And he was not trying to steal any thunder from Troy Aikman. No. But Michael held that team accountable. He was the lightning rod. Troy, tell you. Tell me where we got them dogs at. Tell me where we got them dogs. Where are those dogs on this team? Dogs come top down. Dogs don't go bottom up. I done told y'all this story before. Deers can't lead lions, but a lion can lead a deer. A deer can't lead lions. He can't do it. They're all going to be acting like deers. They'll be prey rather than predators. Let a lion lead deers. You won't want to see them. You won't want to see them. That lion will teach those deers. Hey, man, it's about 4 or 5 lions up in here. Man, we about 300 deep. We ain't about to get ran off this spot. Put them head down and put them horns in them. They can't kill all of us. A lion can lead deers, but a deer can't lead lions. And we keep talking about Dak Prescott like he's the end all to be all. I'm sorry. We keep talking about copying the Philadelphia Eagles. Can we copy this? Tell me anything you want to. We just watched a quarterback who is probably not even, we'll give him top 10, beat the best quarterback in the league. How did he do it? With a team. Great owner. Spectacular GM. Great coach. We ain't going to give him no credit. Great coach. Great coaches. Everybody kept putting down Kellen Moore, putting down Nick Sirianni. They only went on to coach one of the greatest Super Bowl teams ever. You better believe it. One of the best Super Bowl teams ever. They got great culture. He had a surrounding cast. You want to know the difference? Everything I just told you. There's no getting around it. When I look at these numbers right here, Dak Prescott actually beat Patrick Mahomes. But when I look at the numbers, that go into winning Super Bowls, when I look at those numbers, talent level, okay, we'll give it to Mahomes. But this is where it becomes dire. Owner, will you argue that? So will we argue that he doesn't have the best? So we're going to argue that Patrick Mahomes doesn't have the best owner? Because he does. Are we going to argue that he doesn't have the best GM? He does. Are we going to argue that he doesn't and hasn't had better coaches than Dak Prescott? He does and he has. You're going to tell me that Patrick Mahomes isn't in a better culture? Tell me when the last time you've seen the Kansas City Chiefs with their superstars going back and forth on contracts, dragging them out in the court of public opinion like the Dallas Cowboys. No, they made decisions. Tyreek Hill, you want more money? See you later. Travis Kelce, we're not going to let you drag us through the mud. You're going to make a decision by March the 10th. No, I think it was March the 12th. You're going to make a decision by, March the 14th. You're going to make a decision by March the 14th and let us know whether you're retiring or not. Chris Jones. Okay, let's stop playing with this. Go ahead and give him the money that he needs, the money that he wants. They don't believe in all this drama. Patrick Mahomes, put him on a 10-year deal. They don't believe in all this drama like we do. We drag our players mentally. And then we want them to go out there and perform mentally. Man, miss me. Surrounding cast, Mahomes. Mahomes. If I make this same argument with Jalen Hurts with less numbers, I'm coming out to a different equation. If I look at the thing on the left, Patrick Mahomes dominates Jalen Hurts. If I look at the things on the right, now we're about to have a conversation. Talent level, okay, Mahomes. Owner, Eagles. GM, Eagles. Coach, you want to give it to Mahomes? Because they got out-coached. Culture, okay, we can say they're a tie. Surrounding cast, Jalen Hurts in spades. This is the difference. And you know how I know it's the difference? We won't admit it. But this is the very thing we talk about all the time. Jerry, terrible GM, terrible cap management, not enough talent on the team. Michael Parsons, tell me you're a distraction without telling me you're a distraction because everybody's saying it. Terrible culture, terrible cast, all the way around. We're top heavy. We got a quarterback. We got a wide receiver. We got a defensive end. We got a cornerback. What else? We're sitting here with 23 free agents. Some unrestricted. Some ERFAs. All kinds of issues. Why? Because of these issues right here. And we want our quarterback to overcome all this. Good luck. Good luck. That's all I can tell us. Good luck. It's not happening. Let me read some of y'all comments and I'm going to get out of here. I'm not going to go too far up. I appreciate y'all who's still rocking. Let's go. I'm awake, are you? He said, just come over to the nest. He said, I'll be telling Law the same thing. Hey, it is what it is, bro. We got to tell the truth. I'm awake said he knows me very well. I'm just telling the truth. See, Y'all notice what y'all saying. Y'all don't understand Louise and Dak delusional. Y'all don't understand. Y'all are making my argument. Do y'all know what these teams all tried to do and they were not successful at? They tried to eliminate the possibility of their quarterbacks choking. Y'all don't get that part, do you? Let me eliminate the possibility of my quarterback choking. Jalen Hurts throws an interception early in the game. You know what the defense says? Don't worry about it. They ain't going to score. Oh, really? If they do, it won't be a touchdown. Hey, hold my drink. We'll be back over in just a moment. Hold my Gatorade. This ain't going to take long. What you mean it ain't going to take long? It may take 5 plays. We'll get Kansas City. We'll get Kansas City. We'll put Patrick Mahomes right back on the sideline. Don't you worry about it. Man, when you got a defense like that, to where you can make mistakes and they go, hey, don't even worry about it. We got this. You're going to win a whole lot of games. Whole lot of games. When you got the personnel to where your quarterback isn't the end all to be all. Hey, Jalen Hurts, we don't need you to be Superman today. Just be Jalen Hurts. We got the Justice League. We're going to put you in a position, Jalen Hurts, that even if you make a mistake, it won't matter. Do you know that when your defense can hold a team to 6 points by the third quarter, but then you got enough firepower around your quarterback to score 30 points in 3 quarters? Jalen Hurts would have to literally close his eyes and throw the ball to truly make a mistake. When you got a home run hitter on your team, y'all can tell me anything you want to, but Saquon Barkley in 2023, Zeke wasn't even that dangerous in what was it, 2016? Nah, Zeke wasn't like that. Zeke wasn't like that. This dude, Saquon Barkley, this year was possessed. This dude was different. I'm awake. He said, laws is eager for as a heart. People telling me the same thing. He said, but don't tell nobody I said that. Man, I'm just telling you, man, when you look at what we're looking at with Dak Prescott, I think we're looking too much at one player. We're not looking at the players. And we've been wanting Dak Prescott to overcome the lack of players. We went into a Green Bay game saying, hey, we know we got one wide receiver, but we've done it all year in 2023. Surely we're going to do it to Green Bay. Green Bay was the worst matchup we could have got. They could control both lines of scrimmage, both offense and defense. Worst matchup we ever had. That's why they beat us. They beat us in coaching. They scouted us and said, oh, we know what they can. We know what they can and can't do. Let's do it. Take away CeeDee Lamb. What is Dak Prescott without what is Dak Prescott without CeeDee Lamb? And we already know Tony Pollard wasn't running right. He just came off a broken leg. Telling us we're not listening. We're not listening. CB4L. Troy carried the team in the Super Bowl against the Steelers. No, he didn't. It was the first game against the Buffalo Bills, where Troy Aikman really did his thing. Because that was the game we scored 52 points. Now, you might not remember the Super Bowl against Pittsburgh. Do you not understand that we had both Charles Haley and Deion Sanders? Not only did we have Charles Haley and Deion Sanders, I still am telling us the bank account needs to be checked of that guy. I think his name was Neil O'Donnell for the Pittsburgh Steelers. Come on, man. Troy Aikman. Neil O'Donnell. Come on, man. I don't know if that was his first name, but I think his last name was O'Donnell. Explain to me why he throws 2 unforced interceptions to Larry Brown, and Larry Brown is the MVP of the Dallas Cowboy-Pittsburgh Steelers game. I don't know what y'all watching. Troy Aikman did not carry no game against the Pittsburgh Steelers. O'Donnell threw away the game to Larry Brown. Go back and look at Larry Brown's career after that game. He went to the Los Angeles Raiders and back then the Oakland Raiders. And off of that one Super Bowl game, he got a king's ransom. Tell me what he did after that. Boy, y'all not watching these games or something. Man, I'm telling you, this 95 Cowboys, I don't know what we're talking about with the Pittsburgh. Troy Aikman didn't carry us in that game. Now, where the game Troy Aikman actually showed out was the first Super Bowl in 92. I think the score was like, 52-17 or some weird score? Troy Aikman went off. And one of the reasons why he went off is Buffalo made the same mistake that the Kansas City Chiefs made with the Philadelphia Eagles. Y'all do know, going into that game against the Buffalo Bills in that first game, you do know we had the number one defense in football, just like the Philadelphia Eagles. Y'all do know the Buffalo Bills made a fatal mistake, just like the Kansas City Chiefs. They decided, we're not going to let Emmitt Smith beat us. Do you not understand that Troy Aikman, similar to Dak Prescott, was a play-action quarterback? And when a team dedicates its resources to stopping a running team, how good do you think the play-action is working then? Because the one thing you could do with Dak, do with the running game of the Dallas Cowboys, you might could slow them down, but you were not stopping them. They were still going to get their yards. Buffalo decided, we're going to stop Emmitt Smith. So you forgot about Michael Irvin. You forgot about our tight end. You forgot about our other wide receivers. No, you were not stopping. The Dallas Cowboys were not one-dimensional. They were similar to the Eagles. The Eagles, in actuality, are similar to the 92, 93 Cowboys. That's the part people are missing. This ain't new what they're doing. They are following the blueprint. And get this. You know what happened to Troy Aikman? The Cowboys took him out of the situations we put Dak Prescott in. They took him out of those situations. They surrounded him with players, and they put a number one defense in front of him. Go back and check the record. Some of y'all are either not old enough to know this stuff, or you won't go look at free information. Troy Aikman never carried the Cowboys. Understand that. They had a great team. He never carried them. You can't even say he carried them just because of what he did in that first Super Bowl. It's the same thing that happened with Jalen Hurts. He did not carry the Philadelphia Eagles. Not that one. When your defense is the number one defense in football and you hold teams to 17 points and you give your offense short fields and you got a potent running game, you got a good quarterback, you got a great wide receiver, you got two great wide receivers. No, you've beaten a lot of teams. Dallas Cowboys historically had the best offensive line to ever line up on offense. Y'all miss me. Y'all miss me. I'm not buying what you're saying. Y'all talking emotions. I'm talking facts. Michael Tyree said, I think when it comes to culture with this team, Jerry Jones and family won't allow someone to be vocal towards players or coaches. No one gets on anybody's butts in this organization. Now, Michael Tyree, let me retell the story. Short form. Dave Onestadt told one of the guys on 105.3 The Fan, this is when he knew things were going to get to where they are now. Troy Aikman, right on schedule, multiple interception game. Jimmy Johnson told Troy Aikman, and I'm sure it got to got to Jerry. Jimmy told Troy to his face, you cannot play quarterback for me and throw multiple interceptions. And that same day, Jimmy looked up and they were getting chairs, moving them to another room. And Jimmy said, what's going on? And someone said, Jerry's having a press conference. And in that press conference, after Troy Aikman had that terrible performance, Jerry Jones stood at the podium. And Jerry Jones that we know today was born. He starts defending one Troy Aikman. And after that second Super Bowl, he didn't fire Jimmy. Contrary to what we believe. He didn't fire Jimmy. just didn't bring him back. He just didn't bring him back. And the culture went downhill from there. We do not understand how blessed this franchise has been. That after years of purgatory, which there is no such thing, we got Tony Romo, Bill Parcells. And we start winning with Tony Romo. And then as we saw Tony Romo's body begin to break down, we had no clue what we were going to do. We actually had Kellen Moore as the second string quarterback. And somebody even told me that Dak Prescott wasn't the third quarterback, but I thought that he was. Dak Prescott starts playing in preseason, and everybody's going, wow, this guy's pretty good. Tony Romo breaks his tailbone. I guess that's what he did. Only for Dak Prescott to come in and absolutely wreck the league. We do not understand how blessed we've been to have Tony Romo and then Dak Prescott. And in both of these quarterbacks, if we go back and understand, even Jerry Jones admitted, he won with Troy Aikman in a non-salary cap era. You could basically pay guys what you wanted to. Guys were mercenaries. Deion Sanders was a mercenary. We watched Deion Sanders win a Super Bowl in 94 with the 49ers. The Bartolo got him, wins a Super Bowl. Let him go. Cowboys picked him up, and then they win the Super Bowl the very next year. This is the wacky stuff that was going on in that 90 through 96 year. When they made that Herschel Walker trade, I mean, the Cowboys, it is rumored, got some 40-plus players based on that Herschel Walker trade. The Cowboys got the trade, the players they got in the trade, or the draft picks they got in the trade, and they just went and started trading them and trading up and trading them for more players, trading them for more draft picks and blah. I mean, before it was all said and done, they had a whole plethora of players over the years that they kept players around Troy Aikman. We never did that with Tony Romo, and we've never done it with Dak Prescott. Never done it. Just telling us. I'm awake. I appreciate you, man. Much love to you too. I'm just telling us the truth. I ignore all this crazy Dak Prescott talk. It's pure ignorance. And I'm not saying that in a negative way. But we're ignoring the facts. We can't have it both ways. Oh, it's Jerry's fault. So you're telling me they won a Super Bowl between Troy Aikman and Dak Prescott. So Dak Prescott is the problem, even though there's been no Super Bowls, no playoff success. Do we not realize, we just mentioned it tonight, in 2007 with Tony Romo, the Cowboys were the number 2 seed and commenced to let the New York Giants come into Dallas and beat the brakes off of them. With Bill Parcells, if I'm not mistaken, as the coach. We did stuff like this. Who was that? I think it was either Bill Parcells. I don't think it was Jason Garrett. Let me make sure. Okay, it was Wade Phillips. Correction. Wade Phillips. We had the number 2 seed. All I'm speaking is facts. Y'all can give me all your emotions all you want to. I'm speaking facts. 2007. Cowboys had a 13-3 regular season record, earning, okay, they did have the number 1 seed. I thought it was the Green Bay Packers. They earned the number 1 seed in the NFC. Sound familiar? We didn't see the same thing in 2016? The Cowboys lost to the New York Giants in the divisional round of the playoffs. Sound familiar? Was Dak Prescott there then? The Cowboys' playoff loss ended a 6-game losing streak in the playoffs that had lasted 13 years. Sound familiar? The Cowboys won the NFC East Championship in 2000. I mean, does it sound familiar? I'm just asking for a friend. Does it sound familiar? Some of us don't understand. We're arguing dumb arguments. We're blaming, just like we used to blame Tony Romo. Now we're blaming Dak Prescott. Not admitting we never went all in. We would always get enough players and say we got enough. The funny thing I love about the Philadelphia Eagles, they say, man, it's never enough. Shoot, you don't want to be on a team like that? It's never enough. This is what the attitude I want Jerry and Steven to have from this point forward. It's never enough. If somebody says, hey, man, you didn't win the Super Bowl, you know it was the quarterback fault. No, it wasn't. We didn't have enough. Yeah, but you had blah, 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 blah. No, it wasn't enough. Why you say that? Because we didn't win. That's the attitude you have to have. I heard a defensive player say one time, hey, man, the defense did enough to win. You know what he said? No, we didn't. They said, why you say that? Because we didn't win. That's the attitude. Yeah, we didn't win. We didn't do enough. That's what the defensive guy said. No, we didn't do enough. Hey, man, y'all did enough. Y'all held them to 12 points. Let me tell you when you do enough. How many points did the Kansas City Chiefs score by the third quarter? All of us who've been here, you already know the answer. When you hold a team to 6 points, when your defense holds a team, not to 12, to 6 points in the third quarter, you're winning a lot of games. You're winning a lot of games, I'm sorry. You're winning a lot of games. Let me get ready to get out of here. I gotta be back tomorrow. Woo, Tyrell, stop it. I'm old enough to remember Quincy Carter, man. Yes. Quincy Carter, Tony Romo, training camp, quarterback battle. Yes. Folk don't understand, Tyrell. Ty Church, okay, you saying Showers was third and Dak was fourth. Look where he is now. Emmett had 49 yards. Dak delusional. I'm going to blow your argument out the water again. Tell me again how many yards. Tell me again how many yards did Saquon Barkley, the home run hitter of the league. Tell me again how many yards Saquon Barkley had in the Super Bowl. I'll destroy your argument every which way you can bring it with facts. Tell me how many yards Saquon Barkley had. Tell me. Y'all gonna learn football rather than talking football. Some of y'all talk football, you don't know it. How many times have I told y'all? You don't run the ball to have a dominant run game. You run the ball to dominate the game. I said that. I've never heard nobody say that but me. Let me show you my proof. See, Dak delusional, see, your name fits you. I give it to you. You don't realize it, but brother, I like you, but your name fits you. Yeah, you're delusional about Dak Prescott. Fits you like a tee. Fits you like a glove. Boy, that shoe fit good. Dak delusional. I'll destroy every argument you make with facts. Every time you try to give me your feelings, I'm going to kill you with the facts. The facts are the facts. They don't lie, and you can't change them. Let me ask you a question. Will you be delusional or will you be truthful? Let me destroy your argument. So the Saquon Barkley and the Philadelphia Eagles, did they dominate the game or did they have a dominant run game? Do you know the difference? I'm trying to teach y'all football. See, y'all think you run the ball to get 200 and 300 yards. Oh, that's great. It's great if you do that. It's actually not the goal. I mean, your running back, that's the goal. It's actually not the goal. Your goal is to dominate the game. You know how I know? Look at Saquon Barkley. Saquon Barkley was 25 for 57. I got this memorized. 2.3 yards a carry. 0 touchdowns. How do you win a game like this? Even if your quarterback goes 11 for 72, 6.5 yards per carry, 1 touchdown. But your quarterback, even when you look at him passing, 17 or 22 for 221 and 2 touchdowns and 1 interception? I would literally be questioning if you won that game. How in the world do you win a game scoring 40 points? And if I look at your quarterback, let's see, where he scored 14, 21. He had 21 points. Where did the other 40 come from? Oh, wait a minute. You had a pick 6. You had a pick 6 in the game. And if you don't think that makes a difference, that makes a huge, oh, wait a minute. What else did you do? Your defense was so dominant that even when you didn't score touchdowns, we ain't even looking at this stat, are we? The kicker outscored Jalen Hurts. How did he do that? How did the kicker outscore Jalen Hurts? Oh, wait a minute. You're telling me they actually didn't score a touchdown every time they came down? No, they didn't. Jalen Hurts accounted for 21 points. But the defense, you ready for this part? The defense accounted for probably about 18 of those points. Some of those points, let's see, 3 of them extra points. If we look at the other ones, they came from stopping the Chiefs, getting short fields, turnovers, field goals. I destroy your argument every single time. So what? Emmitt Smith only ran for 49 yards. Do you know why Troy Aikman was able to do what he did? The same reason why Jalen Hurts was able to do what he did. Because when a team dedicates their defense to stopping the run, Dak Delusional, the one thing that teams do that's dumb is they stop running. Why would you do that? Why would you stop running when the team you're seeing they've dedicated extra players? The Kansas City Chiefs were not running or rushing 4 and dropping 7. They were bringing 5, 6, single high safety, man to man. So if you're going to do all of that, why would I stop running the ball? Oh, hold on a second. Because my offensive line is good enough that if you try to pass rush, they still have to say, play fake. Is it a run? It's a pass. Now I have to get my momentum going again. You gotta stop talking football and learn football. The play action is so effective because linemen like Chris Jones and those other linemen for the Kansas City Chiefs who also wreak havoc in the pass rush game, when I can make them stutter, even if it's half a second. Football, when you give a quarterback an extra half a second, it's an eternity almost. It's an eternity. Because he got an extra half second to read the defense. And typically, if you notice what quarterbacks do, because the Kansas City Chiefs were definitely playing their hands, there's a video out on the internet right now. Jalen Hurts looked at the defense, looked at A.J. Brown, did the gun signal. Go, hey. Go, back shoulder fade, because they're playing the run. Troy Aikman was a play action quarterback. Stop it. Stop it. Stop it. It's crazy to me when people start making these Troy Aikman. Man, Troy Aikman's numbers look like Cooper Rush. Not because he's Cooper Rush. Because Troy Aikman didn't have to throw the ball a lot, man. Stop it. I mean, it's crazy to me when I hear these. It's insane to me. Insane to me. You're trying to compare Dak Prescott on any one of the teams that he's played on to the team that Troy Aikman played on 92. Man, you need your card revoked. You can't even call yourself a Cowboy fan. That's a joke. That is an absolute joke. To try to compare not just Dak Prescott, comparing Dak Prescott with the team he's on to the team Troy Aikman was on. This is an absolute joke. This is an absolute joke. You ought to be ashamed of yourself. I wouldn't even tell nobody that out loud. I mean, that's shameful. I'm sorry. That is shameful to even talk about out loud, man. Shameful. Now, see, I'm going to destroy you every time, Dak Delusional. See, you talking to the wrong person. I'm going to destroy you every single time with facts. So let me get this part straight. So you're saying that obviously you're talking about the Pittsburgh Super Bowl. You said that in that Super Bowl, Emmitt Smith got 49 yards. This is what Dak Delusional said. I'm just telling all y'all something. I'm just trying to tell you. You're talking to the wrong person if you're going to talk crazy. I'm going to destroy you again, Dak Delusional, and I mean that in a nice way, the most respectful way. I'm going to destroy your argument. You just tried to propagate to the people who are still on here. For all you 123 people still on here, I appreciate you. He just tried to tell us that Troy Aikman carried the Dallas Cowboys against the Pittsburgh Steelers. Y'all ready to destroy Dak Delusional's argument? I'm gonna let the facts speak before I say a word. I'm gonna let y'all look at the screen if you can see it. Let me make it big so you can see it. Oh, wait, hold on. I'm still on. I just want to check. I'm going to destroy your argument. I'm going to obliterate your argument. See, you're lying. No, you're not lying. You're just telling part of the truth. See, this is the part that you don't understand about the Dallas Cowboy run game. You don't run the ball to get 200 and 300 yards. You run to dominate the game. And even though Emmitt Smith, you're only telling a part of the story, they still dominated the game with Emmitt Smith. You know how I know? Because Emmitt Smith ran 49 yards. You're correct. 18 carries, 2.7 yards a carry. But you know the part you're not saying? Read it and weep. But he scored 2 touchdowns. Let me give you a little trivia, Dak Delusional. How many touchdowns? Help me out. How many touchdowns did Saquon Barkley score in the Super Bowl? I'll wait. I'm going to wait on Dak Delusional. I'm going to show you how people, when they hate, it blinds them of the facts. I'm going to wait on Dak Delusional. I'm going to bring up I'm just going to use this thing called the internet. Sometimes I like to call it the internet. I'm just going to show you what the internet says versus what people like Dak Delusional will tell you. I just don't understand what channels you've been on. But I can tell you this, I can hold my own. And I'm going to destroy every dumb argument that you make. You're not dumb, but your argument is dumb. It's dumb, and it's based on hatred for a player rather than facing the absolute truth. There's a thing called the internet. Can y'all tell me the difference between Saquon Barkley in this game? Can y'all tell me the difference between Saquon Barkley and one Emmitt Smith? I mean, I'm just asking for a friend. Can y'all help me out? What's the difference? What's the difference between Jalen Hurts? What's the difference between Saquon Barkley and Emmitt Smith? Maybe in case your math ain't mathing, let me make your math. Saquon Barkley ran the ball 7 more times than Emmitt Smith. Saquon Barkley got 8 more yards than Emmitt Smith. But there's a number known as touchdowns. Now, I don't know about you. Maybe yards in your book are more important than touchdowns. To say that Emmitt Smith only got 49 yards is absolute foolishness. When now, if we look at the rest of the story, Emmitt Smith only got 49 yards. But how devastating do you think those 2 touchdowns were? You see the difference? That's the difference. And I'm going to show you again. I'm going to show you again, bro. You talking by emotion. That's what you talking. I'm talking straight up facts, and can't nobody deny it. Let me hold on a second. Let's bring this up. I'm actually laughing at what you said. I'm rolling on what you said because we got to really go here because you saying something. I mean, you got my spidey senses tingling. Oh, okay. This is comical. This is comical. I don't know where you been. Obviously, somebody hadn't been telling you a few things. I'm laughing. Wait a minute. Hold on a second. Hold on. You and not only you, somebody else on here. This is funny to me. Said that Troy Aikman carried the Dallas Cowboys in the Pittsburgh Steelers Super Bowl, and I corrected you and told you that it's actually the 95 Super Bowl, the first Super Bowl that if you want to make the argument for Troy Aikman carrying the Dallas Cowboys, that's the one you can use. That's what I said. If anybody remember, go back and check the tape. Who's lying? Who's telling the truth? Me or Dak Delusional? Again, the internet is undefeated. Let's talk Cowboys where we talk facts. So you're telling me that Troy Aikman carried the Dallas Cowboys in the 1995-96 Super Bowl. He carried the Dallas Cowboys. He went 15 of 23, 65.2% pass percentage. He only got 209 yards. Explain to me how that's carrying a team. Explain it. I'll wait. Explain it to me. Explain to me again how Troy Aikman carried the team. In what universe is a quarterback carrying the team going 15 for 23, 209 yards? Now, you may say Jalen Hurts. Troy Aikman is not Jalen Hurts. You know how I know? Because if we go back and look at Jalen Hurts' stats, Jalen Hurts threw for less than 200 yards, but he ran for 75 yards. He got 1 touchdown on the ground and 2 through the air. Now, if you would have told me that, I would have said, yeah, man, Troy Aikman kind of dominated that game on the ground and in the air. What you said is fictional. It's a lie. Now, are you going to admit it? Yeah, it's a lie. There's no other way to put it. Now, you can tell me you were mistaken if you want to. It's a lie. And it's a bona fide lie. It's bona fide because I'm looking at the stats. He was 15 of 23, 209 yards. You call that carrying a team, and he only got 1 touchdown. Foolishness. Foolishness. Stop talking football and learn football, sir. And I mean that in the most respectful way. Stop talking football and learn football, because there's something called the internet before you start talking. Oh, he carried the team with 209 yards? Well, Emmitt Smith got 25% of what he got. He got 49 yards, but he got 2 touchdowns. Oh, hold on a second. Let me go in here again. Because somebody don't believe when I'm telling you facts. I don't know how old you are, but obviously you ain't been around long enough. Because I can tell you now what threw that Super Bowl. Anybody who watched that Super Bowl will tell you what threw that Super Bowl. You look back here. I'm going to bring it up again. I'm just telling you. It's amazing the internet this thing is free. I mean, I remember back in the day, you used to charge for this. But it's free now. Yeah, it's pretty much free. Oh, wait, hold on a second. Oh, wait, hold on. Now let's stay with Dak Delusional. His name fits him. He said that in the 95-96 Super Bowl, Troy Aikman carried the Dallas Cowboys. He carried the Dallas Cowboys, right? So let's look at this right here and tell me, was I telling the truth? Tell me, was I telling the truth or was I lying? Because somebody is lying. In Super Bowl 30, on January 28, 1996, Dallas Cowboys cornerback Larry Brown had 2 interceptions for 77 yards. Hold on. Brown was named the game's most valuable player. Did I not say that? I thought I said that. Did I not say the quarterback O'Donnell? Did I not say that somebody needs to check his bank accounts? Because no one can still explain why he threw not 1, but he threw 2 interceptions. He threw 2 interceptions to one Larry Brown. And if you understand Larry Brown versus Kevin Smith, who went down, who could have been one of the best corners to ever play the game, one of the best corners the Cowboys ever had, an Achilles injury ruined his career. If anybody knows anything about those 2 cornerbacks, a lot of people didn't really think Larry Brown was that good. They really didn't think Larry Brown was that good. Only for Larry Brown to have 2 interceptions just thrown to him. Neil O'Donnell just threw them to him. Just threw them to him, and no one can explain it. It says, hold on, Dak Delusional said Troy Aikman dominated the game. It's strange what this says, though. The Cowboys converted both interceptions into touchdowns in the second half, preventing a Steelers comeback. So again, Dak Delusional, can you tell me where Troy Aikman dominated the game? Because I'm seeing 2 touchdowns from Emmitt Smith. I'm seeing 1 touchdown from Troy Aikman. See, wait a minute, that equals 21. I see 2 interceptions for Larry Brown. Hold on a second. Larry Brown had 2 interceptions. Both of them led to touchdowns. So that means Larry Brown contributed to 2 of the touchdowns. 1 was ran in, or both maybe, or 1 was ran in and 1 was threw in. So explain to me again. Explain to me again. How did Troy Aikman dominate the game? We're waiting. Explain it to us. Because there's nothing about any of the stats, nothing, that shows that Troy Aikman dominated the game. In actuality, it shows that Troy Aikman did what he pretty much normally did. We would destroy Dak Prescott if he had those numbers. There would still be somebody in the Super Bowl. He ain't the reason why they won it. It was because Larry Brown got 2 interceptions. It was because that Emmitt Smith ran 2 touchdowns. I mean, he really didn't do anything. That's what we'd be saying. Because there ain't nothing Dak can do good enough. Let me see. It reads just like I said before I even saw this here. Because I lived it. Brown played for the Cowboys for 5 years before joining who? The Raiders. As a free agent in 1996. He played in 12 games for the Raiders, starting 1 and recording 1 interception. Isn't that what I said? He parlayed an MVP of the Super Bowl. Now, Dak Delusional, you're going to continue to explain this because you said it, I didn't. You said that Troy Aikman dominated the game. Now, I could be crazy. I may be the one that's delusional. Can y'all explain to me how Troy Aikman dominated the game and Larry Brown was the game's most valuable player? I'll wait. I lived this stuff. I lived it and I watched it. I don't understand some of the stuff that people say about this team sometimes because it don't make sense. That was a lie. I like you, Dak Delusional, but it's a lie. To say that Troy Aikman dominated that game, it's a lie. Anybody who watched that game will tell you Troy Aikman didn't dominate that game. It's a lie. Those 2 interceptions by Larry Brown were game changers. They changed the game. I still say somebody need to check O'Donnell. Somebody need to check that man's bank account. I'm just telling you, they need to check this man's bank account. You cannot explain the 2. Nobody can. Do we not understand that Deion Sanders was playing cornerback on that team? We cannot explain why he threw those interceptions. Oh, I like when he threw them. I mean, we was laughing and jumping up and down when he threw them. It's a joke. It is. I'm awake. He said that gun signal was legendary, G. You got to admit it, though. I loved it. I loved it. The video was awesome. Historical. He didn't even know it was going to be at the time, but it's historical. Chanel, he says he's talking to Louise about something. Now, you notice, Louise, I'm talking facts. HOF, he said, G, cook that, but well done. I'm just giving the facts. I mean, I'm laughing. People will say things that are not true. They just say stuff that's not true. I'm laughing at you. CB4L said Troy played in a different era. Why compare Dak numbers to his numbers? If Troy played today, he would. No, he wouldn't. No, not true. See, I'm going to have to destroy you too, CB4L, and I mean that in a nice way. You have no clue what you're talking about. I'm just telling you, bro. You have no clue what you're talking about. You're making this up. Troy Aikman in no universe was throwing for 400 yards and 4 TDs per game. Lies. Do you not understand how hard it is to make that? Let me show you something. I had to catch myself. This is crazy. This is absolutely crazy. You actually can't compare Dak Prescott to Troy Aikman for the very reason that I said, CB4L. It's not that the era was different. It's the fact that it was a non-salary cap era. Let's get that part clear. And that Troy Aikman had a super team around him. And we can't say that it can't be done again because once upon a time I was saying there probably, and I still will say that there'll probably be another team like the 92-93 Cowboys. But the Eagles got darn close. The Eagles got darn close. They did. They look a lot like the 92-95 Cowboys. I mean, 95 or 92-93 Cowboys minus Jalen Hurts being able to run the ball. They look eerily similar. Number 1 defense. Y'all don't even understand what you're arguing. Jalen Hurts was the quarterback of the team with the number one rushing attack and the number one defense. Let it sink in. Do you know Troy Aikman was like that too at once upon a time? Troy Aikman was on the number one rushing team and the number one defensive team. Y'all don't know. You talking, but you don't know football. Name a time when Dak Prescott played with the number one offense. Not 1 year. 1, 2, 3, 4 years in a row. The number one running team in the league. And the number one defense, and if not number one, top 5, top 10. Name the season consistently 4 years in a row where you had a running back behind him 4 years in a row, like Emmitt Smith, a line in front of him, like the one that we are talking about. A defense. Name me one defensive player. Name me a safety. Name me a safety Dak Prescott has played with that's good as Darren Woodson. Name me a cornerback as good as Deion Sanders. Name me an edge rusher as good as Charles Haley. Don't you dare mention Michael Parsons. Charles Haley was a game changer. That's what you call a game changer. That's what you call a culture changer. They were afraid to not play well because of Charles Haley. Man didn't play. We don't even know what we're arguing. I can't, man. I can't. It's not about the errors. It's about the team. It's about the team Troy played on because there were other quarterbacks that did have numbers like some of these guys today. We had quarterbacks throwing it all over the field. They just didn't have the team. This is one of the reasons why people argued against Troy Aikman being a first ballot Hall of Famer. I know why they argued it. It's blatantly obvious for all of you delusional Cowboy fans. It's late. I got time. I'm about to get off here, but I got time. Facts are forever. They're forever. Strange to me. It's amazing. Dallas Cowboys. Troy Aikman's first year, 0-11. They make the Herschel Walker trade in 1989 of October. They go and get Emmitt Smith. I think it's the following draft. They start getting the offensive line. They start putting some things together. Troy Aikman, 7-8, hurt. See, y'all talk about Dak Prescott being injury prone. Troy Aikman didn't play all of his seasons all the time either. We just don't remember this stuff. And it's funny to me. You said that he would be throwing for 4,400 yards. No, he wouldn't. He eclipsed 3,000 yards in 92. One of Troy Aikman's best years. But I want you to look at his interceptions. 18, 10, 14. He's a turnover machine. You know what they did? They started running the ball. That's how you lowered his interceptions. They started running the doggone ball. The more balls Troy Aikman threw, the more interceptions he threw. You don't understand something. If you put Troy Aikman at 4,500 yards, explain the interceptions. You put Troy Aikman at 4,500 yards, I promise you, 14 ain't going down, it's going up. If you would have gave Troy Aikman more throws, because it requires a lot of throws to get to that 4,500, that 4,400 mark, Troy Aikman is going to throw more interceptions. He was throwing more interceptions, throwing less passes. You might not realize it. I already knew this. Troy Aikman's best season was 1992. Now, let me give you another stat that's actually astounding. It's amazing. I'm going to show you another stat. See, I can do this. I don't have all night, but I could do it all night if I could stay up all night. Show you something else that's strange. Show you something that's real strange about that. There's a quarterback that a lot of people don't understand. See, some of y'all so delusional. Y'all don't understand that Troy Aikman almost wasn't. Yeah, Troy Aikman almost wasn't. And the reason being, is that not only was he a turnover machine, let me go back and show you. Troy Aikman was a turnover machine. There's no other way to explain it. I don't know. I don't care if it makes anybody mad. I mean, he was a turnover machine. 18 in 1989. 18 in 1990. What stopped Troy Aikman? What caused Troy Aikman in 1991 to only throw 10 interceptions? What happened? Why did he only throw 10 interceptions in 1991? Can I help you with that number right there? You do know we were not playing 12-game seasons in 1991. We're playing 16-game seasons. Troy Aikman was actually hurt 4 of those games. This is why he only threw 10 interceptions. You don't understand what I'm telling you. If you increase the volume of Troy Aikman throws, this has nothing to do with the era. You increase the number of throws by Troy Aikman, you're going to increase the number of interceptions. Now, let me give you some more history. You might not know this. Let me give you some more history. So I noticed something when I looked at 1993. Something strange happened in 1992. I want y'all to notice that 1992, across the board, is Troy Aikman's best season. It's arguably Troy Aikman's best season, and it's the first Super Bowl. This is when the Cowboys got going on all cylinders. Charles Haley, I think, is in town. I mean, they're rolling on all cylinders. The line has materialized. The running game has materialized. I mean, they got wideouts, tight end. They got the defense, everything taken care of. Let me tell you something that happened in 1991 that I think lit a fire under Troy Aikman's butt. I think it lit a fire under Troy Aikman's butt, and I don't find it to be coincidental that this is the best season that Troy Aikman had. Look at this. This guy by the name of Steve Berline. I think the Cowboys got him in a supplemental draft. Steve Berline. Steve Berline was a pretty good doggone quarterback in college. Go look him up. Berline was signed late in the preseason to avoid backup quarterback issues that plagued the Cowboys in 1990. Anybody who understands what happened? Troy Aikman got hurt in 1991. Let me show you something else. Factual. You can't argue it. 1991. Troy Aikman gets hurt. Troy Aikman is 7-5. Do you call that good or bad? I mean, he's better than 500, but do you call it good or bad? Troy Aikman is 7-5. The previous season, someone says, well, surely he'd have been better. Well, the previous season, he was 7-8. He missed the game. He was 7-8. The season before that, I mean, y'all talk about Dak Prescott being hurt. We were not playing 12-game seasons. Troy Aikman won 11 games. He went 11 games. He didn't win. He played 11 games in 89. He played 15 games in 90, but he played 12 games in 91. Steve Berline steps into the game. Up until this point, Troy Aikman is really kind of being, you can tell me what you want to, Troy Aikman has been pedestrian. He needs players. He don't have players. But I tell you what I found to be strange. 1991, he goes 7-5. He steps off the field. Let me tell you what Steve Berline backup self came in and did. Steve Berline backup self came in and won. And he won. He won 4 games, if I'm not mistaken. Steve Berline led the Cowboys to 4 consecutive wins after Aikman's injury. Strange, isn't it? The Cowboys defeated the Redskins. the Steelers, the Saints, the Eagles, the Falcons. Strange, isn't it? Aikman's injury was so serious that he missed the rest of the regular season. Let me tell you something. I could be totally wrong. I'm just reading the tea leaves. But if you don't think Steve Berline lit a fire up under Troy Aikman's butt, you're sadly mistaken. You've lost your marbles. And now it makes even more sense to me when I heard the story that Dave Onstad told. Jimmy Johnson told Troy Aikman, you can't play for me throwing interceptions. Told him to his face. Dave Onstad said he told Troy Aikman to his face. Steve Berline rolls out there. And y'all may be too young to remember, but I remember the talk. They were actually wondering if Steve Berline was going to be the quarterback for the Cowboys. Let me tell you something. Leave it to Jerry Jones. Jerry Jones liked him some Troy Aikman. Jerry loved him some Troy Aikman. And Jerry was not going to let Steve Berline take Troy Aikman. Jerry and Jimmy right then would have fell out if Jimmy would have tried to replace Troy Aikman with Steve Berline. Now, it was strange to me that Troy Aikman is only 7-5. He went 7-8 the previous season. He's only 7-5. Steve Berline comes in this thing and goes 4-0. I mean, see, y'all keep running your mouth about Troy Aikman, but I got news for you. You put Tony Romo on those teams, and I'm talking about on those teams. Tony, boy, let me tell you something. Y'all do not understand. Tony Romo was an athlete. Tony Romo was an absolute athlete. Tony Romo would have won with those teams too. I don't care what anyone says. Tony Romo wins with those teams. He does. And if you don't think Dak Prescott wins with those teams, let me tell you about Dak Prescott. Imagine Dak Prescott playing on a team in the first 6 years of his career. Dak Prescott, we already knew what he was on the ground. Could you imagine Dak Prescott with a team like Troy Aikman played on in 92, 93? No. Could you just imagine Dak Prescott in the first 5 years of his career playing on a team like Jalen Hurts has played on in the first 5 years of his career? Could you imagine if the Dallas Cowboys would have continued to do what the Eagles have done and build on the 2016 team? They didn't keep building on that 2016 team. They didn't. They didn't keep building on it. The Philadelphia Eagles went to the Super Bowl, came back, recalibrated, rebuilt, got back in 2024 and destroyed the very quarterback that beat them in 2022. Y'all talk football, you ain't learning it. I'm trying to teach you. You still ain't gonna listen. You're gonna still keep your same arguments. But I'm just destroying your arguments. They're not based on fact. They're not based on fact. The very person who we always try to hold and compare Dak Prescott to is Troy Aikman. That's exactly who we're comparing him to. And we're comparing him to Troy Aikman, who had a super team, and there's nobody that'll deny it in their right mind. They will not deny Troy Aikman had a super team from 1992 to 1996. And you know what's strange about it? Boy, this is the part that people just don't want to accept, and I even hate to even show you. But it's factual, and you can't explain it away. So explain to me why Troy Aikman looks totally different after Emmitt Smith and that line gets to town. Troy Aikman in his first season is 0-11, 7-8 his second, 7-5 his third. He goes 13-3 in 92, 11-3 in 93, 10-4 in 94, 12-4 in 95. 10-5 in 96. Do y'all realize that Troy Aikman only had, in reality, Troy Aikman only had 5 winning seasons? Now, if you want to count these other ones as winning seasons, this one right here, it's incomplete. We don't know what it would have been. 6-10. 7-4, incomplete. We don't really know what it would have been. 7-7, he was 500. 2000, he was 4-7. Troy Aikman did not play 16 games in 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 seasons. Tell me that isn't crazy. That's crazy. We don't even admit this stuff. What is that? 8 seasons. I think it's 8 seasons. 3 complete seasons. He's got 1, 2, 3. I'm telling y'all, man, so many of y'all, man, y'all just be talking. I don't know what y'all be talking, man. I just think y'all be talking hate. That's just bottom line for me. None of the stuff many of y'all say is based on facts. Y'all say Dak chokes. I notice what y'all say Dak chokes. You know why you don't say you know why you'll never say Troy Aikman choke? Well, you can say Troy Aikman choke if you just look at the 1989 through 91 season and you look at the 1996, because matter of fact, they got the brakes beat off them in the playoffs by an expansion team, if I'm not mistaken. If I'm not mistaken, the Carolina Panthers knocked off the Dallas Cowboys in the 1996 playoff season. I could go back and prove that, but I'm pretty sure I'm right. They got beat by an expansion team. Man, y'all be running around here talking about Dak Prescott like he chop suey. I can apply my same formula to the 92 through 93 Cowboys. I can go back and apply my same formula, and it still stands. I dare you. Tell me a quarterback. Tell me, if you go back and look at my formula, what's the difference? You can put Troy Aikman over there if you want to. What's the difference? Talent level. Let me inform y'all something. Don't you dare say Troy Aikman was Mahomes level better than Dak Prescott, because you're a liar. Troy Aikman is not even in the conversation with Mahomes. We can't even make the argument statistic-wise. But we're not going to even go there, but we can just say Mahomes is better. But if I go down to this 92-93 team, I'll bet you this. I've already said this on this channel before. Boy, I'll take that 92-93 Dallas Cowboy team. I'll wreck every era. I'll wreck every era that's ever been in the NFL. Not because of Troy Aikman, but because of the team. I'm talking about Jerry Jones at that time, all the way down to the ball boy. I'll wreck every team in history with the 92-93 Cowboys. Man, I don't think there's hardly anybody that can stand that team. I'll run through this whole league like a wrecking ball. I'll put them, you name any team, I'll put them up against them. What was it, the 84, 85 Bears or whatever? I'll put them up against any of those teams. Man, that doggone offensive line for the Dallas Cowboys, man, I'll put that thing up against anything. You put Troy Aikman on this side and Dak on this side, you'll see the difference again. It's not the talent level. It's not the talent level. I'm sorry. Dak and Tony Romo eats on those 92 through 95 Cowboy teams. They eat on those teams. If you would have asked me from between right now, Jerry Jones of today versus the Jerry Jones that we saw with Troy Aikman, I'm taking the Jerry Jones of Troy Aikman. The GM, I'm taking the Jerry Jones with Troy Aikman versus the Jerry Jones with Dak Prescott. The coach, name me any coach that could even hold the drink of Jimmy Johnson. Name him. Go back and look at those 92, 93 coaching staffs. Incredible. Incredible. Name me any coach Dak Prescott has played for that's better than those coaches. Let me tell y'all something. Dak Prescott made Kellen Moore look good, because Kellen Moore he's not done what he did with Dak Prescott since. I like Kellen Moore. Couldn't hold a candle to North Turner. Yeah, some of y'all might not remember North Turner. He couldn't hold a candle to North Turner. North Turner fixed Troy Aikman. He fixed him for the few years. He fixed him. There isn't a coach that Dak Prescott has played for that's better than the coach that Troy Aikman played for 92, 93. That carried over into 94, 95. When you look at that 92, 93 team, Dak ain't had nothing close. Nothing. The culture of the time, Dak ain't never played in that culture. Dak ain't never played in a room full of dogs. He ain't never played in a room full of dogs. But I bet you he could. I've seen him at practice. We've seen things about Dak Prescott. No, he could play with the dogs. Problem is he ain't been playing with them. The culture, the surrounding cast. Who you taking? Troy Aikman or Dak Prescott surrounding cast? Man, stop it. This ain't even no discussion. Ain't even no discussion. It's late. I appreciate y'all rocking with me, man. I'm just spitting facts in here. That's all I'm doing. Anything else anybody talking about, man, they ain't talking nothing but emotion. I'm just spitting fact after fact after fact. Chanel, he said, thank you, G, for taking all this time to chat. He said, I have to bounce. There's too much Dak hate in this chat. Don't have anti-Dak hate pills. Hey, I do. Facts. They can't argue with him. They can't argue with him all day long. I'll resort you to lies and emotions, but you can't argue the facts. They're right there. I'm awake, are you? You know what's crazy? They don't want to do it. But Troy Aikman's entire team in 92 and 93, if they wanted to, they can induct that entire team into the Hall of Fame. It's a travesty that Darren Woodson is not. He's not in the Hall of Fame. It's a tragedy. Miss Matrix, I hope you enjoyed the show. All I'm doing is dropping facts, killing it. That's all I'm doing. Philly D, Dak let you throw a pick in the end zone to end a championship run. Nah, you're missing the whole point. Don't put him in that situation. Because they never put Troy Aikman in that situation. Troy Aikman always had players around him. That's the part y'all missing. It's exactly what they did for Jalen Hurts. Don't tell me what Jalen Hurts is not. They said, tell me what he is. And then we'll put everything around him that he absolutely needs. Or we'll throw it over the top. We'll give him Saquon Barkley. You stop it. I'm giving you facts. I don't care if you want them or not. Chanel, Hall of Fame name. Name a time any other quarterback other than Mahomes. And now Hurts gets to the Super Bowl. All other quarterbacks failed. Watch this. Chanel. We can't even say this about Jalen Hurts. Jalen Hurts is a quarterback in a long line of quarterbacks who win the Super Bowl with a number one defense. Patrick Mahomes, in our era, is the only one to do it without a number one defense. Go back and check the tape. Go back and check the tape. Chanel, he don't get it. And it's not even about him throwing the interceptions. How about you? But you give him a defense that even when he does throw them, they don't matter. Because Jalen Hurts threw an interception, killed a scoring drive. No big deal. Philadelphia defense said no problem. Hold my Gatorade. We'll be back over here in about 5 or 6 plays because Patrick Mahomes ain't doing nothing today. Ajmadale. See, this is the part they don't understand. I'm not hating on Troy Aikman. I'm just telling you the facts. Nobody made arguments that Troy Aikman was the best quarterback of his era. And I've just shown you his career. No one's making that argument. But I'll tell you what I can argue. Troy Aikman played on the best team of his era. I'm just telling y'all, I'll take that doggone 92, 93 Cowboy team. Boy, I'll run through this whole... If I could time travel, I'll run through and tear up every team. Man, I'll tear up the 70s Steelers, the 80s Steelers, the 70s Cowboys. And Roger was way better than Troy Aikman. But boy, that doggone 92, 93 Dallas Cowboy team, that thing was nasty. It was. James Davis, stop telling the truth. Don't do it. You make these people lose their mind. Troy was not that good. And you know what? I'm not saying he wasn't that good. I'm just, you know what, Troy? I'm just saying what it shows. I'm showing us what he looked like before he got the players. And then I'm showing us what he looked like after the players. After Jerry didn't bring back Jimmy, we got I forgot the crazy coach name. We bring him to town. He rides and coasts to one Super Bowl, and it was over after that. Freddie Morales, show me a quarterback that never threw an interception in any level of football, and I'll show you a quarterback that never played the football. Yes. Not to mention, we just watched Patrick Mahomes in his last Super Bowl win turn the ball over and they still won. Boy, we make some of the most craziest arguments. Aj Madel, he says, or AJ says, Jalen Hurts has to get his rush pushed into his tush pushed into the score on the goal line. Telling us, man, we're not being truthful. Miss Matrix. Philly made the bowl game without him 2 seasons ago. Yeah, they did. Saquon Barkley. Yep, they did. Jalen Hurts' year where he threw a significant number of interceptions was the 2023 season, where he threw 15 interceptions, which was the third most in the NFL at that time. And you know what they did, Chanel? It's facts. All you got to do is check the facts. They got Saquon Barkley to take the ball out of Jalen Hurts' hands. The same reason why the Buffalo Bill went and got Cooks to take the ball out of Josh Allen's hands. The same reason Harbaugh came to the Chargers and said he wants to take the ball out of Justin Herbert's hand. And then when we think about the Baltimore Ravens, their goal was to not resort that if a team can stop Lamar Jackson from running, let's let Derrick Henry do the running. And I'll be doggone. They let the run get stopped a few times and ran right back to what they did before. Still, this is silly. That's what you do. When you know what your quarterback is not, then you just, and this is not just him. Andy Reid is trying to do the same thing. You know why? What Patrick Mahomes has been doing for the last few years, y'all better get ready. Father Time is undefeated. We don't know what Patrick Mahomes is going to look like unless they start putting some players around him again, because it's showing every season. Teams are catching up to them. They are. They're catching up to him. And it's a fact. There's nothing you can do about it. They're catching up to him. Solomon Jernigan, I've been saying it. Coaches matter. Owners matter. GMs matter. Coaches matter. Because they are the ones who get the players to go around your quarterback. It's just simple facts. I mean, I just don't understand, man, why people don't get this stuff. It's simple. All right, guys, I appreciate you. We're going to get right back at this tomorrow. Chanel said, yo, G, it's 3, full force. Dak haters in your chat who speak emotions, nothing based on fact. That's it. You can rule people with emotions and feelings. You can't rule people with facts. That's why they can't rule me. I don't let people's emotions rule me. I got to go to the facts. I ain't listening to you because we just heard Dak Delusional tell all kinds of lies. I just proved all the lies he told. This man said in the Pittsburgh Steelers-Dallas Cowboy game that Troy Aikman carried the Dallas Cowboys. Obviously, he forgot about a man by the name of Larry Brown. Also, he tried to say that Emmitt Smith only ran 49 yards like he was chop suey, only to find out, I guess he found it out brand new, Emmitt Smith, 2 touchdowns. Stop it. All right, guys. I'm going to get off here. Get retooled, see what story is on. Try to drop some videos for tomorrow and get ready for a live stream if the Lord is willing. So again, until the next time, I appreciate y'all for rocking with me. Hit that like button, hit that notification bell, subscribe if you haven't. And until the next time, let's talk Cowboys, where we talk facts. Peace.